drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked it.
Oh, good morning. Sabree Keller, good to see you. Happy Christopher Columbus Day / Indigenous Peoples Day. Happy day, regardless of what side of the genocide you're on. I am going to reload this page real quick just because I think that it's not loading properly. I only see Sabree Keller. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right, that's what I was thinking. Sabree Keller popped up, and then nobody else popped up, and I was thinking to myself, it's like, listen, it's a holiday, so maybe it's a slower day, but I have a feeling there's more people out there, so now it's loading properly. Asai Garcia, good to see you. Yo, Eben says, first and finally back from Greece. Congratulations on going to Greece. Business or pleasure? Black turquoise looking up. I don't know what that is, but that's cool. Good morning, my hard R grillers. Good morning, King. Wiki Ditron, happy Canadian Thanksgiving. Happy Canadian Thanksgiving. You guys celebrate Christopher Columbus butchering indigenous people? Wow, that's fucked up. Sabree Keller says, I still have class to go to, so apparently we don't expect either. Nice. Evan says, I'm a never Trump guy. True. And pleasure. Good. I hope you had a lot of fun. Going to the font of Western civilization. Excuse me. I think my chat is damaged. My chat's not working. I mean, I guess I could stream without talking to chat, but I mean, that's seriously like half of my stream is talking to chat. So why is this not working? What? Like, seriously, it loaded and Sabree Keller was the only one. Then I reloaded the page. I got like 20 new chats. And then I got stuck at Eben with pleasure. And now I'm not seeing shit. And I know you guys, I'm a yapper. I know you guys are yappers too. What's not working? Oh, okay. Well, no, I see Sultan Al Fahim. So, okay, maybe we're good. All right. So yap. Start yapping. Everybody yap right now. Type in yap, Y-A-P. Let me know you're out there. All right. Randy says, good morning, nerds. Okay, there we go. All right. I think we're going. All right. I think we're good. All right. Kaiser Chase says, hi, brother. Good to see you. Dang. All right. So North and Ryan Mulally want to do a 3-way convo, and then Grassroots in the group DM said stream title can be traditionally conservative threesome with Ryan, North, and Connor. I'm here for it. Nice. All right. Weird day. But we got a bunch of yappers, so that's good. So Eben, Kay, Randy, Wiki Ditron, Patriarch, Kazar Che, Sultan Al Fahim, Gen X. Thank you for. I think it's good. I hope it's working. I'm still waking up, bro. I feel you. So I was working pretty late last night. And then, of course, like once you're done with work, you got to stay up for an extra hour to decompress. So what did I do yesterday? So over the course of the end of last week and Saturday, I scripted 3 brilliant scripts, in my opinion. Now, I, of course, like my own work, or else I wouldn't do it. But I did a breakdown for Elysium. I did a breakdown for the new Warhammer Age of Sigmar cinematic that just came out. And I did a breakdown for Star Wars The Clone Wars 2D animation. And I just got to say, guys, like if you're into Star Wars at all, and if you're kind of into like if you liked Revenge of the Sith more than Attack of the Clones and more than The Phantom Menace, like if you like that kind of like edgy, darker part of, you know, Star Wars, then you got to watch the 2D animation, man. It's so good. It's so stinking good. Like, yeah, it's a cartoon. So there's like this small part of your brain that's kind of like, oh, well, this is kind of kiddie. But then you're actually watching what's going on, and it's so awesome, man. It's so good. The IG battle droids, I had no idea, because the first IG battle droid that I ever bumped into was the one from The Mandalorian that tried to kill Grogu, that they reprogrammed into defending Grogu. That was the first IG battle droid that I ever bumped into. So seeing them on like a large scale in the 2D animation, fighting for the banking clan, where they're on jet bikes with power lances, being led by a Gendai warrior, and Obi-Wan Kenobi is in full clone armor with a cloak on top of it, and he's doing like crazy force powers, and he's jousting on a jet bike. Like, seriously, man, it was dope. It was dope. It was up there. Excuse me. So I am a little sick. I'm not like crazy sick, but I'm a little sick. Randy says watching Trump speak to the Knesset is fucking bizarre. Yeah, it is. But you know, apparently Grassroots and K wanted to set me straight a little bit in reference to my perspective on Israel and the Jews. Not calling you out, just apparently I'm getting some details wrong that I need to figure out. So, and by the way, Kay, obviously we can chat, but if you wanted to share in chat like the main crux of the criticism, that would be fine. Patriarch says all my Israeli friends and family love Trump. Well, why wouldn't they? He supported them for the past 3 years during the war, / genocide, if you're listening to progressive people. Although weird that a genocide only resulted in what, 70,000 dead? 70,000 dead out of a population of 2.2 million. That's a little weird, but that's okay. And then he negotiated a settlement that's favorable to Israel. Why wouldn't they be happy? Patriarch says, I wonder how he was received in the Knesset. Yeah, we'll see. John says Clone Wars TV show is peak Star Wars. We'll see. After going through like the more grim, dark, aura farming, hardcore 2D animation, I find it hard to believe that I'm going to find anything anywhere near as good. Randy says standing ovation from the expression on his face. This is what he lives for. I don't know if I've ever seen a person happier or more self-satisfied. Frustrating. But hey, you know what? Good for him, I guess. Good for him to finally get the adoration that he so desperately craves. Evan says, speaking of anime that's dark, I recommend Psycho Pass. I actually think if you can get past the anime of it, you'd actually really appreciate the show. Well, you know, I always dog on anime, just because I feel like anime leads to hentai and hentai leads to lolicon. So I kind of joke that anime is it's a path to the dark side, I suppose. But eventually, I think Fashion 40 actually gave me a huge donation one day in order to go through the Gundam series. And I will go through the Gundam series, obviously, like I have to. And then just because I'm gonna be in the Titanfall fighting robots era, and you know, you can't do that era unless you at least check out some Gundam. And I heard that Gundam is interesting because there's like, I think the mainline TV show is supposed to be more noble bright and more oriented towards like kids and teenagers. But I think that there's at least like one movie or one TV show that's pretty grim dark. Like I've seen clips of it, and it's pretty stinking hardcore. And then my editor Taze, he did a video essay about Iron-Blooded Orphans, and Iron-Blooded Orphans is supposed to be pretty stinking grim dark. Zeta says, I get crunked to the opening of Never Trump Guy. I know, right? I know. I was thinking like, oh, I'm a little sick of it. I need to change it up. And then I play it and I'm like, no, this is perfect. Zena says, seeing Connor caught up with stream last chat was uncomfortable. I know. But I just need to pick the right content so chat's popping off like like a swarm of bees. Need to find something that pisses you guys off. Conservative liberalism says, what details do you muck up? Can't believe you're spreading fake news about Israel. Patriarch says, stop calling it a genocide. I'm getting triggered. Well, when I say genocide, it's partially sarcastic. Okay. So maybe I should explain this. Maybe this would help. This would help clarify things. So my Jews, my favorite Jewish members can articulate their criticism. So for me, what's going on is there's this incredible social media wave to constantly call it a genocide, particularly from the left. And then not only that, but that's coupled with Israel obviously segregating Gaza, limiting the amount of aid that comes in, and then like constant films of dead civilians coming out of Gaza. So, just men, women, children, teenagers, kids, getting blown the fuck up. Now, as somebody who's seen urban warfare before, civilians die. Like it's just a matter of logistics. Like if you're in a gunfight and I'm over here and I got a machine gun or I got a tank round, and then you're over there and you're shooting at me with a rocket propelled grenade or an AK-47, and then I shoot at you, but you're hanging out with a bunch of civilians, it's just a matter of physics that some civilians are going to get wiped out, right? So for me, like I was holding out the possibility, just because the left wing is like genocide. I was holding out the possibility that, number one, the casualty stats were going to substantively increase from like 60 to 70,000. I thought like maybe it would jump to like 250,000 or like 1 million. And then at that point I'd be like, yeah, that's kind of genocidal. That's kind of tough. Or I was thinking that maybe, now this was a long shot because I think Egypt and Jordan actually have a standing policy that they won't accept any additional Palestinians. But I was thinking that maybe the pressure would be so terrible that effectively the Gazans would be forced into Egypt or Jordan. If I said Palestine, then my bad. But and then I would be definitionally compelled to, through the truth, in order to call that an ethnic cleansing, because they're taking an area that they want and they're cleansing it of the people that they don't want in that area. That would be ethnic cleansing. So at that point, I would just be compelled to call a spade a spade. Now, what ended up happening was kind of like the worst of all worlds from a definitional sense, in that I have no idea what the fuck is going on, because they were talking about like starvation conditions setting in like, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and how we were going to see this massive casualty spike, but the casualties have stayed relatively close to the same. So like 200K indirect deaths, 70K direct deaths. And then now there's peace, and they're, moving back in and rebuilding from the rubble, allegedly. So I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I think is actually probably the safest position is I'm tired, I'm sick, it's 1,000 miles away, and I don't know what the fuck is going on. That's the safest position. Christian Valera says, watch last Mission Impossible. Not good. Wasn't expecting much, given Mission Impossible is essentially what Fast and Furious movies are to car enthusiasts, but switch car enthusiasts and spy lovers. I don't know if I agree. Maybe I was checking out. There was one that was actually just like legitimately batshit. Now, bear in mind, it's probably like 5 Mission Impossibles ago. But the one where he's on the outside of a transport plane, I think I watched that one, and that one was batshit. That was crazy. Haterade says, remember the part where Shaggy gets murked by General Grievous? I love those movies. Had it on DVD and used to watch it on repeat. Oh, yeah. Now, I don't know who you mean by Shaggy. Do you mean like a wolf Jedi? I don't know what you mean, but the point is that General Grievous is a fucking menace. He's a menace. Zenith says, I've been loving Kamala, seeing her get mad at people protesting her book tour. She's this close to calling them cowards, and I can't wait. Oh, yeah. Everybody on Twitter is like, oh, she's such a bitch. And I'm like, well, 5 million Americans didn't show up to the election. She lost, and now Trump is in power, and Trump's being a total piece of shit. So what do you want? Sultan Al Fahim says the main problem is words mean nothing now that the genocide word is overused. I mean, I'm with you there. Imagine Minority Report, but better. Cool. Goblin Studio says, would you be interested in kaiju stuff? Not so much, but my son is super interested in kaiju stuff. He loves Godzilla X Kong. He loves, I haven't shown him Kong Skull Island yet, just because it's actually pretty bloody and gory and body horror. But I know that when he's like 12, he's going to love that. 12 or 13, I'll show him Skull Island. Yeah, basically any giant monster smashing shit, my son loves. Absolutely. Haterade says Psychopass is all adults. It's basically Minority Report. Oh, Psychopass was. Got you. You got to watch One Piece and Berserk. Got you. Fashion 40 says Iron Blooded Orphans is the one. Also, Gundam Thunderbolt is more militant and shows the effects of war and its effect on soldiers. Based. Short says, are you going to watch the Erudite Pavlu debate? Kyla dominated him through kindness. Well, now I don't want to watch it because it's through kindness. I don't know. I like Erudite, and then Drew Pavlu took like a really, really hard turn recently on social media where he's like, the left has gone too far. Charlie Kirk being assassinated is indicative of everything that the left wants to do to people like me. As a result, I am now a conservative. So I would actually be super curious how that conversation went. But if there's better content, I'll take suggestions. Xena says, I actually like your PF Young combo. You agree with me enough to push back, but you also agree with him enough to have a productive combo that challenges my perspective. Based. Grassroots for 20 gifted memberships. What a fucking king. Thank you, Grassroots. I parasocially love you, bud. Yes. Also, hi and welcome. Well, you're not late and gay today, so that's great. Christian Blair says, and that wasn't an insult. I'm just fucking with him because he always shows up like 2 hours in a stream and he's like, hi, I'm late and gay. Christian Blair says, suggest watching Ryan Mcbeth video breaking down Trump plan for Gaza. Yeah, maybe. Eben says, dang, getting me like that on a Monday. Thanks for sponsoring True Conservatism. True. Zena says, it's kind of obvious that Hamas has no living hostages remaining. Well, they had that video of that one starving guy. I felt really, really bad for that guy. As much as the entire fucking thing sucks. I can't imagine being like the one guy stuck in an ISO container 200 feet below ground, starved nearly to death, just because Hamas are dickheads. And then you basically know that like there's a 70% chance, 80% chance that you're either going to get shot, get your throat slit, or starve to death. And you're just holding on, hoping that, you can make it to the end and maybe you'll get released. That's brutal. Kaiser Che says, do you think Democrats should act more like Trump, but didn't give a fuck about Biden, but he's obviously afraid of Trump, or are they just on the plan with each other? Dems play by the book. Dude, I have no idea, man. I have no idea. I'll tell you what I would do if I was a Democrat. I would grow a spine and balls. I would document every fucked up thing that the Trump administration has done. I would document it, like I would do my best in order to help people out. Like during the shutdown, I would probably pass a temp bill paying the military. But besides that, I would just let the government stay shut down as long as was needed to get the concessions for healthcare. I would play hardball, obviously. But the problem is that the Democratic coalition is so broad. There's so many progressive, there's so many leftists, there's so many liberals, there's so many corporate Dems. There's like a dozen different kinds of Democrat. And so no matter what topic there is, it's like 5 Democrats, 10 opinions. It's actually brutal. So coalition building is super hard on the left. I'm actually, damn guys, I don't even know. Like when you play hardball, you got like 7 people telling you how you should play hardball different. It's crazy. Xena says, I can't believe I completely forgot that Hamas had hostages the whole time. Oh, I didn't. Whoops. Eben says 200K indirect deaths is a gross overestimation. It's something like 60 to 70K confirmed dead, 25 to 30K militants, and a conservative missing number of 40 to 50K. Last I checked, anyways. Yeah. Jonas Zilla says Grievous's first victim was a Jedi that looks like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Oh, okay. That's funny. Christian Lara says, I like the one with Philip Seymour Hoffman, but he was great in pretty much everything. Yeah, of course. Zena says, can't wait for the Hassan role reversal where his dog streams and he has to sit in a corner. I don't think that's going to happen, but that's cool. I cannot super chat today because I hit the limit yesterday, lol. That's okay. I am hurting. So do not worry about it. McDevin says, how'd the PF Young convo go? Pretty good. I thought it was fun. I felt like just tooting my own horn here. With Paul, I feel the problem is, so he's done this thing where he's like, the only thing that matters is vibes. The only thing that matters is vibes. And then he's like, yeah, and the vibes say that we need authoritarianism. And it's like, okay, well, if you say that, then obviously people are going to think you're a fucking fascist or a Trump dick sucker, right? So him saying that was what pissed me off. And yeah, that's the main thing. Xena says the end of the Drew Pavlou and Kylo convo was actually really hopeful. Well, now I definitely don't want to watch it. Hopeful. We're here for brain damage. Kay says, I can't get into all my thoughts in chat, but the Jewish supremacy thing for the greater Israel stuff seems kind of off. Jewish conspiracy alarm bells. I'll DM more well thought out thoughts on it. Yeah, please do. But Kay, I'm gonna show you something. And it's not that I don't think that these people are lunatics. I do think they're lunatics. Who's that like British documentarian? British documentarian. Did I find him instantaneously by just Googling British documentarian? That's hilarious. Louis Theroux, The Settlers. Okay. So this one. So okay. So let me share this real quick. I'm actually going to watch it first just because, like I said, my voice is hurting. So I'm going to click on this one though. And I want to show you this lady because this is the lady that I'm talking about when I'm talking about Jewish supremacists, whatever. All right.
As the festivities wound down, I had a moment to speak to Daniela on a hilltop overlooking the Palestinian town of Beita. So you've been talking about settling, you've talked about displacing, wanting the Palestinians to go. You said to Africa, to Canada, to England, you don't care where. Mm-hmm. What would be wrong with either a two-state solution or a one-state solution where everyone had the same rights?
We want to have a Jewish state based on Jewish rules, on Jewish values. It's not relationship of neighbors.
Why not?
Because we are two different nations. Different.
I just wonder whether you feel or you're aware that, they're really suffering. And there's been settlers rampaging through the area of the West Bank. So there's all this
agitation,
death, tragedy, right?
Tragedy.
When a people...
Well, okay, so right there, I'm just going to call it out. Agitation. In my opinion, she's looking for Louis Theroux to be as sanitized as she is. But agitation is a polite way to put, displacement and death.
Is invaded, right, and then put under a military occupation, deprived of their rights, that anger seems to be an understandable response, an appropriate response.
There is no such thing as settler violence. Did I speak? I don't know if I spoke. I don't mind saying it again. I mean, and I don't mind. I will be glad to explain.
You don't believe it's real? There are videos. You can see them.
You see what? Okay. So, let's say now. Yeah, we have a camera right here.
Yes.
And I do this.
Yeah.
Do something. You don't mind what I did to you. You don't necessarily have to do.
Well, I won't do that to you.
You won't.
No.
And then the camera takes just part. You don't have the full picture. Then I say you're violent. You're violent against a woman. This is exactly what is going on all the time with what you call
Settler violence.
settler violence. Settlers do not wake up in the morning or do not go wait for sundown to attack. No, 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 no. Why should we wake up in the morning and think about violence? Why? Our life is good.
Because you want the Palestinians to leave.
No, 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 no.
You've said so.
I said that what is on my mind all the time is how to bring more people to settle the land.
Well, anyways, I think that's only a partial clip, but effectively, this lady is a settler who wants to. I think she's one of the leaders of the settler movement, and not only does she want to settle the West Bank, she wants to settle Gaza, which I think, when you're talking about like one of the most densely populated places on the planet, when you're talking about 2.2 million people existing within that area before you even start settling, the only way that you could obviously do that is ethno-religious displacement. Now, maybe I'm cringe, maybe I'm soy, but part of the history of World War II, in my opinion, so part of the history of America was that we did manifest destiny, and when we first came here, 90% of the indigenous population got wiped out through disease, so there weren't that many people to resist us, but we still did manifest destiny, where we claimed the entire northern continent of the United States by displacing and killing Native Americans and violating treaty after treaty after treaty, and then also going to war with Mexico in order to take the southwestern portion of the United States. And while we can look at the fruits of that endeavor and say, well, damn, I love California, and damn, I love Texas, and damn, I love Arizona, and damn, I love Nevada. Like, we can still look at those things and be like, okay, well, maybe that was like a little fucked up, right? Like, maybe it was a little fucked up that we screwed over the Native Americans so bad. Maybe it was a little fucked up that we did the Trail of Tears. Maybe it was a little fucked up that we baited Mexico into the Mexican-American War. So it's not a question of whether or not, like, I'm not interested in giving it back. Like, the United States is still the United States. But when it comes to Israel, it was founded, in my opinion, after World War II. And part of the narrative for why Germans were bad, why Nazis were bad, is because they wanted Lebensraum. They wanted a living room where they identified themselves as the only tribe worthy of European dominance. And then they conquered Eastern Europe, they conquered into Russia, and they conquered France. And they basically said, like, hey, if you're a different thing than us, you're second class, like, just tough shit. And we're going to move in our people, and we're going to do what we want to do, and you guys won't do shit about it. So, of course, like, the ethno-religious and political and sexual mass slaughter of gays, Roma, Jews, gypsies, etc., is part of what makes Germany evil. But it was also the ethno-religious displacement in the nationalist displacement. So while I won't say that I think that I do not think that Israel is as bad as Germany, obviously. When I see people like that, like the settlers, when I see the settlers spreading into the West Bank, when I know that there's members of the government that are sympathetic to the settlers, then I would need to know why I shouldn't view their evil the same as, I don't know, the Americans who participated in Native American slaughter and the Germans who participated in Lebensraum, the conquering of Lebensraum. Like, why should I view them differently? Grassroots says, I'm just gay today, but I have my socks on, so it's fine. Good. Evan says, I'm not even caught up on the past 2 weeks of content, and it's a holiday. Well, based. Evan says, why not do the best content for the last 2 weeks? I don't know what you mean. Bob Smith says, good morning, all. I'm on a 72-hour weekend and have an interview in an hour or so. Got to go refill my coffee beans sometimes after it and recover from responsible alcohol consumption. Well, based, bro. Based. Laugh my fucking ass off. The grassroots memes are hilarious. Yes. We should do a 3-way conservative threesome. Oh my God. Sorry if I'm a little low energy. I am sick. Did you see Fuentes advocating for Groypers to infiltrate Ivy League institutions? Scary, spooky stuff. Not surprised. Not surprised. Although last week he turned into a liberal, so I don't know how scared I should be. McDevin says, does anyone know enough about voting machines to figure out if it's actually an issue that MAGA heads purchased Dominion voting machines? No idea. Sapien Green says, I don't know if this deal will be good for Israel in the long run, considering how many people they had to release to get their hostages released. Guess it depends on who they release. Yeah, but at the same time, I think Israel is just of the attitude, we'll get our dudes back. We'll, wait a few years and we'll come back and kick your ass if it's necessary. Conservative liberalism says the greater Israel's criticism I've heard stem from the fact that Bibi has shown a map of Israel at the UN that had omitted the Palestinian land twice. Also, the foreign ministry posted maps beyond that. Yep. Evan says Paul and Ryan are just bad faith losers who attempt to make logic out of a cult, which you can't. Dang, bro. Grassroots with another 10. Bruh, you are too kind. Too kind. Pay it forward, guys. Grassroots is being too nice this today, being too kind this morning. So like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got him, memberships if you got him. Grassroots has he's already made the stream. The stream is already, more than paid for. So I will sit in this chair and I will suffer for the next 4 to 5 hours. But punches are out. I know. That would have been funny. It would have been funny if Louis Theroux actually was just like, bitch, pow. But anyways, the point is that sorry. Oh, gross. But stop texting me, bro. I'm busy, bro. Somebody shared Gundam onto my main stage. Oh my God, bro. I'm working, bro. There's no war in Ban Sing Se. Yeah. She reminds me of what murder clip, lol. Yeah. Yep. Kyle says she is evil. She wants to turn Israel into a theocratic Jewish state and turn non-Jews into slaves. I mean, and that's from, a Jewish guy. Pretty sure he's Jewish. His name is Kyle, and he wrote his Kyle in Hebrew. Evan says she wants a greater Israel. She loves her little BB. Yep. Every settlement beyond OTS, immediately military usefulness, is an atrocity. Well, right. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying is like, I'm not saying that all Jews, oh, poor girl. She's got an ear infection. So I scratched her ears and she yelled, I'm sorry, baby girl, we'll get you some meds. But what was I thinking? I'm not saying that all Jews or all Israelis support the quote unquote Greater Israel Project, which, by the way, even the Greater Israel maps are substantively smaller than what was promised by God in the Bible. In the Bible, the descendants of Abraham are promised between the Nile and I think the Euphrates. So it's technically between Western Iraq and Eastern Egypt, which is a fuckload of land, right? And includes Saudi Arabia. So I don't think the Jews or Israel are going to be able to conquer Saudi Arabia or Lebanon or Syria or Jordan or whatever. Like I don't think it's possible. However, do I think it's possible that within the next century, over incremental settlement, that they could settle the current West Bank and the current Gaza Strip? Yeah, 100%. Of course I do. If those people are in power long enough, then of course that could happen. Why wouldn't I believe that would happen? I would need somebody to contradict. Somebody would need to tell me why, Why did they manifest destiny? Don't they know he's a sex pest? Just Carpet 563 paid it forward with the Valor Media Network membership. Thank you, King. Subri Keller says, I swear that Manifest Destiny now sounds something crazy to me, like you're summoning Steven. I know the history, but culture is taking over my brain. True. Good morning, North. Good to see you. Paul says, poor Germans didn't have living rooms, so they wanted to take it from poor Eastern Europeans. I know. AK Batasui, is Connor tired this morning? I am sick. I am tired. I am hurting super bad, but I wanted to come hang out with you guys. in spite of my tiredness and sickness. Turi Guiano says, we did pay Mexico for the land. Yeah. But we said, hey, Mexico, sell us the land. And they're like, no. And then we're like, hey, Mexico, sell us the land. And they're like, no. And then we're like, hey, Mexico, sell us the land. And they're like, no. And then we were like, all right, we're going to take it. So now the good news is that if you take a look at an 1840 census, which I have found before, there's only 3,000 Spanish, Mexican settlers in California. And when you think about how big California is and how large its current population is, 3,000 is nothing. So claiming the entire territory of California with 3,000 people is kind of like throwing your jacket onto a chair and being like, this chair is mine in perpetuity. So, yeah. So Mexico, if they really wanted California, if they really wanted Texas, Nevada, and all that kind of stuff, then they shouldn't have just all hung out in Mexico City. Because that's what happened, is all the Mexicans concentrated around Mexican City, and they never colonized the southwestern United States aggressively. Simon Simple says, moving people in and doing nothing about it is what Trump will try to prevent. I think you have more faith than I do. Just Carpet says, saw you in the Wick chat spreading love, Grassroots. Keep crushing it, dude. Yeah, thank you, Grassroots. Thank you for being like a backer of Twitch poll in general. Bam Bambina. We'll start content in a minute. I'm sorry. I'm sick, so I'm kind of vibing, and I'm just like hanging out with you guys. They didn't conquer Russia, though. They tried and failed. Yeah, sure. What did they want to do, though? Justin says, Erudite's gay. Interesting. Officer Nasty says, oh boy, the stream title should be good. We'll see. Jenix says, holy shit, the Jubilee posted yesterday is 1 conservative Christian versus 20 liberal Christians. That's what I need to update it to. Sorry, Erudite. Sorry if you're getting bumped. But I don't want me. I don't know. Should I leave it there? Maybe I should leave Jubilee for tomorrow. I don't know. We'll find out. Death Lily says, Drew constantly falling back on feelings. I don't know. I'll make a decision in a minute. As a matter of fact, fuck it. I'll be vicious. Jubilee. It's going to be a religious day. Progressive verse 20 Christians. I'll change it. Because I don't, you know what? I like Erudite a lot. Okay. So I'm not shit talking Erudite at all. And to a degree, I like Drew because I think Drew is probably swimming around where I'm at politically. However, I think where I get frustrated is it does feel like Erudite is constantly trying to understand everybody, which is not what I'm trying to do. Okay. Listen, I'll try to understand people in a one-on-one conversation, but I'm here for blood. I'm here for psychic damage. I'm here to hurt my own head. Okay. If we want to be friends, we can be friends in real life. We can get beers. We can drink, we can grill, we can shoot guns, we can do all that kind of crap. The internet is not for becoming friends. The internet is for psychic damage. Nor says, I've been thinking about how to purge populism from the Republican Party. If in 2028 we nominate anyone who isn't a populist, then people might retreat back to populism because they win elections. Yeah. Officer Nasty says, did you cover NSC trying to figure out what a conditional hypothetical is on WIC yet or no? No, we haven't covered that. Now you're making me waffle. Now I feel like I need to cover the Erudite thing. That's funny. Christian says, I would super chat to watch Ryan Mcbeth cover Trump Gaza plan instead of NSC versus Drew, but I had to get my card deactivated. Recommend only going to shitty gas stations. Not going to shitty gas stations. I got you. Clearly shocked her, shake my head. Oh my God. All right. No, I'm not shocking my dog. I promise you I'm too lazy to try to keep my dog in the same place for 8 hours. Show us the Warhammer minis. I need to show you the Warhammer minis, but I would need to pull up my Instagram, and I don't know how to pull up my Instagram. I need to do it. Gen X is super chat about Christian and his Ryan Mcbeth plan idea. Fuck. You guys want me to be responsible? Patriarch gifted $10 Media Network memberships. Justin says happy Columbus Day. All right. I guess I got to start with the content. Let's start. Okay. Let's start with Numinax for $50. Jesus Christ. Thank you, King. I parasocially love you guys. Seriously. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So let me change it again to Ryan Mcbeth Gaza plan and then question mark after that. All right. All right. All right. All right. Third vote for Mcbeth from Sacred Snow. Okay, we're doing Mcbeth. Jesus Christ. Good Lord. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to thank everybody already because you guys have been way too kind already. Oh, Ken should be very happy. Okay. Ken is my boss for Valor. And I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to be a little bit mean. We already bring in 90% of the revenue for the channel. Okay. The other guys are posting once a week. They're posting a video about mindfulness. And by the way, like I like their content just fine. But men talking mindfulness, the Gee Dunk show, there's just like random starter YouTube stuff, and a lot of them don't have social media presence at all. And so it's just like a couple of 30 to 50-year-old guys talking about meditation or high achievement or sports or current events or politics. And like every now and then there's one that like pops up to a few thousand views. But realistically, I think part of the problem is that there's so many shows competing on the network that they kind of drag away from each other. And I don't think the marketing has been nailed down. So they're all just kind of like spinning in a circle. Whereas obviously by doing 25 hours a week, I'm pretty consistently branded. I'm always putting something out. And so I think that just wins in the long run. So I need to thank you guys because you are what's allowing me to do this phenomenal job. It's genuinely my dream job. That's why, even though I feel it's a holiday and I'm sick, I feel like I should be just vibing. But I knew I could not abandon my chat. Sacred Snow super chatted. Numinax did a very large super chat. Thank you, King. Seriously, $50 is like, I know that some people make stupid cash, but like to me, that's like, when I used to be a server, I was happy if I got 3 tables in an hour and each one of them tipped between $5 and $10, and I made between $15 and $30 an hour. I was ecstatic. Like I was floating on cloud 9. I was like, I'm rich. I'm making $15 to $30 an hour. I'm a rich man. And then you guys just come out and just blow it away with memberships and super chats. Seriously, thank you. Patriarch gifted 10. Thank you for becoming another Oiler, man. Seriously, it's Anonymous Chatter, Grassroots Hegemon, Christian Valeris. Numinax donates a lot too, but then Patriarch will just like randomly just boom, just throw shit out there. Gen X has been a long-time supporter of the channel. Thank you, Gen X. Seriously, I think you were like one of my first 5 super chats. Thank you, Gen X. Just Carpet 563 got a membership and then paid it forward. Thank you, Just Carpet. And then Grassroots Hegemon gifted 30. One time he gifted 20. One time he gifted 10. Absolutely insane support. Thank you, Grassroots. I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys for your financial support. It really does mean having eyeballs is awesome. Getting ad revenue is awesome. The fact that you guys just like throw cash at the stream makes me ecstatic. So anyways, let's get into some content just because I feel like I should actually do my job. But Darth Panzer, before we do that, says, hey, Connor, how would you feel about the U.S. getting rid of the presidential role and moving towards a prime minister model where the PM had to be elected between both halves of Congress? I don't like European politics. I feel like there's a certain level of uncertainty baked into the cake where as soon as you lose the support of like a coalition government, you have to redo your prime ministerships. And then also what I really, really, really do not want to happen is what happened to like I would want a prime ministership with 8-year term limits. So for instance, like Justin Trudeau being in power for like a decade and a half, fuck that, dude. Fuck that. There's another example of a European country where like I don't hate who was in charge. I forget who it was. But some prime minister was just in charge for like 20 years because he had such a strong coalition that he just kept getting elected back into power over and over and over again. And I think you got to swap out the blood, bro. I don't think you can keep the same cats in power for decades and not have the other side stagnate and like become very upset. Castor Che says, how much do you need a month to live an average life where you are? Realistically, so bear in mind, I'm getting revenue from my Warhammer channel. Okay, so bear that in mind. I also get a little check from the VA. Nothing crazy, but I get a little check from the VA that helps out a lot. And so I do have additional revenue on top of Valor. So I don't want you guys to feel like you have to support my whole life. Okay, you don't. All right. But realistically, taking care of a family of 4 with 2 dogs, with a mortgage, with living in Central Florida in the year of our Lord 2025. Stop. Jesus, Grassroots. Chill out. Pace yourself. Pace yourself, Grassroots. Realistically, I need like 5 to 6 grand a month. So 60 to 80K a year would probably be paying bills and surviving and doing well. Whereas in order to thrive, in order to pay my taxes, pay my bills, and then do side hustle projects, I probably need to make like 100. So surviving is 60, doing well is 80K a year, and surviving is 60K a year, thriving is 80K a year, and then doing all the crazy shit I want to do is going to be 100K. But, you know, we're growing and we have a great chat. Grassroots gifted another 10. Absolutely psychotic. You did not need to do that, brother. We were already cooking. So now I feel like I need to do my job. So let's do our job. So let me pull up Destiny versus Christians. Oh my God. My brain hurts. What is it? Destiny versus Christians. It's recent. I don't know if it's Pangburn. It might be somebody else. Fundamentalist Christian. No, that's not it. It's recent. Was it Pangburn? Destiny streamer. It was recent. It was very recent. It was within the past week. Maga Christians. Might have been Pangburn. I'll check out Pangburn in a second if I don't see it. Huh. Pangburn is not in... I don't know if it's Pangburn, but Pangburn, despite putting out a lot of content, is not hitting the algorithm the way that it needs to. I suppose I need to subscribe in order to do it. Let me check out videos. Destiny versus Beef. That was the the insane Gibbs episode. Anti-Trump Tour Los Angeles. We just checked that one out. Where is it, bro? Does anybody know? Does anybody know where it is? Because there was one. Let me... How else would I do that? Maga Christians versus Destiny streamer. If not, it's going to be... I hope I saved it into my watch later list. All right, let me check out my playlist. I should have it. Does nobody know what the fuck I'm talking about? Playlists. Oh, this is under the Valor Media Network. Let me change it to my Counterpoints 40K channel. Sorry for the lull. I'm just I'm just hurting psychologically. I'm just sick. So I'm being a wussy. Space King. Okay, Space King number 3. Space King Hatemonger versus Women. Valencia Police Academy. Fallout Animation. Soy Pill Betrays Destiny. What the fuck? I don't have it in my watch later. Shit. Let me try searching it. The SEO, I swear to God, it's not pulling it up. Let me try again. Destiny versus MAGA Christians. Why is this not a thing? Why is this not popping up? They're in a comfy, like, living room studio setting. It looks exactly like this. Trump's tariffs are a disaster. It's this same studio. So was it on Destiny? Was it on his own channel? Damn, that sucks if it's not pulling up on his own channel. MAGA confront Destiny live debate. No, we saw that. Hassan, the government shutdown is unhinged. Ezra Klein, Charlie Kirk, Elon Musk. This is not normal. No, this is all old shit. Dude, August is being lazy as fuck, by the way. Damn. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about, and maybe you can help me find it with some keywords. Or maybe you can DM it to me on Discord. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Fung Dark says, I think the fear is that the Trump admin is keenly aware of the thin shielding they need to make any potentially illegal action part of official duty. True. Nah, I will not tolerate the slander. Interesting. Grassroots go harder. We need them to bully Connor. No. Dr. Play Doctor says, morning, my guy. Have you considered watching The Joy of Painting from Bob Ross for a minute to push the darkness away from your mind? No. If anything, I would do painting streams for you guys. Gen X says, oh my God, I don't have a wife and kids and barely survive on 60K. I think I need someone to manage money for me. Yeah, Gen X, you're probably, I mean, you're in the Northeast, I'm in the South, so it's a little bit, it's a little bit cheaper down here than Washington, D.C. or Baltimore or wherever the fuck you are. Recommend not snorting for 5 to 10 minutes. I'm trying to eat over here. Sorry, Christian Blaris, my apologies. Uriel says, I thought you were talking about Jubilee, 20 progressive Christians versus conservative. Well, we might have to do that. We might have to do that because I can't find the Destiny thing. I fucking love Geedunk. Yeah, the Geedunk bros are cool. They're cool for sure. Tristan Clark says it's on Destiny's channel, but I just take a look and it's on Modern Day Debate. Thank you. I knew it was somewhere. I thought it was Pangburn, but I guess it's Modern Day Debate. And apparently they just released a new Blackhawk, which is dope. Here we go. Thank you, whoever that is. I am gonna rewind. I'm gonna increase the video quality, and we are gonna start working, ladies and gentlemen. I am sorry for being such a spaz today, but I am, like I said, I'm hurting. Rookie 11, you are a king amongst men. Thank you for your digital assistance. All right, let me do an intro and get cracking. I'll still respond to chat. You know me. I never stop yapping. With chat. So, hi guys, my name's Connor. Well, I don't even want to do a whole intro with like my personality anymore. I just want to say, hi guys, my name's Connor, and today we're going to be breaking down blah blah blah. But I have the muscle memory, which sucks. So let's try this again. Hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a real Republican. I like breaking down online media, and fuck, I suck today. I'm so tired. I'm so sick. Fuck. All right, one more time. Hi guys, my name's Connor. Welcome to Counterpoints. I'm going to be breaking down Destiny. Stephen Bennell debating 5 Christians on whether or not MAGA is a Christian movement. I myself can believe myself to be. Words are hard today. I am sick. Believe myself to be a real Republican. Let's not dally. Let's go.
That's a great question.
I don't think I believe you, but
And well, you don't believe that I've read the Bible?
I don't know how you can read the Bible and come away with the take that like Christians would kill people coming into their homes or that Jesus would advocate. I don't think this is behavior anyway.
So it is very blatantly against LGBTQ.
A lot of stuff in like
well
Leviticus that we don't follow anymore, right?
Yeah, we don't follow that anymore because we're not Jewish or Muslim. That's why
Yeah, but also Paul was a homophobe too.
Orthodox Jews and Muslims will sometimes stone gay people to death.
My name is Stephen Bonnell. I'm known online as Destiny, and I'm here to debate 7 Trump supporters today. My final prompt for today is that I think that Trump is a bad advocate for Christianity. I think that if you are a Christian, I think that if you care about Christian values, I don't possibly see how you could ever support Donald Trump as president. I don't think he exhibits those values in his personal life, and I definitely don't think he exhibits those values from the office of the presidency, and I don't think he's done anything to further any of those values in the United States of America.
All right. So, by the way, I'm not saying Trump is a perfect president or a holy president.
Listen, guys, I'm just going to share this with pro-Trump people. We deal with plenty of people who are Trump devotion syndrome people. If you think Trump isn't perfect, just keep your criticism short. Be like, yeah, I know Trump's an asshole, but quick, punchy.
But as long as I've been living on this earth, the president that we have was not aligned with biblical traits. In other words, Trump.
Bullshit. George W. Bush Jr. was, I think, a decent, wholesome Christian man. What you can say that George Bush Jr. was an asshole for invading the Middle East and North Africa and getting, thousands or hundreds of thousands of people killed. You can say he's an asshole, but what did George W. Bush do that wasn't Christian? I would be very curious. Fashion 40 renewed their membership for 2 months. Modern Day Politics, check Connor Chill chat. I sent link. Thank you, King. Thank you. Rookie 11 was the first, though. So we shall thank Rookie 11 in perpetuity for his contribution.
He wants to allow Bibles in school. When Bibles was in school, people had more morals. They understand what was going on, what we are battling with in life, which is evil. And same-sex marriage, Trump does not agree with that for multiple reasons. And I agree with that also because according to the scripture, man is with woman, not with man with man. Barack Obama, which is a Democrat, he agrees with same-sex marriage. I believe that a child should have both his parents to be able to see the masculinity side and the feminine side also.
These are things that we can care about. We can push these, I guess, on our local level. I don't know if you need Bibles to be in school necessarily to be Christian. You can go to church, I think, pretty easily. I think that Donald Trump's personal unwillingness or inability to engage with any kind of theology, I think, is pretty pathetic. He didn't have a favorite versus the Old Testament or New Testament. He didn't even have a Bible verse that he could pick that he thought was his favorite. He clearly doesn't go to church, doesn't care about any of it. I think that
he did went to church before.
I'm sure he has gone before, but he clearly is not a religious person. He doesn't care much about religion personally, right?
He gives glory to Christ Jesus. He says
it
very clearly. Yeah, it says it very clearly. He says it right in the campaign. He says, "I give glory to the Lord Jesus Christ." He don't give.
That's the worst way to give it, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but if it's in a whole part of the crowd, and I agree with you, it's a different way that you can give glory to Jesus Christ. Is by the way how you walk and you follow.
Yeah,
right?
I would say the way Trump does it is explicitly in the Bible called out as being an unholy. But that's a bad way to do it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, it's called taking the Lord's name in vain. It's one of the worst things you can do. Malevolent Vet for 2 says, modern day debate channel, also Nurgle's blessings. Jesus Christ, dude, the Nurgle followers are getting me today. Fashion 40 for 5 says, I then sent the link in Connor Chill chat. It was modern day debates. Thank you, guys.
I believe that as a Christian, not just you.
Gen X, bro, I'm in Louisiana. Gen X, if you can't survive as a single individual making 60 grand a year in Louisiana, yeah, you're tripping. You're tripping. Are you in Baton Rouge? Are you drinking every single night? Is every single meal DoorDash? Because you are consuming double what is necessary to survive. Like I would say a single individual can survive. Well, bear in mind, inflation is terrible right now, but I think a single individual, bear in mind, I was able to survive off of like $25K a year when I was putting myself through college. So it was tough, but I did it, right? So if I was able to survive off of 25K, inflation's been pretty bad. So let's bump that up to 30 to 35 for like a single individual. If you're getting paid 60 and you are broke, yeah, we need to take a look at your bills. What do you drive? Are you driving a Mercedes? You driving a BMW? What it's they do the numbers, right? A BMW 5 Series? What are you driving? What are you eating? Good Lord.
Claiming I give glory to Jesus Christ, you also follow it too, which Trump do have cons within. But when it come down to as a president, I lean more on him with the biblical traits. In fact, Bibles was removed by an unbeliever woman. She, and in fact, I wouldn't doubt she was a feminist, but she, and by the way, she was close to the Democratic Party. So the Democratic Party was right with her, agreeing to remove Bibles from schools, which is,
Do you think Bibles in schools is like the most important or one of the most important topics for Christians in the United States?
yes, of course. But you don't have to be a Christian to read the Bible. The Bible, realize to tell you, as a Christian, the Bible does not save you. It's Christ Jesus who saves you. You can read the Bible and still go to hell. The Bible is an instruction to how to follow the life of Christ and not to follow the life of your flesh, because your flesh have these evil desires that, none of us can really understand.
How would you be able to tell if it was the devil or a demon that was pretending to like Christ in order to curry favor with people rather than somebody who actually did?
Are you putting Trump as a devil or
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So for a man that doesn't know anything about the Bible, can't
Yeah.
give you a favorite verse from the Bible, lives in one of the most unholy ways that he possibly could
Yeah.
in terms of his lifestyle, but then comes out and says, well, maybe I'll try to put Bibles back in school.
Yeah.
Doesn't it not seem more like a satanic figure than a...
Nah, satanic figures actually would more move away from having Bibles in school. In fact, they probably would go more of saying, hey, it's okay to talk about same-sex marriage in schools, to have...
Yeah, Officer Nasty says, swap Trump with Destiny in his opening statement, and that's most of the haters' arguments. Bro, like, I was just thinking that. I'm not trying to be too much of a hater. I'm not trying to be too mean or whatever, but when he's like, he lives in one of the most anti-biblical ways, it's like, yeah, motherfucker, don't you? Now, that has nothing to do, right? That has nothing to do with what Trump does, right? But I think hearing it come from Steven is a little weird. So let me go ahead and draw this. Let me draw. If I don't worry, after the 20th, I'll buy my Bob Ross wig. I'll put it on stream at least once, at least once per stream. I'll put on my Bob Ross wig. So hold up. So there's the Old Testament. There's the New Testament. There's Jesus, the dude. Excuse me. And then there's Jesus. And then there's you. And I think this is one of the things that frustrates the shit out of me personally. Honestly, like this genuinely frustrates the fuck out of me about religion. So let me plus equals, well, actually, hold on, let's get rid of those two. Let's put it. Sorry, I'm not talking as much. Heaven question mark. Okay. So what's frustrating about Christianity in general is that there's the Old Testament. And if I had to understand the Old Testament has a lot of like classic bangers in it, Old Testament is, I think it's still the Torah. I don't know how much of the Torah and the Old Testament overlap. I don't know if it's actually just a 1-to-1 or if it's like a 90% thing or an 80% thing. But the Old Testament, I've been told, is effectively the Torah. And so it's the history of the Jewish people in the Middle East and North Africa prior to Jesus's arrival. And so it's Genesis, and it's Noah, and it's Abraham, and it's Moses, and it's Solomon. Well, I mean, I guess David, and then Solomon, and then it's the Babylonian exile, and then it's the prophets, and there's like some prophets who are talking about like the future doom of Israel and all that kind of stuff. And then it kind of ends, I think, with the future doom of Israel after Israel has been restored. Excuse me. after the Babylonian exile. But then there's the New Testament, and the New Testament is Jesus. And so Jesus says that he's not here to destroy the old law, he's here to fulfill it. But he does say some shit that, in my opinion, is kind of contradictory, because the Old Testament actually does have some of that Middle Eastern, North African eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth morality, where if somebody fucks your shit up, you can fuck them up. You know, like when Israel's getting conquered, they're not conquering the land of Canaan through turning the other cheek. They're conquering Canaan through swords and killing people and spies and military conquest. So the Old Testament is actually like pretty stinking hardcore. And what's interesting is the Ten Commandments come out. They drop during Moses's expedition through the desert. And what's crazy is you get "thou shalt not murder," but then you also immediately get the conquest of Canaan. So it's pretty clear that it's not "thou shalt not kill," like a lot of people have interpreted it to be. It's "thou shalt not murder," because almost immediately Israel goes on to conquer the land of Canaan. And so, anyways, the point is that like there's actually a series of contradictory moral arguments in here. But then what a lot of people, especially Christians, argue is that since Christ fulfilled the messianic prophecy of Judaism, then the Old Testament, the Old Covenant, is broken chronologically, and the New Testament is what you should pay attention to. And so Jesus does all that, you know, if somebody asks you for your shirt, then give them your jacket. If they ask you for food, give them everything you have. The rich, it'll be harder for the rich to get to heaven than it is for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. There's a lot of like pretty revolutionary, pro-humility, pro-stranger, pro-love, turn the other cheek shit in the New Testament. And by the way, I think the New Testament's based. I think that it actually has like a lot of really good moral insights. And then there's whether or not you believe in the divinity of Christ. Because in my opinion, what's frustrating about Christianity is you could analyze the Old Testament as a historical, pseudo-spiritual, pseudo-religious book. You could understand the New Testament and try to live the teachings of Christ as much as possible. But then Christ is kind of a jerk, in my opinion, in that he says that the only way to get to heaven is through him. So it's not sufficient in order to simply read the New Testament and the Old Testament and kind of be like, yeah, I fuck with that. That's cool. I'm going to live my life in this, way just because I think there's some cool moral messages here. That's not sufficient. You actually have to believe in the divinity of Christ. And that's where I get a little frustrated, because I'm like, well, I'm living a good life. I'm trying to follow moral teachings as much as possible. But you're saying I have to believe in the divinity of Christ in order to get to heaven? Well, what if I just think Jesus was like a super cool dude who was around during a weird time and he had badass moral messaging, but besides that, I'm not willing to believe? And if you ask Christians who take like their faith super seriously, what's going to happen to me because I don't believe in the divinity of Christ, it doesn't matter if I try to live my life in reference to the Old Testament and the New Testament. I'm still either going to hell or purgatory. So that's me, destined for hell or purgatory. Very frustrating. Salvation is a pain in the ass. Excuse me.
Gay books and stuff like that and teach young.
Oh, sorry, real quick. I need to point something else out. So, pictures, salvation is a pain in the ass. Okay, so here's what frustrates me about this guy. Is there's a shitload of moral messaging in the Old Testament. There's a shitload of moral messaging in the New Testament. And if you want to be Christ-like, there are so many things you need to do. You need to turn the other cheek. You need to be humble. You need to tithe. You need to be loyal. You need to take care of your community. You need to take care of your family. You need to follow the Old Testament. You need to follow the 10 Commandments as if your salvation depends on it, because your salvation does depend on it. So Let's just take a look at the 10 Commandments real quick. Sorry. Because this genuinely fucking pisses me off. Sorry for cussing so much in a religious segment, but 10 Commandments. So, you shall have no other gods before me. I don't think Trump believes in the actual Abrahamic God. And not only that, I'm pretty sure he puts himself before everything. You shall not make idols. Trump's entire existence is making graven idols. His life is gilded in gold, in symbols, in worshiping things besides God. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. We've discussed this previously. I was raised to believe that taking the Lord's name in vain was saying God when as a swear word and saying God damn it. That kind of is taking the Lord's name in vain, but that's not the worst kind of taking the Lord's name in vain. Taking the Lord's name in vain, that's worse, is cloaking yourself in the righteousness of religion while actually pursuing your own ends, evil ends, mundane ends. And so Trump is extremely guilty of that. Remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. I don't know how many times Donald Trump's been to church, but I'm assuming it's less than 100. And I'm pretty sure I've been to, church like 1,000 times on the Sabbath. Honor your father and your mother. I have no idea what his relationship are with his parents, but he's such a piece of shit. I doubt it's good. You shall not murder. Well, I would argue that Donald Trump has killed tens of thousands of innocents through stupidity. You shall not commit adultery. That is one of Donald Trump's most that's his hobby. His most favorite thing to do in the world is adultery. You shall not steal. Dude, this guy has made a living by grifting and stealing shit from people. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. This motherfucker lies as easily as he breathes. You shall not covet. The way Donald Trump lives his life is the most covetous way that you could possibly live. So out of 10 commandments from the Abrahamic God, not only does Donald Trump violate all 10, he egregiously violates all 10. There's not a Christian bone in this motherfucker's body. Holy shit. So the fact that this motherfucker is like, oh, well, there's like 2 or 3 passages about being gay in the Bible, and Donald Trump is willing to put Bibles back in school and do anti-gay legislation. Therefore, Donald Trump is a Christian. This guy, I'm going to have to ableist slur, okay? I will avoid an ableist slur today in order to make Ken happy, but this dude's a fucking ableist slur, all right?
Children, that would be more satanic in my opinion. I say
So
more.
could Donald Trump do anything in his personal life that would make you take a second guess as to, I guess, like how good of a Christian leader he is?
Wait, are you saying? Wait, repeat your question again. Sure.
Is there anything that Donald Trump could do personally in his life that would make you doubt him as like a Christian leader, I guess?
I mean, there's multiple things I doubt him as a Christian leader. I don't believe he's a Christian leader at all. In fact, I'm not gonna. I believe we all have struggles within our walk, but if it's a consistent thing, there have to be some errors that need to be fixed. And his walk he's not walking rightly into the Lord, but compared to how he was at his youngest age, there was some growth that we have seen from him saying some explicit things. I'm not going to say what he said, but to now being more professional with the things he's saying.
I'm curious, when Christians are talking about how to run the government and how to do the United States, like what it should look like ideally, do Christians ever speak about their religion in a way that's restraining or in a way that like makes their life more difficult? Or is it always spoken of in a politically or environmentally advantageous thing?
I mean, when you read scripture, there's political things within scripture, and that goes to Moses.
No, but I'm asking, like, do Christians ever talk about, in terms of politics, where they bring out the Bible and they say something like, this is really rough, but like the Bible commands us to do this? Because I feel like every time I hear Christians bring up scripture, it's always to weaponize it for something they already agree with.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, so there's certain things within scripture. It does speaks about the law of the land, that things we should follow. Now, the scriptures itself, obviously, if it's something sinful that the law is telling us to do, we don't follow that. We follow what the Holy God commands.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just asking, is there anything that publicly Christians bring up in a way that the law restrains?
Gen X is Baton Rouge, not drinking. I survive, but I waste a ton of money. Like I don't care about money at all. Okay, number one, okay, Gen X. I think we're close to the same age. if you have extraneous income and you don't plan on having kids, then what you need to do is you need to defeat your worst impulses by having the money taken away from you before you have access to it. And what I mean by that is if your company, government position, whoever you work for, if they have a matching 401k, you need to max your 401k. All right. That's your retirement account. And by the way, Social Security is not going to carry you through the last 20 or 30 years of your life. I know that you were previously a substance user, and as a result, you probably did not think that you were going to live this far. But 60-year-old or 70-year-old Gen X will be thanking 40-year-old Gen X / 40-year-old Connor for this advice. Max out your 401k, max out your retirement savings, because when you have a matching 401k, basically like you put in a certain amount of money, your company puts in a certain amount of money. That's the bare minimum you should be doing right now, right? Now, let's say that you do that and that takes like 5 to 10K off of your income. And let's say another 5 to 10K comes off of your income. Therefore, you're taking home $40,000 to $50,000, right? So if you're taking home $40,000 to $50,000, divide that up on a monthly basis. Calculator. This should be cash. So this is after taxes. So let's just say 45,000. Divide by 12. 3750 per month, divide by 2, that's 1900 every 2 weeks, which is a moderate amount, right? Like I'm not saying like you're rich, okay? But if you're spending like, I don't know, man, I think you should be spending like, maybe if it's just you and you're not paying for like a partner or whatever, you should maybe be spending like $1,000 a month on food maximum. And I mean, like, my wife and I, for a family of 4, we probably spend $1,600 in order to feed a family of 4. And that is doing takeout like once every 2 weeks. Because basically like we get paid and we're like, fuck yeah, let's do takeout. So we do takeout on the day that we get paid. And then after that, we try to grocery shop. So if we're spending $1,600 for 4 people, 2 of them are kids though. So realistically it's 3 people. If we're doing $1,600 for 3 people, you should be able to spend like $500 to $700 on groceries. And then you should still be able to spend like $300 a month on going out and having fun. And let's just say that like takeout is like $50, $50 per time. And that's going out 6 times a month. If you're going on dates and hanging out with your partner and, you want to go drinking one night or you want to go try a new sushi joint or something like that, going out like 6 times per month, that should be reasonable. I mean, you got to think that's like going out once a week and then going out another 2 times on top of that. So that's where I'm saying, like, in this day and age, especially with food, it's so easy to blast through cash. But you need to take care of your future self. You need to.
Change their behavior where they wish it wouldn't be, or in a way that the law compels them to do something, scripture, in a way that they wouldn't already want to do it. So, for example, why have I never heard a Christian say something like, illegal immigrants broke the law and they're doing, some of these people might be bad, but we're commanded by God to treat them with kindness and respect. Instead, I hear all the Christians clapping for alligator Alcatraz. Or when I hear about, how we treat people
True. There's nothing Christian about alligator Alcatraz.
On welfare, that we need to remove all of them, or that they're lazy or stupid or whatever. Why don't I ever hear Christians bring up the Bible here and say we're supposed to take care of our...
Yeah. Okay, cool. So as I'm a believer, of course, take care of those who do need help. But there's multiple people that are on welfare and that are on food stamps do not need it. Instead, they are lazy. They do have lazy people that simply relies on that EBT or cash aid, whatever you like to call it. They do rely on that. They don't need those type of benefits. So as a believer, me seeing that, I find that as just selfish. I just feel like there's other people out there that actually do need it, that needs to get somewhere. Like they need to have the body ID, they need to get social security cards to be able to get a job, to have transportation.
Don't you think that the way that they talk about these things makes it seem like they're a little bit more gleeful than they should be?
Yeah, of course. I believe that the way how people deliver the message, they can deliver it way much better than being like, hey, like these people are just say all type of evil name callers to them. I don't agree with that. But like immigrants, for example, immigrants do need to go back to their own country if they're not, if the government doesn't
What? Sorry. What biblical passage is that from?
know nothing about them. They do need to go back to their country because that's technically like they could be a terrorist, they could be a drug lord. We don't know nothing about them.
Do you think, I'm just curious, if Jesus was alive today, do you think he would vote Republican?
That's a great question. Honestly, I wouldn't think he would even be a part of being a part of the political things in now this generation. I believe he may look at it as corrupt.
And I have little respect for people who have a very strong opinion about religion, but then they try to divorce it all the time from politics. I don't think that's possible.
Yeah.
I think that your religion has to inform the way that you approach politics. And I guess I just find it's very strange if you read scripture, especially the Gospels, and you follow the life of Jesus. I don't find all of these anti-immigration, anti-welfare, pro-wealth, pro-low taxation takes. It seems like he tends to go more, I don't want to say the hippie direction, but in a direction that is quite far removed from the Republican Party today.
In the scriptures itself, it does speaks about how there was a land for the Jews and there was a land for the Greeks and stuff like that. That is a real thing. And probably
Dude, but like imagine this is another thing where I get fucking pissed off. Imagine basing your prescription for nation states off of like the biblical commandments of the Old Testament. Like, especially as like a Black American, dude. I have to assume that this is a Black American. In order for this motherfucker, sorry for using profane language, but like in order for this motherfucker to live in the United States, we had to violate so many conceptions of nation state that it's crazy. And by the way, I just Googled this the other day. Nation is supposed to be like the people, okay? And then state is supposed to be the government. And so when you're talking about a nation state, you're talking about like the combination, synthesized conception of people in their government. And the only way that this dude is in the United States is because Europeans created a trade triangle between Africa, the Americas, and Europe, where they sailed down to Africa. They purchased a bunch of slaves who were conquered in West African wars. They took those slaves, they shipped them to the Americas, where they became chattel slaves in sugar and cotton in the North and sugar in the Caribbean, where they were like worked to fucking death, where like seriously 30 to 40% of the people who were transported between Africa and the New World and who worked in like sugar and cotton and all that kind of stuff. Seriously, like a third of those people don't exist anymore. Maybe half in some regards. Like sugar was notoriously terrible for the slaves that they had, where they killed like 80% on a rotational basis of the people that they had through overwork. And so as a result, over time where people were like, hey, this is kind of fucked up. Like, we understand, at this time that these people are racially, ethno-religiously different than us. So we don't think they're the same as us, but it's still pretty fucked up that we buy them from warlords. We ship them across the ocean. They die in the boats from, dysentery and disease. And then we, bring them to the New World and then we work them to death. This is pretty fucked up. We should probably stop this. And then he gets emancipated. And now he's representative, sorry for being very blunt about this, but he's representative of 13% of the American population. And he's like, oh yeah, well, God decreed that the Greeks and the Israelites should be separate nations. Fuck you, bro. Like if we followed this logic, then you shouldn't be a part of the United States. Like, obviously, you're willing to give yourself an exception for why you belong to the United States, which is you're making an exception to the nation state rule that it has to be a people and a government. You became part of the people through a modern conceptualization of the nation state. So why the fuck are you going to the Bible for this? This is where like scripture literalists piss me off, because literalists will desperately cling to a fraction of the Bible to justify whatever their pet project is, and they will ignore 95% of the Bible. So fucking annoying.
To this day.
All right. All right. Thanks.
Okay. Well, the idea about
Hopefully this dude's a little bit smarter.
These welfare notions and what the Bible says, it does say in the Bible, like, you don't work, you don't eat. So
True.
right there, and but a lot of this stuff about, is Trump a good Christian leader?
Where does it say if you don't work, you don't eat?
Yeah, don't work, you don't eat. I don't remember the exact script.
I remember this one, so I actually want to look it up because this is part of what my parents raised me with. You don't work, you don't eat Bible verse. The biblical verse, the one who is unwilling to work shall not eat, is found in 2 Thessalonians 3:10. In this passage, the Apostle Paul gives his command to the church in Thessalonica to address specific members who were living undisciplined lives and were a burden to others by refusing to work. The verse is generally interpreted as a specific instruction for a particular context rather than a universal rule for all times. I understand that. But Genesis 3:19 also says, by the sweat of your face you shall not eat bread. Wait, by the sweat of your face you shall eat bread till you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken, for you are dust, and to the dust you shall return. This verse for the creation narrative establishes that work and effort are inherently linked to obtaining sustenance. Okay. Proverbs 20:24 says, the sluggard will not plow by reason of the cold, therefore shall he beg and harvest and have nothing. This proverb illustrates the consequences of laziness, where excuses for not working lead to a lack of food at harvest time. There's another one too. There's another one too where it's a parable, and I don't remember if it's a secular parable or if it's a biblical parable, but it basically talks about like the ant and the grasshopper. Grasshopper story. Moral. Yeah, I think it's where the moral of the ant and the grasshopper is it's important to work hard and prepare for the future, as idleness can lead to hardship. The story teaches that there's a time for work and a time for play, and that planning ahead is crucial for success and resilience. So yeah, I mean, like this is an incredibly... It's Aesop, so I'm assuming this is like what, medieval? When did Aesop live? Oh shit, is he Greek? Oh my god. Aesop lived 620 before the Common Era. Holy shit. I was way off. I thought he was European. But apparently Aesop, the ant and the grasshopper. Holy shit. That's crazy. This story is 2,500 years old. Oh, let's read this, though. The Ant and the Grasshopper, alternatively titled The Grasshopper and the Ant or Ants, is one of Aesop's fables, number 373 in the Perry Index. The fable describes how a hungry grasshopper begs for food from an ant when winter comes and is refused. The situation sums up moral lessons about the virtues of hard work and planning for the future. Even in classical times, however, the advice was mistrusted by some, and an alternative story represented the ant's industry as mean and self-serving. Jean de La Fontaine, delicately ironic retelling in French, later widened the debate to cover the themes of compassion and charity. Since the 18th century, the grasshopper has been seen as the type of the artist, and the question of the place of culture in society has also been included. Argument over the fable's ambivalent meaning has generally been conducted through adaptation or reinterpretation of the fable in literature and art. Interesting. Anyways, so the idea that if you don't work, you don't eat is at minimum 2,600 years old. And realistically, let's be real, it's probably an evolutionary idea as old as humanity itself.
Scripture, because it's hard for me to remember the names and the numbers.
Sure, that's fine. I feel like I remember Jesus showing up in front
Thessalonians.
of a whole crowd of people with like 5 loaves of bread and 4 fish. And
Yeah, that was a very specific miracle. And then what happened was the people started following him because he was giving them food. And that...
So
Thank you, man. Thank you. So the point is, it's like...
What was the book? Okay. So Old Testament? New
No,
Testament? Thessalonians,
yeah.
New Testament? Okay.
But to clarify, like, are you...
Thessalonians is new. It's a letter from Paul.
He's saying Trump is like a spiritual leader or a leader that is Christian.
I don't think the entire MAGA movement conducts itself in a Christian way. I don't think Trump is a Christian leader, but I don't think the movement in its entirety conducts itself in a very Christian way.
Well, what about all the Christians that voted for Trump and approve of his work?
I would say they're acting in a non-Christian way when they
So
do
the
that.
majority of them, like,
Yes.
because a lot of them, you
Yes.
think that?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I would have to just disagree with you. Like, you'd have to just start reading the Bible for yourself instead of just assuming what's in it and what Jesus would do.
Like, I
and
feel like
wouldn't the
I've
right
read
way
it-
to
I
be
think-
consult the
I
text
understand.
and
I feel like
see
I've read a
what
fair amount of
Jesus
the,
said.
I've read a fair amount of the Bible. I feel pretty confident in what it is, and
I didn't even know the scripture that I shared.
I don't remember where Thessalonians came from.
Oh, it's the group. They were
No, which if it was in the New or Old Testament. I don't know if all the books
Oh,
remember.
okay. But yeah, the thing is, the Christian people, they approve him what he's doing. And yeah, about the immigrants coming, there are approved ports of entry. There's legal methods for someone that wants to come into this country. Them just breaking in, and that's not, you can't say, oh, you're not Christian if you don't like illegal immigrants coming in, because for you, think of it, instead of thinking about as a country, what if they were breaking into your house?
House is not a country. That's
Watch, no,
totally
no,
different
it's a
thing.
micro example.
No,
What
it's
I'm
not
going
a
to use,
micro example.
I'm going to
It's
use a
totally
micro
not even
example.
remotely.
Okay.
It's just Avius says the biggest issue I have with Christianity is that some scumbag can live a horrible life, do untold damage, and get into heaven just by belief. Well, it's just Avi. That's so. There's this beautiful story that I got told when I was a kid, and I loved it. I thought it was a great story. So again, bear in mind, guys, I'm not a religious literalist. Okay, I'm not a religious literalist. So it was like a story of like candles. Okay. And there was the candle that, what is it? Let's put it here because he's the bad example. And here's the good example. Okay. Because the whole concept is that you are the light to the world. Christ is the light to the world. And I'm not, again, bear in mind, I'm not a literalist. So all the secular fucking people can not freak the fuck out. That would be fantastic. All right. So the whole point, how would I draw? I want to draw a flame. I don't know if I'll be able to do a flame very well, but I'll try. Okay. So sure, that's close enough. Okay, so the flame is conceptualized as like the light of God, the enlightenment of God. And so flame can be passed from person to person. Like that's how you're supposed to conceptualize it. And so within Christian society, you are supposed to, as a God-fearing and religious and devout person, excuse me, you are supposed to take your flame and you are supposed to pass it on to like the next person, right? That's what you're supposed to do. And so by living in a Christ-like way, telling the truth, excuse me. Why am I hurting so bad, man? I swear to God, like my brain is functioning fine, but my lungs and my voice hurt so bad. And so, but the flame is a voluntary choice. Okay. So choosing to believe that there's no God but God and Muhammad is his messenger, peace be upon him. I'm kidding. But putting no gods before God. Telling the truth, honoring your father and your mother, taking care of your community, being honest in your dealings, not lying, not being covetous. I'm trying to think of what else is like a Christian conception, but like turning the other cheek, being charitable, tithing. All these things are ideas that like you have to voluntarily choose. Okay. And so the goal of living a Christian life is to inspire others to want to be like you, because they go, dang, that Connor guy, him and his wife love each other and his kids are so healthy and happy. And, he seems to not be really scared of, life or death, or, he seems to have a really good life. What is he doing that he's correct? And so as a result of living a good life, since people are inspired by your example, they wonder what you're doing that's correct. And when they ask you what you're doing that's correct, you tell them, oh, like I'm a Christian and I believe in God and I believe in this moral messaging. That's like proselytization. That's like evangelization, even if that's a word. I don't know if that's a word. But evangelizing is supposed to be you're living such a good Christian life that you can spread the fire and light of Christ, right? So you can inspire other people and they can live Christian lives. And imagine the wick, the candle is a human life. Well, what can happen is people can burn, they can only have like towards the end of their lives, maybe they lived in a fucked up circumstance, right? Maybe they were abused as kids. Maybe they rejected God for whatever reason. Maybe they thought that being biblical or being scriptural was cringe. Maybe they thought being Christian was cringe. And so as a result, they're pieces of shit their entire life, right? That's very common. But then they're like, oh, damn, I'm getting towards the end of my life and I'm, wondering what's on the other side. I want to live a just life. I want to be a good person. And so as a result, they have way less to give. But God, conceptually, of course, bear in mind, I'm not a literalist. God will take whatever you give. So if you come to the light late in life, God's not going to judge you for coming to the light. He wants you to come to the light. He wants you to live a good life. He wants you to be a beacon of warmth and love and turning the other cheek and loving people and being generous and taking care of the poor and all that kind of stuff. God will take you at any time in any condition. That's the idea. Now, it's just Avi. I think where you get frustrated, and I get frustrated as well, is there's of the candles. I don't even think this is a biblical parable. I think this is something that I heard in church one time, and I like the conceptualization. So, candle parable. So I agree with you, because what a lot of other douchebags do is they live selfish and shitty lives. Then they get scared of dying. And then they're like, whoa, let me go ahead and be a good person for the last little bit of my life, just in case there is a God. That way, if I get judged, I'm a good person. There's plenty of douchebags who do that too. So I understand your frustration. But I think that the original conceptualization of spreading light is beautiful.
Okay,
To the
to
same
show a
thing.
bigger example.
No,
okay.
it's not even remotely close to the same.
No, I'm putting it right in your face.
Okay.
Say there's people, they break it into your house.
Mm-hmm.
They want to sleep in your bed.
Yep.
You can't be there. They're there.
Okay.
You can't wear your clothes. They're going to take your clothes.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go get something to eat. Guess what? They already got into your fridge. You can't kick your feet up on the table and watch TV because there's already someone there.
Okay.
Right? Now, at some point, you're either going to call the police or shoot them. Okay, now what point are you? It's like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't, murder them. But as a Christian, what would a Christian person do with someone breaking into their house, stealing their stuff?
So, do you think that somebody should be able to buy your living room?
Excuse me?
Should somebody be able to buy your living room?
Should someone be
Just
able to
your
buy
living
my
Yeah.
living room?
Yeah. You say, I don't want to sell it. Like,
of
no,
course.
they're fine.
If I have it for sale,
No,
and
if
they've
you don't
got the
have it
money,
for sale, they just come in and they're like, I'm gonna spend $10,000. I'm gonna buy your living room, and you can't.
Well,
go in
it would be
anymore.
up to me, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying no.
It
What
wouldn't
if it's
be
not,
up
if
to
they
the
could force
person
it?
breaking
I'm
into
saying, could
my
they
house.
force you to sell your living room to them, just your living room?
Well, I would say that I would be against that. If
Okay.
they didn't have the money,
That's fair. Yeah,
I
I think
didn't
that's
choose it,
sure.
just like what's going on
That's
now
fair,
with
yeah.
the illegal immigrants
That's fair.
showing up.
But in a neighborhood-
to
in a
say-
neighborhood, somebody can
to say they're
buy-
not,
in a
someone is not a
neighborhood-
Christian
Yeah, I understand.
because they don't want someone breaking into their house.
So in a
I think
neighborhood,
you're wrong on
yeah,
that.
I understand. In a neighborhood, people can buy homes, right?
Yeah, sure.
And they're allowed to buy a home, even if you don't like the person, because buying a house is different than buying your living room. Just like moving into a neighborhood is different than moving into your
Yeah,
house.
but
and
the
going into a
legal
country is
immigrants
different than
aren't
going into
buying
someone's house.
houses. They're not showing up with money.
I'm just saying,
I mean, I think they're literally buying houses in some cases. Like, I think they're finding citizen family members, and they're financially contributing to buying houses. So I don't even think this is literally true.
it's not analogous,
and,
right?
Anything else, a good credit. They're showing up just like taking it. And that's
I don't
totally
think they
opposite.
show up- I don't
than,
think they
like,
just
what
show up and
Jesus
just
teaches about
take it.
helping people.
Yeah.
Because what else does it say? If you give a man a fish, what happens? You feed him for 1 day. But what happens if you
Evan says, don't do economics talk if you're gonna, otherwise you're gonna make me leave my job early so I can start explaining VAT taxes.
teach a man to fish? You feed him for the rest of his life, right? So right here, it's like, because you're not actually reading the Bible, like assuming what's in it.
Yeah, conservative liberalism says maxing out my 401k is a pipe dream. I'd like to up my contribution when I get my car paid off, though. Listen, guys, I'm a total hypocrite. Okay, I'm a total hypocrite when it comes to finance. So do not like bear in mind, I'm giving you the advice that my parents gave me that I know is successful. Okay, my parents, they've paid off. They bought a house. They paid it off. They bought a house. They paid it off. They bought a house. They paid it off. Okay. So as a result, over the course of 3 decades of white collar work, they've amassed around like $1 million in real estate value, which I know is not a lot these days, but shit, it's more than I have. And then they also have enough that they could retire, which I think is impressive, especially considering all the economic knocks that we've had in the past 2 decades. So my parents followed the advice that they gave me. They have a good life as a result. However, bear in mind, I'm a fucking idiot. All right. Instead of working a stable job and paying my bills and maxing out my 401k with some company and working for 40 years, instead, what I did is I looked at life as a giant experience and I couldn't take it with me. So I went and I did 4 years of the Marine Corps. I got sick of that. I got out and I got my 4-year degree. I got sick of that. I became a cop and I did that for 4 years. I got sick of that. I went and I did insurance and construction administration for 4 years. I got sick of that. Then I moved into my dream job and I'm now in my dream job, but it's effectively an entrepreneurial adventure. Okay. So if you guys disappear, if I have a stroke and die randomly, which is actually quite possible considering the amount of psychic damage that we take every single day. If I have a stroke on stream and I lose my ability to talk, my family's fucked. Okay. My wife can sell the house and then she can go have a good life, live it in an apartment, but my family's fucked. Whereas if I continue and I have 150 beautiful souls who are willing to watch my content every single day, and that increases over time, then I can have quite a lucrative life. So I'm actually taking a really pretty substantive, like short-term risk in the hopes of a long-term payoff. So while I'm giving you like the normie, max out your 401k advice, don't eat takeout all the time, pay your bills, think about your future self, all that kind of stuff, bear in mind, if you throw some financial criticism my way, I'm probably going to say, yes, I'm a dumbass. And yes, I'm a hypocritical piece of shit. So just keep that in mind while we're throwing financial advice around to each other.
It's like you're kind of failing.
Have you read a single one of the Gospels?
Yeah, I read the Bible. I've been reading it since I was like 4 years old, but I just have trouble remembering the names and the numbers because it overlaps. Like what Jesus said was from the Old Testament, and then after Jesus' time, the people, they're continuing that.
Okay, I don't think.
Hi, Northern Angler. Good to see you.
I believe you, but
In what way? You don't believe that I've read the Bible?
I don't know how you can read the Bible and come away with the take that like Christians would kill people coming into their homes or that Jesus would advocate. I don't think this is behavior anywhere.
You think you just let them do it?
Of
course, helping people's one thing. Allowing people to steal from you is not, because stealing, that's a sin.
Sure. But
Okay. This is where I genuinely, I'm of split minds on this. If we look at Christendom, the land of Christ, like European medieval Christian society, then of course Christians have done all sorts of, like, they've always had law enforcement. They've always had armies. They've always had militaries. They've always enforced some degree of social order through violence. But if you look at the turn the other cheek Bible verse, if you look at this one and you come away with it, looking at the world any different, this is like probably one of Christ's most famous passages, which is, you have heard it said that an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, but I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If anyone slaps you on the right cheek, and turn them the other cheek also. And if anyone wants to sue you and take your shirt, hand over your cloak as well. Like, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven, for it is the same they persecuted the prophets who were before you. You are the salt of the earth, but if the salt loses its saltiness, how can it be made salty again? It is no longer good for anything except to be thrown out and trampled underfoot. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. This actually goes back to my candle metaphor. In the same way, let your light shine before others, that they might see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law of the prophets. I do not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. Therefore, anyone who sets aside one of the least of these commands and teaches others accordingly will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever practices and teaches these commands will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you that unless your righteousness surpasses that of the Pharisees and the teachers of the law, you will certainly not enter the kingdom of heaven. You have heard it said to people long ago, you shall not murder, and anyone who murders will be subject to judgment. But I tell you that anyone who is angry with a brother or sister will be subject to judgment. Again, anyone who says to a brother, Raka, is answerable to the court, and anyone who says, you fool, will be in danger of the fire of hell. Do you understand this? Like, do you understand, like, wrath is a sin, not just murder. Okay, this is how like radical Jesus is in his pacifistic teachings. Up here, he's saying like there will be divine justice. Okay, that's what he's saying. He's saying if you are fucked over in life, God will make it good in the end when it comes to judging you at death. Then when it comes to like whether or not you should hide the gifts of your moral teachings, he says, no, fuck that. Show your gifts and suffer. And then here's like some pretty extreme shit, in my opinion. When it comes to murder, like killing somebody is not only is killing someone bad, experiencing the emotion of wrath or insulting people is a sin. When it comes to adultery, looking and lusting after other people is a sin. Like adultery is considered any sex outside of committed marriage. Oaths is anybody who breaks your oaths. Eye for an eye, like you're supposed to turn your other cheek. Love your enemies. This is probably one of the most important ones. You have heard it said, love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be children of your Father in heaven. He causes his sun to rise on the evil and the good and sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteous. If you love those who love you, what reward will you get? And are not even tax collectors doing that? And if you greet only your own people, what are you doing to others? Do not even pagans do that? Be perfect, therefore, as your heavenly Father is perfect. It's literally ordering you. Christ is ordering Christians to love people who hate them. That's part of the reason why it was so shocking to have Erica Kirk go up on stage and say, hey, you know, like Charlie's gone. It's fucked up. You know, my heart's broken. I'm a mess. But, you know, Christ commands me to love people. And you know what? I love and forgive my husband's assassin. That is, even if it's done in vain, like she doesn't truly believe that or truly feel that, that is a Christian conception. Trump getting up immediately after her and saying, you know what, Charlie said, love your enemies. And, you know, I respect him for that, but I feel different. I fucking hate my enemies and I hope they suffer. That's like the most anti-Christian shit that you could possibly say at a funeral. Now, is it funny? Yeah. Could it be admitting like a certain degree of character flaw? Yeah. But the problem is that Trump doesn't recognize his character flaws and then try to become a better person. Trump revels in his character flaws. That's why he's such a piece of shit. That's why anybody who was raised in the Christian church looking at Christians following Trump is like, how do you not recognize a false prophet? How do you not recognize somebody taking the Lord's name in vain? It's fucking crazy. Anyway, sorry for the yap. My brain is mush today, so my apologies. I hope you enjoy the yapping. I need a refill of caffeine, so I'm gonna go grab some hot water. I'll be right back, but enjoy the psychic damage in my stead.
That's
But
against the Ten Commandments.
An illegal immigrant is not stealing per se from
well,
you, right?
yes, they're stealing a better life. They want to come here because they all want a better life. And are they doing it the legal way by going like through ports of entry, signing up? No, they're not.
Do you think that the way that a person talks about these people can be a little bit more indicative of their thought process? So, for instance, if we were to say that, like, it's sad that these people are here, but they need to go back and they need to come in in the correct manner, isn't that a lot different than like clapping and celebrating and buying merchandise for Alligator Alcatraz?
I'm not into Alligator Alcatraz.
Do you think the majority of MAGA is?
Kill people.
Do you think the majority of MAGA is into that?
I think maybe some people might like that
Some
because
people?
of what's going on, because of how much of a problem this is, that the people are so upset that perhaps, yes, they would find joy or relief in those sort of crazy ideas of like killing people.
So So when Jesus says something like not 7 times, but 77 times, what do you think he's talking about
To forgive your brother.
Yeah.
What it means is like it's not even a realistic number. It means as long as you want God to forgive you, you have to forgive others.
So how does that manifest insofar as illegal immigration goes?
Means like, well, they have to come in the right way.
Do conservatives talk about helping people come in the right way at all, or just kicking them
all
out?
the time. Yeah. Because immigration is a real issue. And
when was the last time a conservative
from
talked about
immigrants coming here?
When was the last time a conservative talked about facilitating more immigration to the United States?
Probably back when there was a lot less people coming in. But
Okay,
now
so-
it's going to be the opposite because there's such a huge influx and there's not, enough jobs. Prices are going up. It's way more of a problem now than say maybe like in the 30s or, when they had the Statue of Liberty set up and they're like, yeah, send us your huddled poor masses. It's like, yeah, at that time it wasn't a problem. But what happened? People started taking advantage of the kindness.
It was a problem back then, you dipshit. Sorry, listen, man. Okay. I'm not a Christian literalist, so I don't have to follow every part of the Bible. I can follow the parts of the Bible that I think make sense, and I can ignore the parts of the Bible that I don't think make sense because I'm not a Christian literalist. However, the French giving us a statue that says, Lady Liberty, send us your poor, your huddled masses, and all that kind of stuff is partially Enlightenment, and it's partially Christian. And not just that, it was a problem back then. All the Germans coming back in at the time of the establishment of the country. Benjamin Franklin actually wrote, I'm going to show you guys this shit. Everybody talking about like immigration, like, excuse me, everybody talking about immigration like it's a recent problem. Ben Franklin, Germans quote. This is Benjamin Franklin considered largely one of the greatest intellectual founding fathers. What Benjamin Franklin worried about the swarthy Germans. In an influential pamphlet, Benjamin Franklin warned against allowing people of swarthy complexion to enter the United States. His worry focused particularly on Germans, believed those emigrating to the United States were generally the most ignorant, stupid sort of their own nation. Hold on, there's another quote that's fucking hilarious. Where is this one? Sir, I received your favor of the 29th, August last, and thank you for the kind and judicious remarks you have made on my little piece. Whatever further occurs to you on something, where the fuck is it? Okay, I have often observed with wonder that temper of the poor English manufacturers and day laborers, which you mentioned, and acknowledge it to be pretty general. When any of them happen to come here where labor is much better paid than in England, their industry seems to diminish in equal proportion. But it is not so with the German laborers. They retain the habitual industry and frugality they bring with them, and now receiving higher wages, an accumulation arises that make them rich. when I consider that the English are the offspring of Germans, that the climate they live in. Anyways, I'm not going to read the whole fucking thing. But effectively what he says is he's worried about mass German immigration because he's concerned that so many Germans are coming in so quickly that if they allow the Germans to come in and retain their culture as aggressively as they are, the Germans will not integrate into the American project. The English-dominated American project will become dominated by Germans, and it will become a German project rather than an English project. Think about how crazy that is in the modern context. In the modern context, very few Americans differentiate amongst the different kinds of whites. We differentiate between whites when it comes to the question, where are your people from, right? If you say, oh, hey, Connor, what are you? I'll be like, I'm an American. And then if you're like, okay, well, where are your people from? Then I'll be like, oh, Ireland. Like we might have a little bit of English and a little bit of Czech mixed in there, but we're effectively like Pennsylvania Dutch mixed with like 80% Irish. Maybe some English in there. It's all mixed up. It's all confusing. I'm a Euro mutt. All right. That's how we talk about it. But nobody thinks that like, oh, you're Irish. You're like a swarthy Catholic 12-kid having papist traitor to the United States. Nobody talks like that anymore. And it's because our cultural conflicts have been, assuaged. They've been alleviated through integration. So the fact that we're looking at Hispanics and we're like, no, it's not possible. They will always be swarthy Hispanics. They will always be a threat to the fabric of our nation. All we're doing is repeating the same arguments and the same fears that we had 200 years ago. Are there problems? Absolutely. Do we need to deal with criminality? Absolutely. Do we need to deal with the cartels? Absolutely. Do we need to deal with overdose deaths? Absolutely. Do we need to deal with human trafficking, sex trafficking, gangs, warfare, all that bullshit? Absolutely. But does that mean that Hispanics cannot integrate into the social fabric of the United States? Absolutely the fuck not. Hispanics can be just as fucking American as you or me. Otherwise, Benjamin Franklin would have been correct and the Germans would have destroyed America.
Of the United States.
You know,
And
like
now
all the
it's like,
rhetoric.
now we
got
to fix this. So yes, Trump's there.
Yep.
Yes, he's says he's a Christian. Christian people approve of him. Is he perfect? No. But does God use perfect people aside from Jesus? No. God uses imperfect people. The worst people.
So I don't think that when you speak with this level, not you, but like when conservatives in general speak with this level of vitriol or hatred for an entire class of people, it just doesn't feel very Christian-like.
You're saying I have vitriol and hate for an entire class of people?
I said when conservatives in general speak with vitriol and hate
I'm not
for...
in general. I'm a unique individual.
Okay. Well, I'm speaking about
You're not very unique, bro.
Maga as a movement, not you individually. I think that it doesn't feel very Christian to me, I guess. It feels very like hateful and very condemnatory,
maybe
very
you need to
vitriolic.
start reading the Bible, Stephen.
Okay.
Honestly, right? Because then you'll understand.
Fung Dark says, watching people pay for $160 in beef with EBT made your inner conservative grow. Listen, bro, I'll tell you, watching people on EBT paying for like lobster and steak in Bithlo, Florida. Can I show you something? I'm going to show you another thing. It's going to be hilarious. Google.com. Let's go to Georgia maps. Okay. I'm probably going to dox myself a little bit, but that's fine. It's fine. It's going to show that little blue circle and it's going to show where I am because I love doxing myself. All right. Let me zoom in and see if I can get past where I live. Okay. So this is colonial. This is Christmas. I used to live in Christmas and I loved Christmas. This area is filled with pills. It's filled with meth. It's filled with cows and horses and rural properties. This entire territory right here, this looks like suburban development, but this entire territory right here is just filled with cows. It's awesome. I love this area. So what I used to do, excuse me, Taylor Creek, where is it? Nicholas, Christmas storage, Cupid. Yeah, this area freaking beautiful, dude. Anyways, so I used to live in this area, and my parents had a nicer property. But what I had to do was I would have to drive 20 minutes, excuse me, to the public supermarket right here. And I worked at an AT&T store. I used to walk. I ate Subway. So my AT&T store was here. And it was a franchise operated store. And I probably made 10 to 12 bucks an hour at the time. And so I used to walk next door and get a buffalo chicken sub sandwich every single day until I gave myself gastrointestinal problems. And then I also worked at the Publix simultaneously in order to make ends meet. I got this was a full-time job, this was a part-time job, and I was working both in order to make ends. Well, when I was working at Publix as a cashier, this area that's filled with pills and meth, I am busting my ass 50 to 60 hours a week in order to make ends meet while I'm waiting for college to start up. And then this area that's legitimately filled with pills and meth. I see my neighbors who live in shitty trailers and parks or whatever. They come in with an EBT card and they just slap the EBT card down on the public shopping center and they buy steak and lobster. Meanwhile, my meal is ground beef, rice, ramen, and Subway sandwiches. So yeah, I resented the people on welfare who looked able-bodied, who were buying steak and lobster. Yes, I was annoyed.
Better, and you won't make such generalizations.
I'm talking about Maga. I don't think Maga's in the Bible.
Well, Maga is a huge group of unique people,
No,
different
it's not.
types
We can
of
speak
people.
about people broadly, yeah.
So to your point about the MAGA movement being kind of mean sometimes, Jesus actually says in the Bible to trade your cloak in for a sword, to have a sword, to use a sword. And I think the reason that...
So people pointed this out in the last stream, and it's actually up to interpretation. The Gardens of Gethsemane or something like that. You guys wrote the name immediately. But effectively what happens is Christ knows that he's going to die. So he's going to a garden for his last night on earth. And there's the whole thing where he's I don't want to die. And he freaks out and he has a panic attack right before, he gets captured. And right before he leaves for the gardens, he tells his followers, if you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and buy one. And so if you couple that with the Old Testament of thou shalt not murder, where Israel engaged in warfare in order to conquer Israel, it seems like there's a legalistic case for self-defense. That's one of the arguments. The other argument, though, is that if you pair that with the other biblical stuff that we read today about turning the other cheek, and if somebody asks you for your shirt, then give them your cloak as well. When you pair it with that kind of scripture, the argument from pacifistic Christians is that he didn't tell them to get a sword so they could wield swords. He told them to get, thank you, baby. He told them to get a sword. That way he could teach them the other lesson, which is he who lives by his sword dies by it. Because when Christ is being taken, one of his followers lashes out and attacks one of the people who's detaining Christ and cuts his ear off. Christ heals it. And then he says the thing, he who lives by his sword dies by it. So the question from me to chat is, Christ says that he's here to fulfill the Old Testament, not to destroy it. Israel was conquered through force of arms, which seems to set up a Christian capacity for just war. Then Christ says, sell your cloak and buy one. And then he also whips the people in the temple who are money changers and shit. The people who are profaning the temple, he freaks out, he grabs a whip and he beats the shit out of people. So that is kind of contrasted with the turn the other cheek stuff. So is Christian religion dualist where violence, especially self-defense violence and just war violence, is that a part of Christianity? Or do we exclusively follow the words of Christ, where we should, if you're Christian, you should be a pacifist? I would be curious to know how you guys conceptualize it, if you're Christian or former Christian. But anyways, you guys are pointing out that we had 150 people here. And we had an incredible amount of super generous people in the chat super early in the stream. So I'm just going to shill very briefly. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat. There's tons of beautiful 3000 IQ Chads and Stacy's in chat. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. You guys have already been incredibly generous. So if you've already donated, I don't need any more money from you guys. And if you haven't donated, but you're broke, don't worry about it. Just hang out and enjoy the content, just like the stream, and engage in chat. And then if you got money burning a hole in your pocket, please donate it. But know that plenty of other people have already supported. So if you're having a tough time, do not worry about it. Parasocial, love you. Thank you for being here.
The MAGA movement, their energy is directed at these things, is that they see an injustice. Jesus was against injustices back in the day. He wanted men to have a sword so that they can fight these injustices if it ever gets to that point where you need to use a sword. I think a lot of Christians, they see these injustices going on to just normal Americans, white people, these imbalances from the problems in our immigration system. And that's why they're focusing on these issues. So for that example, Jesus actually did say to get a sword, and it was a big deal he said to trade in your cloak for a sword. It was a big deal trading in your cloak back in the day, because people didn't have like closets, huge closets full of clothes like we do now. Back then, like in biblical times, older times, you had like your cloak, like probably just like your one cloak everyone had, and that was like the cloak you had to.
Thanks, Evan. Parasocial, love you too, bud.
Trade that away. That's a big deal, you know? But he said that having a sword was more important than having your cloak, even though we didn't have like internal heating and stuff like that. So he valued what I think a lot of the MAGA movement values now, that you need to put your foot down against a lot of these injustices.
Why does it feel like
that they see?
Sure, in the Gospels, why does it feel like Jesus is spending all of his time amongst the poor and all of his time condemning the rich? Why do you think that happened?
Well, I think to connect that to
let's cope about that for a few minutes.
Nowadays, it's the rich who are profiting off this immigration system, unfettered, cheap immigration that they can profit off of. They don't want to pay Americans American wages. They just want to profit. These fat cats, like Jesus said, these fat cats, they're not going to heaven. They're just abusing the system, abusing the populace. And just to your other point about like, oh, like, you know, should they have compassion for these people? Well, Catholic teaching teaches that you have like your immediate family they take care of. First, you take.
I stole the 10 Commandments bit from Queeman. Very shameful behavior. Honestly, great minds just think alike. I don't know what Queeman thinks about the 10 Commandments.
Take care of yourself, of course, with the you don't work, you don't eat. You take care of yourself. You make sure you can sustain yourself. Then you sustain your family. And then, you know, your church, your parish, and then your nation. And that's like usually as far as it extends. It's very.
Oh, thanks, JD Vance, for popularizing the idea of the Ordo Amoris. Jesus.
I guess a lot of Christians see it as very backwards, and it's a huge injustice that it seems that our policies, a lot of them made by Democrats.
Do you think that Catholics teach you don't care about the people that aren't in your immediate vicinity?
That there's a huge.
Hey, you guys might have already banned Ryle, but can you guys play nice? You guys play nice. Can we not be Christian literalists, but can we embody some Christian virtues, okay, which includes forgiving people their sins and treating them gracefully? If Ryle Kittenhouse is here, which I guess you guys already banned him or whatever, but like if Ryle Kittenhouse is here and he's not being a spurg, can you guys just be fucking nice, man? Like seriously, like I hate to say it, but you know, but for the grace of God go I, okay? We all do fucked up shit in our lives. At some point, we've all done fucked up shit. We're all going to fail in the future. We're going to have the ideals of who we are, and then we're going to fail in those ideals. Why would you want Ryle to immiserate himself in the depths of drama YouTube where he's effectively like the unofficial editor for JStock and the kind of like a Queeman Chud Logic orbiter who keeps track of like the shitter drama in Twitch and YouTube politics. Why wouldn't you want him to hang out with us and maybe like be a little bit more fucking normal? You know, like you understand that people kind of like birds of a feather flock together, right? So if he's surrounded by pieces of shit, then he's going to keep being a piece of shit. Whereas if he starts hanging out with cool people, then maybe he'll be a cooler person. So I would invite y'all to be a little bit more fucking chill, where if somebody's being a piece of shit in chat, that's fine. Like we can ban them. But if they're not being a piece of shit, they're a piece of shit, but they're not being a piece of shit in chat at the moment, let them hang out. Maybe they'll get more cool over time.
Focus on helping like the immigrants and not the people in the immediate vicinity.
You can help everybody.
Recently,
right?
with like these riots that have been going on with the ICE stuff, the Catholic Church, they made it a huge priority to make sure that like their Hispanic parishioners are like seen and stuff and like made safe. But it's like they don't put that type of energy into like just normal evangelization.
What about like isn't like the parable of the
It's
Good
like very
Samaritan?
political.
Isn't this about like helping strangers?
Yeah, but like I said, Catholic teaching, like it actually teaches your immediate family, the people in your parish, and then like you get to that eventually when you can. But right now, I don't think America and Americans have the resources to do that.
They have the
to take care of
resources
their
to
own.
help to.
I think that those fat cats you mentioned before, they probably.
Sorry, Frozen Knight says Jesus said things in the Old Testament. If I said something like that, my apologies. I am sick, so my apologies for misspeaking. What I meant to say is just that, like, Jesus says that he's here to fulfill the Old Testament, to fulfill the law, not to break it. So how much of the Old Testament do you absorb? Because there's some pretty murderous, fucked up shit. Ishisabi for $2 says, please don't have a stroke, Connor. Thanks for the donation, King. I appreciate you.
Should be paying more than fair share, but that's not what's going on. What's going on is that
a lot of
the burden is being passed to the middle class in terms of quality of life of just having to deal with these immigrants. A lot of the people in like the rich areas around here in LA, they don't have to deal with the policies that they vote for. They don't have to deal with immigrants. They don't do that. So, that's why Catholic teaching says to take care of your own, and that's why they see it as like an injustice, because it's
I don't know where you get this. Catholic says to take care of your own. I don't know where that comes from.
AF Racing says, don't hide your light under a bushel. Not only is it an OSHA violation, that's how you spawn new tablets of commandments. Oh man, I'm pretty far behind on chat, but that's a banger.
I don't know the encyclical or the.
Well, no, I feel like the message is probably to take care of everybody. Everybody's equal in the eyes of God.
Right, but Catholic teaching, they have encyclicals and all sorts of documents that go into the specifics of all these issues. The Catechism for the Catholic Church, for one thing, and I don't know if it's there. I think it might be in the Catechism, but it does go into it. When I was talking to some friends at church during election time about this kind of stuff, he went into it. How you take care of your own. You take care of your own first, not like, oh, you help all these other people over there. You take care of your own, your responsibility, yourself, first of all. And then like
Malevolent Vet for 5, thank you. He praises upon the grandfather for the great gift he has bestowed upon you, for showing the devotion to him, and all your discomforts will go away. Yeah, man, you guys are really, man, I got like 2 or 3 Nurgle cultists in my chat, man. It's actually surprising. Are you guys Death Guard players? Like, what the fuck? For those of you who don't know, all right, this is clearly important to the content. I'm obviously like a huge 40K guy. A substantive amount of my online revenue, not like a huge amount. To be honest, last month's politics revenue beat my Warhammer revenue, which is fucking awesome. Thank you, guys. But the Chaos Gods of 40K. So in the 40K universe, what you worship can become sentient in an alternative plane of the universe. Like, imagine that behind our world, because we kind of imagine, even if you're not like a religious person, you can kind of imagine that behind our universe is heaven or hell. And so heaven is where the bad people go, hell is where the bad people go, heaven is where the good people go, and purgatory is, I don't know, some kind of like limbo, some kind of stasis, right? And so the belief among some religious people is that when you die, if you're sufficiently just and you're sufficiently good, God will take you into a plane of perpetual bliss where you'll be reunited with all you loved and all you ever cared about, and then you spend eternity in bliss. Hell is kind of the opposite. It's conceptualized as separation from God, which could mean oblivion, like mindless oblivion, but it also could mean like a plane of eternal torment. And the eternal torment is arguably like people have conceptualized it as like a lake of fire, like metaphorically, because that's where Satan will be cast at the end of time, you know, in Revelations. But in the 40K universe, what happens instead is if you worship a physical phenomena sufficiently, or if mortal death in the plane of our reality, material reality, it can create energy in an alternate plane so powerful that it births a sentience. And then because the warp is a plane of existence without time, that sentience can stretch back infinitely into the past or infinitely into the future. And so that's kind of how like the chaos gods are portrayed, is like they're not God in that they were the creators of the universe. They are gods in that they are like eternal forces outside of humanity that are capable of influencing the past, present, and future to their own glory. And so you have the Zinchian god of change, or Zinch, who's the god of change. You have Nurgle, the god of rot and decay and entropy. You have Korn, who's effectively a war god. You know, they say that he's blood and skulls, but if I had to conceptualize blood and skulls, I think he's like wrath. He's wrath and he's war and he's rage, which honestly, like, if I could be a Kornate cultist and it would be the equivalent. Oh, thank you, baby. It would be the equivalent of like doing steroids endlessly without having to worry about heart attacks, and then being able to just run around in this plane of existence, just like killing people and beating the shit out of people. I would probably be a Kornate cultist. And then Slanesh is the god of excess. So excess pain, but also excess pleasure. And so if you're kind of like a hedonist, if you love pleasure and you love pain and you love extremes, then you should worship Slanesh. Now, what's interesting in the mortal realms, in the medieval setting, there's Ratmen, Skaven, and so they have become so powerful within the medieval setting of Warhammer Fantasy that their rat god is now as powerful as the god of rage, the god of decay, the god of change, and the god of excess. So kind of fucking hilarious to be honest. So when you're like, hey, why is Connor talking about Nurgle or talking about the plague god, or there's people referencing a plague god, this is who they're referencing. A giant booger, maggot, rotted, happy and fat. Nurgle is happy and fat, but basically like a disease decay monster. That's who people are referencing. And I know this was critically important to the content I'm creating right now. That's why I went into such detail about it.
Your immediate area. And like I said, it's just very backwards that they're not doing that, or they're not promoting that focus on taking care of your own. They're taking care of like immigrants, people who and a lot of people's views don't deserve it. These people taking care of abusing the system, abusing a lot of these church welfare or assistant funds. That happens a lot because people are just trying to get in there and
what do you think the
take
immigration
advantage.
policy of the United States should look like?
Excuse me?
What do you think the immigration policy of the U.S. should look like?
I think right now, complete immigration moratorium, just stop it, maybe like 10
This dude looks Hispanic. What the fuck?
years minimum. Maybe that's a little too much, but just completely stop it until we can figure out what a lot of this fraud and abuse is coming from and stop that. Because I think that the immigration is so unfettered and there's just so many problems, so many just like abuses of it. We just need to stop it right now, figure out what's going on, and then try to actually do something about the immigration issue. It's a really entrenched issue.
Gotcha. How many? What's the time left?
And then so yeah, and I think that does align with Christian teaching, especially like Catholic teaching.
Okay. I'm trying to think of where else to go from here. What? How do you feel about, I guess, like the messaging from the Pope, like building bridges instead of walls or whatever for the last Pope, I guess?
People are gonna like the new Pope's lame. Give me back Pope Francis. He was cool.
Which is so funny because like the Pope is supposed to be the vicar of Christ. He's supposed to be the voice of God on earth. And so a lot of Catholics, like I think the last Pope was kind of like borderline heretical. Yeah, but I like this new Pope. I like the American Pope. But yeah, the fact that the popes are supposed to be the voice of God and you're supposed to defer to them, I think is bananas. But that's why I'm not Catholic.
This guy lacks like gravitas. He's just like, I did not appreciate the messaging during the riots, the anti-ICE stuff recently, where he like said that he's like, oh, we gotta help like the other or whatever. Like that's not good messaging. I think that alienates a lot of people. I care about the
How can you
Maga
be
base.
alienated from the Pope? How can you be alienated from the Pope?
Well, it's like I said, it's putting the focus not on like your immediate family, which is what Catholic teaching.
But aren't
proposes.
Catholics supposed to look to the Pope for guidance on these kinds of issues?
Yeah, and I think in that opinion of his, he didn't do.
That's another brilliant idea. Add this to like the business ideas we need to do. So first, sorry for eating, but we need to create a successful digital media empire that I can sustain into the future. That's number one. So thank you for assisting with that. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. That's number one. Number two, though, I want to do a dog rescue / dog grooming business where like half of it is like grooming and making dogs smell good and look good. But you take all the revenue and profits from that, and then you run a doggy daycare and adoption center on the other half. That's another business that we need to run. Another business we need to run is science fiction firearms. I'm already working on that on my own. Another business we need to run is Swarthy's Mexican Cantina. I agree with whoever was saying that swarthy. Swarthy is supposed to be like a negative word, but swarthy sounds like a motherfucker knows how to cook, right? I agree with that shit. Swarthy's Mexican Cantina, or the Swarthy Mexican Cantina, and then you kind of have like a most interesting guy in the world vibe for a mascot, but he has like stereotypical like Mexican icons, like a poncho and a sombrero, and he's a pistolero, and he's got a horse. Yeah, dude, that if you got Mexicans, the ones who don't speak a lick of English to cook the food, that would be a banger Mexican joint. Absolutely.
Good job. I think that was bad messaging.
Doesn't that kind of like undermine the whole religion if you don't believe in the messaging from the Pope?
Well, the Pope is infallible until he says something fallible. That's not
How do you decide if it's fallible or not?
Well, it goes to the doctrine, and what we're talking about with the whole like helping people out, that's very vague. There's not like a specific doctrine that addresses that. And if I had to point to one, the one I brought up was an example where you like to.
Kikode says, why should I care if they buy steaks and shrimp? You shouldn't care. I'm just saying that if you're a working class schlub who's not on benefits, and then you stick around a bunch of working class schlubs and half of them are on benefits and they're eating better than you, what it does is it effectively incentivizes you to get onto benefits.
Take care of your immediate family, because it just doesn't make sense.
Whereas I think in an ideal economy, you should be able to make it on your own. We just do not live in an ideal economy, unfortunately.
To like help these people like way over there, when it's like you can do something for the people here. And yes, help the stranger who's like there with you. And really, if you want to help out these strangers, get them to like an immigration judge, get them in contact with
I'm
ICE.
curious, can you give me an example of how Christians like use their religion in a way that restrains?
Fashion 40 says, I'm on EBT. I buy rice, beans, chicken breasts, vegetables, tuna seasonings. So trust, at least know those in your community are not abusers of the system. Thank you, Fashion 40. I appreciate your diligence.
Them when it comes to public policy, or in a way that doesn't directly serve their financial or political interests.
Restrain them when it comes to public policy. I say all the time, because majority of Christians don't get involved in politics.
Or no, where there's like God commands us to do this, even though we don't really want to, we're gonna have to. Has that ever part of the policy debate ever when it comes to Christianity?
What do you mean? Like they're reluctant to do it, even though the Bible says
Yeah,
to do
well,
it?
because sometimes the Bible commands things of you that might be hard or suck, right?
Like what? I can't think of any. Like I don't think they're
What? You can't think of any biblical scripture that are hard?
reluctantly trying to just follow along just because the Bible says so. I think.
Well, so like
I
if
think
you're
the ones
Catholic, one of the seven
making these
sacraments
policies,
is
they're true believers.
well,
At
so
least
in
the ones-
when we do reconciliation, we have to do penance, right? That sucks definitionally, right?
Yeah.
But there are things sometimes that God or the Bible might command somebody to do that are just like it's just not a fun thing, but you have to do. It's like an obligation.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
Tithing, I guess. To that point, I guess, like, yeah, welfare. You have to pay taxes. Render to Caesar what is Caesar's. That is definitely one that Christians don't want to do because a lot of them libertarian stuff, but they do it.
Obviously, Trump is not going to be a good Christian leader, as the definition of good would only be something that can apply to God.
Only 4 minutes, man. I want this guy for 20 minutes. Look at how he's dressed.
So no living man or woman will be good, inherently good, 100%. Now, I think Trump is a better option than Kamala Harris for Christians. He's a lot better of an option due to his values matching up a lot more with Christians, although his values are not completely on par with true Christians within America.
Just
it is
curious,
a
wait,
lot
and then
more.
what are those values? Are anti-immigration and what are the values that are aligning with Christians?
Yeah, obviously Trump is going to have some positions which are non-Christian because I believe Trump is not a Christian man.
Sure.
Now, I don't know.
But I'm saying like politically, what are like, oh, these are like Christian values.
Yeah, well, Trump isn't trying to push abortion. He's not trying to push LGBTQ bullshit on kids in school like Kamala Harris and most of the Democrats are doing. I hope that you're not doing that, but it's absolutely ridiculous. So, I mean, those are the two main things that I could think of are actually, I would say that they're also pushing feminism on America on the Democrat side, while Trump is not. And with the immigration thing, I mean, that's up to interpretation within the Bible, because in the Bible, New Testament and Old, there are recognitions of countries and borders. And as Adolfo was saying, I think your name's Adolfo, right? You're going to have, you're going to have the time in which Jesus said, render to Caesar's what is Caesar. So it's like respect the government, also to submit to government. I believe that's in Romans. I'm not 100% sure. But with the immigration stuff,
I think render to Caesar was the Pharisees were trying to trap him by giving him
All right. You guys have been really kind today. So I'm kind of not in a mood to fight you too hard. But Beef Supreme says this like classic liberal trope, and I fucking hate it, man. I really do. I could give two fucking shits what someone buys with their EBT card as long as it's food. I could care less and just mind my business. So many people care about what other people are doing. It's sad. Listen, motherfucker. If this motherfucker is on EBT, which I'm not saying they are, they might not be, all right? Maybe these people aren't on EBT. But if you look like this, buy less food, motherfucker. Buy less food. All right? You had enough of the food. Stop it with the food. Right? Look at this. Look at this chick. She lost like 400 pounds life. Or she lost like 500 pounds of the 600 pounds she had. On the right is a healthy human being who is consuming food in a semi-responsible way. Maybe she's a little bit anorexic in order to keep the weight off, but she actually looks relatively healthy. Whereas on the left, she is on the verge of suffering a catastrophic heart attack or stroke. Look at this. You are not meant to be a puddle of flesh. That is not the way the human body is designed. So yeah, if you're like, yeah, okay, steak and lobster. Should I really give a shit if people are getting steak and lobster? Maybe not. And somebody's talking about like lobster, where they're like, why do you give a shit about lobster? Lobster used to be trash food. I give a shit about lobster because it's no longer trash food. And lobster in a pound of butter. You know why lobster isn't trash food? Because it's basically meat like a sponge. I get it. It looks like a bug. It's disgusting. But lobster meat is effectively a meat sponge. So if you take a meat sponge and you stick it in butter, holy shit, does that slap. Garlic butter meat sponges. Absolutely delicious. I always feel so bad for eating lobsters too, because they always keep them in the tank to keep them fresh. And they just sit there forever knowing that they're going to die in a terrible way. Like, I understand like lobsters probably have pretty limited mental faculties, but the fact that they're rubber banded and stuck in a tank for like a few weeks or a few months before they get eaten actually genuinely makes me sad. That being said, if you hand me a meat sponge dipped in butter, I'm going to eat that shit. So anyways, Yeah. If you're fucking 500 pounds, you haven't worked in 40 years, you used to be able-bodied until you became 500 pounds, and then you're using government benefits. You're so heavy that you're disabled, and then you're using government benefits to eat more food, so you're permanently disabled. Yeah, that's a social problem. I'm going to criticize it at minimum. All right?
The story of like, do you think that you should pay taxes or tithe?
Yeah,
And then he
exactly.
said, oh, well, we should pay taxes to Caesar.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
But I was just saying to like, it's more to like respect the government.
Yeah.
But what I was getting at is that it's kind of open to interpretation. I'm not 100% set if, making it illegal to immigrate over here would be Christian or not. I'm not 100%
Sure.
So
I guess
the only
do you think it would be confusing if you read any of the four Gospels and then you look at how the Republican or MAGA movement conducts itself? Doesn't it seem like it's like there's a huge divide between those two things? Or do you think they seem to line up pretty well with each other?
Why would you think that there's a divide?
Because I feel like when
between
Jesus
the MAGA
talks, it's about
movement?
like helping sick people, helping poor people, condemning excessive wealth, shows of.
Well, of course, everybody wants to help sick and poor people, but the divide between the left and the right, at least with the voter base, because I believe Democrat leaders are just evil and want to destroy this country and want as little as people alive as possible. But with the divide between people like me and you who are just voters, not.
Yeah, Bob Smith says, I thought the whole point of turn the other cheek was that you were not supposed to use violence in an aggressive manner and only fight in self-defense if you are only backed into a wall. But yeah, but Christ says, blessed are the persecuted. So if you fight back in self-defense, aren't you kind of like stopping your persecution? That's what I'm saying. Like, where are you getting the self-defense? Where are you getting the self-defense? Because your reward is not in this life. Your reward's in the next life. So why does it matter? Why does it matter if you get persecuted or killed? Why does it matter if you get tortured? Your reward isn't on this plane of existence. It's in the next life. Pastor says, your thoughts about EBT steak and lobster is a story of discipline rather than policy. Did you see this happening a lot on deposit day? Point being, they were not more flush than you. I don't know. I was pretty broke at the time. But anyways, it doesn't matter. Listen, I was eating cheap food. I saw somebody on benefits eating better than me, and I was pissed off that they were eating better than me, okay? It's not a very deep story. It's a story of frustration and jealousy. Let's not dwell on it too much. I was being a hater.
Politicians, I believe that we just want to help people, but in different ways, right? I believe in tough love, while you in the left might thinking, okay, let's give them some money and whatnot. So, but what I wanted to say is abortion and gay marriage and transgender bullshit, that is obviously against the Bible. I mean, you look in the Old Testament, I mean, Leviticus 20:13, if a man sleeps with a man as he does a woman, they shall both surely be put to death. So it is very blatantly against LGBTQ BS.
A lot of stuff
as
in like
well as abortion.
Leviticus that we don't follow anymore, right?
Yeah, we don't follow that anymore because we're not Jewish or Muslim. That's why Orthodox Jews and Muslims will sometimes stone gay people to death.
Sure.
Teeny Tiny Tony says, so when Destiny doesn't care about consent and shows no contrition, but you sweep for him, what does that make you? Teeny Tiny Tony, I hate you guys. You guys are such fucking pussy fucking losers. I hate you so much. It's been like months of this shit, right? Where is it? And none of you guys actually watch my content. That's the other thing that fucking pisses me off. You're like, sweeping. I'll find it for you, Teeny Tiny Tony. I know you probably have already been banned for being fucking annoying, but I'll pull it up just in case anybody gives a shit. Did Hexeth pee his pants? That's awesome. Peeing your pants is awesome. Counterpoints, politics. You guys misuse the word sweeping because you're fucking stupid as shit. So if you go down here, scrolling, tit for tat. Here's me criticizing Steven for going for tit for tat. Here's doxing war criticism. Here is the Destiny drama mind maps. So if you want to go into this video,
right, I've never doxed anybody.
Teeny Tiny Tommy, it's only 15 minutes. The summary of my perspectives in reference to Destiny's drama is only 15 minutes. So go ahead and tell me where in here what you disagree with, and then we can talk. Because I think you guys are a TOS violation. All right. I think you guys are cringe. I think you're dumb. I think you don't know what you're talking about. I don't think you've engaged with my content. I don't think you engage with what I say. I think you're a stupid piece of shit. How's that?
But what I was getting at is that immigration in the Bible is up to interpretation, while LGBTQ and abortion is not. In the Old Testament, in the New Testament, Jesus says in Matthew 18:6.
1 minute.
Okay. In Matthew 18:6, Jesus says, if any of you causes one of these little ones to stumble, it is better for a millstone to be tied around your neck and drowned in the depth of the ocean. So causing these little kids to turn gay, that is causing one to stumble. So it is better off for these teachers who are causing little kids to stumble and turning them gay to drown in the depths of the ocean. It would be better for that to happen because they are causing them to sin because homosexuality is a sin. So that...
Dude, all these people are seriously so obsessed with fucking sodomy, man. It's like the only thing they give a shit about is fucking sodomy. Not telling the truth, not loving your neighbor as yourself, not honoring thy father and thy mother, not taking care of your community, not tithing, not any of that kind of shit. They're just looking for a biblical justification to hate sodomites. It's crazy how often it comes up, and it's almost exclusively like it's Leviticus, it's that millstone quote, and it's Paul. What does Paul say about homosexuality? I think he says something crazy. What does Paul say about homosexuality? In the Bible, the Apostle Paul speaks against male same-sex relations in Romans 1:26, describing them as unnatural passions, but the interpretation of his comments is debated. He also mentions female same-sex relations in the same passage, though this is only a known specific reference to female homosexuality in the Bible, and scholars debate the exact meaning of his words in both instances. In Romans 1:26 through 27, Paul describes men who have exchanged the truth about God for a lie, and as a result, gave them up to dishonorable passions. Hold on. So let's just look up Romans 1:26 and 27. 9, 10, 11. What? Video? Give me scripture, dickhead. What's wrong with you? Because of this, God gave them over to shameful lusts. Even their women exchanged natural sex relations for unnatural ones. In the same way, the men also abandoned natural relations with women and were inflamed with lust for one another. Men committed shameful acts with other men and received in themselves the due penalty for their error. Okay. But then what? Who's he talking about? The wrath of God is being revealed from heaven against all the godlessness and wickedness of people who suppress the truth by their wickedness, since may know that God's plan is plain to them because God has made it plain to them. For since the creation of the worlds, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse. Excuse me. I'm trying to read this. Furthermore, just as they did not think it worthwhile to retain the knowledge of God, so God gave them over to a depraved mind so that they would do what ought not be done. They have become filled with every kind of wickedness, evil, greed, and depravity. They are full of envy, murder, strife, deceit, and malice. They are gossipers, slanderers, God-haters, insolent, arrogant, and boastful. They invent ways of doing evil. They disobey their parents. They have no understanding, no fidelity, no love, no mercy. Although they know God's righteous decree that those who do such things deserve death, they not only continue to do these things, but also approve of those who practice them. Talking about you fucking degenerates in my chat. You therefore have no excuse, you who pass judgment on someone else, for at whatever point you judge another, you are condemning yourself, because you who pass judgment do the same thing. Now we know that God's judgment against those who do such things is based on truth. So when you, a mere human being, pass judgment on them and yet do the same things, do you think you will escape God's judgment? Or do you show contempt for the riches of his kindness, forbearance, and patience, not realizing that God's kindness is intended to lead you to repentance? So this is where like hate the sin, love the sinner comes from. Because lots of people read 1 and they basically say, oh, well, God hates homosexuals. But then when you go to Paul 2, he basically says, like, who are you to judge? You know? You're a stubborn dickhead with an unrepentant heart, storing your wrath against yourself for the day of God's wrath, because you in turn do judgment and wrath against your neighbor who is a sinner. This is where like postponing judgment to God is a valid interpretation of Christian religion. So this is where I genuinely think when people talk about Islam, I wish Doobie was here. Islam says, yeah, you're the judge, jury, and executioner. As long as you're serving God, then you can engage in warfare and conquer people, and you can criminalize people and punish them. Whereas Paul, who's like the founder of the Christian church, is effectively saying, you know, God's wrath is not your wrath. What judgment and wrath you mete out to others will be returned to you, because while you're judging them for their sins, you yourself are filled with sin. There's a qualitative difference in the teachings of Christian morality and Jewish morality and Muslim morality. There's a qualitative difference.
That is why I believe that Kamala Harris is a less Christian candidate for the office of the United States. And obviously in the primary, I would have picked someone way different than Donald Trump, but he's way better.
Who would you have
than
picked in
Kamala
the 2016 versus 2024 or whatever?
I mean, in the 2024 primary, the person that I would want to run for office is not old enough. It's Nick Fuentes. I think he would do a great job
Oh, kill me. Kill me now.
as president of the United States. But unfortunately, he's not old enough. So maybe Vivek.
Okay.
Do you know the statistics of
Damn, we didn't get more? I wanted more from the Groiper. All right, I'll give Josh a shot.
homeless people rejecting help? Like the percentage?
Oh, fuck this. This is the same guy. We already did that. We'll see the white fat guy. 2 minutes.
Is an adequate representative of Christianity.
Or the entire like Republican MAGA movement, yeah.
Compared to what though?
Compared to what I would imagine they would be if they were following scripture more.
So that's a hypothetical, but compared to, is there any other group or any other movement that is at all?
I'd be biased, but I would say the teaching order of the Catholic Church, I think, set a good example. I was
Yeah, he was like raised in a Jesuit school, right?
I Catholic education for 12 years, and I went to a Jesuit high school. So,
Okay, all right. Because I just wanted to make a few comments, and feel free to interrupt me if you want. But I think
Asai Garcia says, I unironically believe that is how all the other pagan gods came to be. Asai Garcia, that is kind of why I think 40K is so amazing, is that 40K takes like the pagan conception of gods and it, you know, makes them the most horrible of gods possible. It's kind of amazing. It's just Avi for $2 says Tau are the best race in 40K. I hate you for saying that, but thank you for your super chat.
I think this does bring up a concern that I think it is important to consider the topic, this exact topic, because John Adams mentioned famously, our Constitution was made only for a more.
The rat god is only in the mortal realms melody. So the four chaos gods are in Warhammer 40K, and they're also in Warhammer the Old World and Age of Sigmar, which is like the medieval Renaissance version of Warhammer. And in Warhammer the Old World and Age of Sigmar, it takes place. So Warhammer the Old World takes place on one planet, and then Age of Sigmar, I think, takes place on 8 mortal realms, which are planetoids infused with magic. My personal headcanon is that this is like a pocket dimension in the warp, where the gods are basically playing chess because it's fun. And so the rat god is not prevalent in the Warhammer 40K universe, but he is prevalent in Age of Sigmar and in fantasy.
Moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. And I think to his point is the very libertarian concepts that they put into the Constitution had assumed that people would treat each other nicely.
I agree with that.
And
Not necessarily religiously, but that there would be some kind of moral fabric to the people, of course.
Yeah, a moral fabric that was relatively common, which frankly most faiths have overlap.
Sure.
In many things.
Jeez.
So yeah, I just wanted to comment that, but also just a little bit of just another quick question, and I don't mean this to be cheeky at all.
Okay.
Are we neighbors?
In the religious sense, or
No, just literal sense. In the very literal sense, are we neighbors?
I don't think so. Do you live in Miami?
I think it's like 3,000 miles.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And I just met you, but to be frank, are we friends? No,
I don't think so.
I'm not saying I don't like this guy.
No. Yeah. No. We're not. Yeah.
We're not really friends. I am a very pragmatic literalist, and there's nowhere in the Bible that says treat literally everybody nicely no matter what. The Old Testament was...
I feel like, didn't Jesus say something along the lines of like, whatever you do to the lessest among me, you do to me, or whatever? Isn't that a thing he said?
Why did it cut there? Why did it cut there? That's one of the most important questions. Oh man, let's do a summary real quick. So, in summary, I feel like these Christians are indicative of the average literalist. You're like, geez, these guys are all over the place and they're cherry picking their religion and they're doing this and they're doing that. Yeah, dude, that's been my experience with literalists. If you actually asked me why I left the church and why I'm not particularly passionate about getting back into it, is because that's the average experience of the faithful, right? Like I think about God in the Old Testament and the New Testament and Abrahamic philosophy and Greco-Roman philosophy and morality and the nature of mortality and, living justly and what is virtue. I think about that shit all the time. And I have to assume that God, the creator of the universe or whatever, even if you don't believe it to be a conscious being, that it would be preferable to have somebody constantly struggling with virtue and vice and sin and philosophy and trying to figure out truth than it is for somebody to constantly misapply a spiritual manual in order to fit their own needs. I would have to presume that God would be complex enough to understand the difference between those two things. And so constantly finding self-righteous cherry-picking douchebags who don't understand the words of what they're reading, who misapply it borderline intentionally or ignorantly in order to justify their own bigotries or hatred or self-hatred or whatever. Like, dude, we talked about homosexuality like 2 or 3 times in this thing, and like homosexuality is like a very small part of scripture. So yeah, it's wildly frustrating to see people like to see people who have fallen out of love with dogmatic religion oftentimes be better representatives of the moral prescriptions of religion than the people who are its strongest adherents. That is wildly fucking frustrating to me. But anyways, Ryan Mcbeth, Trump plan for Gaza. Had a few super chats in reference to that. Quick shill. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. We did have more than a dozen people already donate today, so I'm just going to shout out everybody who helped out. Grassroots gifted 30 memberships today in the beginning of the stream, and I think he gifted more later on. Absolutely psychotic support. Thank you, brother. Just Carpet 563 paid it forward by gifting a membership to somebody else. Gen X did a super chat, $20. Thank you kindly. Patriarch gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, King. Numanax for 50, insane donation. Sacred with the 5, parasocially love you, brother. Grassroots with another 10 gifted memberships. Dude, seriously, thank you. I am humbled. I am humbled by your guys' support. Fashion 40, Modern Day Politics. Thank you for donating and letting me know it was there. Malevolent Vet, thank you for your super chat. Fashion 40 for the 5. Thank you for donating to the chat. It's just Avi. Thank you for the $2. Malevolent Vet for another $5. Although I reject your prayers to Grandfather Nurgle. It's just Avi for another 2. Tower, the best race. You said that just to make me mad. Grassroots for another 5. You thank you, King. Seriously, thank you. Key code for 5, Grill Shallah. Thank you, King. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to introduce Ryan Mcbeth, and we're going to move right into the next content. Quick shill, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I will be continuing to engage with chat as I always
President
do.
Trump proposed,
and I promise, we're coming up on the 20th, guys. I am 7 days away from getting paid by YouTube for your guys' insane generosity last month. And I promised that I will be buying a monitor for here, a monitor for here, and a Bob Ross wig. So hopefully I can find some monitors that are not going to be insanely expensive. And then as a result, I can, also buy guns, gun accessories, so I can continue to expand the science fiction firearms line and then eventually sell them. So anyways, let me do an intro and get it cracking. So, hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps, and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican, meaning that I actually have real Republican values from about a decade ago. I'm going to be breaking down Ryan Mcbeth due to popular demand. Ryan Mcbeth broke down Trump's plans for Gaza, and I had several chatters suggest that I check it out. I do like Ryan Mcbeth. I think he's quite an astute and insightful defense analyst. And so I want to take a look at what he has to say. Let's take a look.
a 20-point peace plan with Gaza, and it looks like both sides have accepted this. You might be wondering, are you being serious, Ryan? Yeah, it is real. So let's walk through this 20-point peace plan point by point, break down what it actually means militarily, politically, and practically for both Israel and the Palestinians. By the way, you can see this video with no ads at ryanbeth.substack.com if you're a paid subscriber. It's like $5, dude. And you can support me over there. Let's get started. Number 1, Gaza will be de-radicalized, terror-free zone. This is basically the foundation of everything. De-radicalized means Hamas has to go.
Nice. See, this is why I like my chat. Make an Asian dog rescue with the subheading, if you don't take the dog, the Chinese will. I mean, that's kind of like xenophobic, right? Anti-Asian. But I mean, seriously, seeing dogs in the meat markets of China freaks me the fuck out. It makes me like seriously xenophobic. Like, I know that I eat chickens and I eat cows. So to some degree, I am a carnist monster destroying innocent animal life for my own meat-based pleasure. Interesting clip. But if you see a dog, like, they're just some of the most like social animals on the planet, loyal to humans. So to take some of the most like socially adapted to human animals on the planet and consume them for meat, I think you're a fucking psycho. Gaza will be a de-radicalized terror-free zone that does not pose a threat to its neighbors. I mean, based. All right. I don't know how we're going to execute that, but that's cool.
It's like $5, dude. And you can support me over there. Let's get started. Number 1, Gaza will be de-radicalized, terror-free zone. This is basically the foundation of everything. De-radicalized means Hamas has to go. Not just politically, but ideologically. This is a tall order. Hamas isn't just a militia. It is a governing system with a social network. To make Gaza terror-free, you need to...
Fenix says, I have a strip club smokehouse barbecue called Meat Sweats with sawdust floors and meat served like Brazilian steakhouse and strippers in meat bikinis. That does not sound sanitary, Fenix.
Disarmament, you need policing, you need counter-radicalization programs, you need external enforcement, you need jobs. And this isn't something that Israel can do alone, which is why later clauses introduce a so-called international stabilization force, but I'll get to that. Number 2, Gaza will be redeveloped for the benefit of the people. This kind of echoes post-war construction.
Okay, this is based. If it's a Marshall Plan for Gaza, that's based.
Models, think Germany 1946 or Mosul after ISIS. The idea here is to make peace profitable. The logic goes if people have jobs, electricity, and functioning hospitals, they'll be less likely to tolerate militant groups. But redevelopment only works if you have a secure environment. You can't just kind of pour concrete while rockets are still flying. There's also the issue of Islam and generations of radicalization. I learned Arabic, I studied Islam, I got no problem with that religion. But there is that issue of...
Teeny Tiny Tony says, Connor thinks it's worse to be fat than to violate consent and be a pedo. Great stuff. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. Teeny Tiny Tony, you're a fucking idiot. Bye. God, they're so fucking annoying, dude. They don't know dick about what I've said, and they can't even represent it accurately. What a bunch of dicks.
Muslim fatalism. If someone believes that death and heaven is a more acceptable alternative than peace in the terrestrial world, they will keep fighting. Number 3 and 4. The war stops immediately once both sides agree hostages come home within 72 hours. This is classic ceasefire language. Israel would freeze all operations and move back to a designated line. In return, Hamas releases all hostages, alive and dead, within 3 days. It looks like that might happen as early as Monday, October 13th. Inshallah, I'm shooting this on October 10th. This hostage release thing is a big one because right now hostage negotiations are the political fuse on both sides. If Hamas actually complies, this would be the first genuine goodwill gesture since October 24th, 2023, when Hamas released 2
Thank you for the super chat key code. Appreciate you.
elderly Israeli women with no expectations of reciprocity. As of October 10th, 2025, Israel has already begun pulling back.
Doobie says, these people are 100% going through Demonculava. Okay. Sorry. As always, I have to share Warhammer references with my chat, okay? Demonculaba. So for those of you who don't know, Demonculaba is a fucked up Iron Warrior lore where they take a slurry of gene seed and like flesh and meat, and they feed it to like I don't even know if they feed it, but they give it to pregnant women, and then the pregnant women gestate Chaos Astartes, and then the Chaos Astartes like burst out of their distended wombs like the aliens from like Aliens. It's like some of the most fucked up lore in Warhammer 40K, and it's this dickhead. There's some like Iron Warrior warsmith that's really famous, and he's just like a total fucking asshole. And yeah, this is what it is. It's like they take a woman, they like distend her and sew her flesh together to be able to grow large enough to be able to birth a brand new Space Marine. And then they use a combination of like demons, enslaved women, body horror, and gene seed in order to create new Space Marines. It's so fucked up. Super fucked up. Which is why, listen, I'm all for the Iron Empire, like the Iron Warriors telling the Chaos to go fuck itself. But I swear to God, if I was a member, let's just say that like through happenstance, I'm born on a Iron Warrior planet. And because they're very Greek themed, they raise everybody in a Spartan warrior society. And I survive into adulthood and become a Iron Warrior through the trials. If I heard about that Demonculaba bullshit going on, I would create a war band just to go kill the warband using the Demonculaba. It's that fucked up. Fuck those guys.
This whole process. One thing left unsaid is this 1 kilometer buffer zone that Israel just kind of created between Gaza and Israel. I don't know what happens to that. I don't know if Israel is willing to give that 1 kilometer buffer zone up, but we shall see. Number 5, prisoner exchange. Once the hostages are returned, Israel releases 250 life sentence prisoners and 1,700 detainees arrested after October 7th, including women and children. There's even a formula, 15 Gazan remains for every Israeli body. This clause borrows directly from past Israel-Hamas prisoner swaps. Just the numbers here are unprecedented. It should be noted that the Geneva Conventions require that prisoners be returned at the end of hostilities. That's just what you do. Number 6, amnesty for Hamas members who disarm. This is controversial. Hamas fighters who agree to peaceful coexistence get amnesty.
AF Racing says, Connor, just to be clear, your story about people buying steak and lobster with EBT, then in response to Beef Supreme, you railed against people buying lots of shitty food and getting fat. Can't I be mad about two things at once?
Those who want to leave Gaza get safe passage out.
Randy says, do bugs, lobsters have souls? I just think about them as meat bundles with reflex nerve endings. I mean, that's probably easier for you to conceptualize, but I want you to think about something, okay? It's not 1 p.m. yet, is it? Counterpoint's good to go. Yes, I am available at 1 p.m. EST. We need to get through this in the next 30 minutes because Ryan Mulally and I will be the same way I pushed and pressed PF Young. I will be pushing and pressing Ryan Mulally. We'll do a struggle session. Anyways, let me show you this real quick. What's interesting about biology is we got human beings, right? And human beings, as far as we know, most people in chat are human beings. And we are really socially and intellectually complex creatures. But ultimately, I think it's true. I'm not sure if it's true, but I think every 7 years, like 99% of your biology is replaced. And then, as somebody mentioned, we have a lobster. I don't know how their whiskers go, so I'm just going to draw like random lobster whiskers. And then, how would I draw a claw? I'll draw a claw like that, I guess. Claw. Yeah. Looks like hot dog dicks, but I think you guys get the point. And I don't know if they have 6 legs or whatever, but we got a lobster. All right. And I want you to think about this because this fucks with my brain all the time. Okay. This is a sea creature. Little lobster. Let's give him a tail. Let's give him a little tail separate from, the rest of it because the tail's so delicious. And then let's give him a little round tail. Okay. All right. So this is a lobster. And I have no idea what their biological bullshit is. I don't know how they replace their body. I don't know. But Jonah pointed out that they're technically biologically immortal. But what ends up happening is they can't molt through their shells. So eventually they crush their own flesh against the exterior of their shell. But they can get fucking huge, right? And so in nature, lobsters are consumed by other sea creatures or they die by being crushed against their own shell. So is being, cooked by a human or have your brain split open by a knife and then cooked by a human, is that ultimately better than being consumed by some random monstrous sea creature? Probably. I would say that a human-based eating death is probably preferable. However, you said that you think that these are non-sentient bugs with nervous systems, but they're so insufficiently complex that they're barely worth moral consideration. And that's fine. I think a lot of carnists, including myself, do not like to morally consider our food because if we do, we might become horrified. But I want you to understand this. You are biomechanical energy combined with a biological structure that is random. And so, in the craziness of the universe, your biological structure or your biological structure or your biochemical electricity could have inhabited either structure. So just as easily as your consciousness manifested within the complex human structure, it just as easily could have manifested inside that of a lobster. If you're a naturalist, if you don't believe that like God imbued specifically humanity with a soul, but did not imbue the rest of animal kind with souls. You know what's crazy too? What's crazy too to think about is you just as easily could have been a fucking tree, because a tree is a biological structure with like a bioelectricity inside of it. So you just as easily could have been a fucking tree. And trees and plants, while they don't have like consciousness as we understand it, they still have like pain and stress signals. So while you are lucky to be a creature that with a long life that reforms its biological structure every 7 years, that regenerates, that is capable of really complex social social expression and all that kind of stuff, you just as easily could have been a fucking tree or a lobster. So I'm going to call this the randomness of incarnation. Randomness of incarnation. And so what I think human beings should do as stewards of the planet, is that while we can consume lobsters and we can consume trees, we should honor the fact, kind of similar to the Native Americans, we should honor the fact that our incarnation was random. We are privileged in our incarnation, and we should honor that there but for the randomness of incarnation go I. I could have been a lobster. I could have been a tree. I will eat vegetables and I will eat meat, but I will honor the fact that, I will try to minimize the pain and suffering and ecological catastrophe that I visit upon vegetables and animals, because I want to honor that I could have been them in a different life. Anyways, have no idea what the fuck that has to do with Gaza, but I'm sick, so you're going to have to forgive me.
This is straight out of post-conflict reintegration doctrine. Think the IRA, Irish Republican Army, or the FARC in Colombia. It is essentially saying, lay down your weapons and you will be allowed to live. In some ways, this can be disastrous for Europe, because I want you to imagine Hamas terrorists traveling to Europe and going on the lecture circuit. Can you imagine how popular those lectures are going to be among college students in Europe? Women are into bad boys, so what's going to happen when those women get a chance to meet real live monsters? The lines on college campuses will be endless. These Hamas leaders will go out into the world. They will act as spark plugs for violence. These guys only have one skill. They will go to college campuses, they will start recruiting, they will go into communities in Europe, and they will start recruiting, and we will start seeing terrorism in Europe.
Destiny ops get more messages read than me. Well, tell me to go fuck myself or call me a immoral piece of shit. Easy way to get read.
Become a thing again, like it
also easy way to get banned, though.
Kind of was in the 1970s. I'm not sure how Israel can fight that, and right now...
Jesus sent a bear to kill 40 misbehaving children. Miss me with this think of the children nonsense. AF Racing, you're totally fucking wrong, dude. That's an Old Testament one. And I'm pretty sure it's because they made fun of like a bald prophet. They were like, yo, you're bald, lol. And then God sent a bear to attack the children. Pretty funny.
It looks like European leaders may be too weak to identify this as a threat. Number 7 and 8. Immediately after signing, humanitarian aid would surge into Gaza through UN and Red Crescent channels. The plan calls for restoring water, electricity, sewage, bakeries. Very specific, which kind of seems like it was written by like humanitarian agencies. There is also a safeguard here. Aid distribution can't be touched by either Israel or Hamas. The Red Cross plays a role here, which is better late than never, I suppose. The Rafah border crossing with Egypt is also to be opened. This is also so aid from the Arab world can kind of flow in, and Palestinians can come and go as they please if they choose to do so. Number 9 is transitional governance, or this whole technocratic committee. That's what kind of raised eyebrows. Gaza would be governed temporarily by a Palestinian-led but internationally supervised committee overseen by something called the Board of Peace. Who's in charge of that? U.S. President Donald J. Trump. He's the chair. There's also former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair as one of the other members. This effectively makes Trump de facto administrator of Gaza's reconstruction, essentially the viceroy of Gaza. All right, I will say that if there's one thing President Trump knows how to do, it would be building things. It's contracting, right? But I'll kind of get to one of the issues, which is security, because he will be controlling the security of Gaza. But again, we'll get to that. This move is somewhat unusual, but not unprecedented. Douglas MacArthur had power like this in post-war Japan, sort of like a civilian overseer backed by international allies is kind of the only way to make this work. Number 10 and 11, the Trump economic plan and special economic zone. Here's where the plan pivots from political to economic restructuring. The Trump plan would bring in investors who built cities like Dubai. In short,
which, by the way, this is based. I'm just going to be real. Listen, I have my doubts about whether or not it's going to happen. I seriously think that it's entirely possible that Hamas doesn't return all the hostages because they don't want to give up power. Then Israel reneges on the deal and they just go back to killing each other. I think that's entirely possible. But let's say that they actually did what they said they're going to do, which is Israel withdraws back to the kilometer buffer. They get their remaining hostages living in dead. They release like 2,000 Hamas people into the Gaza Strip, or accused Hamas people. I think it was like 1,750 and 500. I wasn't really paying attention. My apologies. But let's say they release roughly 2,300 people back into Gaza. Then the militants are forced to leave. The people who want to be a part of the new political project stay. And then they build up a special economic zone that is headed, that is overseen by rich Gulf Arabs who are desperately trying to create material heaven on earth so the Gazans have a economic well-being so good that they're no longer interested in war. That would be genuinely fucking amazing. And I think Jared Kushner, by the way, I talk a lot of shit about Jared Kushner for taking over a $2 billion sovereign wealth fund and making the corruption from Hunter Biden look small by comparison. But the one thing that I think Jared Kushner actually did is he made win-win-win scenarios, economic win-win-wins, the focus of negotiations. And I think that's brilliant. So Jared Kushner, I'm a fan. If you ever want to drop a super chat, let me know.
Gaza becomes the next Gulf boomtown with free trade incentives, preferential access to global markets. The logic here is that if you make Gaza worth more alive than dead, people will choose peace. I've often said nothing stops a bullet like a job. Number 12, no one is forced to leave. This clause is aimed at dispelling accusations of population transfer. Palestinians can leave.
No one will be forced to leave Gaza, and those who wish to leave will be free to do so and free to return. Nice.
They can stay. They can return freely. The message is that this is not a second Nakba. This is not a second catastrophe. And that is very, very important to the perception among the Palestinians that they're not going to get kicked out of another home. Number 13, Hamas and other factions are excluded from governance. This clause kind of points back to point 1. All armed groups disband. Their infrastructure, their tunnels, their workshops, their weapons destroyed under international.
This complaining about the cherry picking to justify bigotry while consistently cherry picking from the Quran and avoiding the obviously bad things in his favored religions is going to give me an aneurysm. No, doobie. I acknowledge all the fucked up shit in the Bible. I think you're thinking about something else. I think you're bringing your religious frustrations with other Christians to me. I don't say it. The parable of the Mises is fucking crazy. Have you heard the is that what it was? Parable of the, is it the talents? Maybe it's the talents. Let's take a look at the talents. I think this is right before he dies. So let's take a look at 14. The talents. For it will be like a man going on a journey who called his servants and entrusted to them his property. To one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, to another 1, to each according to his ability. Then he went away. He who had received the 5 talents went at once and traded with them, and he made 5 talents more. So also he had the 2 talents made 2 talents more. But he who had received the 1 talent went and dug in the ground and hid his master's money. Now, after a long time, the master of those servants came and settled accounts with them. And when he who had received the 5 talents came forward, bringing 5 talents more, saying, Master, you delivered to me 5 talents. Here I have made 5 talents more. His master said to him, Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a little. I will set you over much. Enter into the joy of your master. And he also who had 2 talents came forward, Master, you delivered me 2 talents. Here I have made 2 talents more. His master said to him, Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a little. I will set over you much. Enter into the joy of your master. He also had received the 1 talent, came forward, Master, I knew you to be a hard man, reaping where you did not sow, and gathering where you scattered no seed. So I was afraid, and I went and hid your talent in the ground. Here you have what is yours. But his master answered him, You wicked and slothful servant, you knew that I reaped where I have not sown and gathered where I scattered no seed. Then you ought to have invested my money with the bankers. This isn't the one I was looking for. Maybe it's immediately after this. Yeah, I think it's this one. When the Son of Man comes into his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit upon the glorious throne. Before him will be gathered all nations, and he will separate people one from another as shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. And he will place the sheep on his right and the goats on his left. Then the king will say on his right, Come, you who are blessed by my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you in the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you welcomed. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came for me. Then the righteous will answer him, saying, Lord, when did we see you hungry? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, damn, this isn't it. I'll read this one, though. Then he will say to those on his left, Depart from me, ye cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me no food. I was thirsty, and you gave me no drink. I was a stranger, and you did not welcome me. Naked, and you did not clothe me. Sick and in prison, and you did not visit me. Then they will also answer, Lord, when did I see you hungry, or thirsty, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister to you? Then he will say, Truly I say to you, as you did it to one of the least of these, you did not do it to me, and these will go into eternal punishment, but the righteousness into eternal life. So weirdly enough, this was not what I was looking for. There's a different parable. I could have sworn to God it was about like Mises or Menchies or Munchies or something. There's something that's about money, and so it's basically about a king who leaves, and the parable is really similar to this. But what ends up happening is he talks about, like, I did not come to bring peace, but to bring the sword. I think I could probably Google that and find what I was looking for. But this final judgment is fucking brutal for Maga. This is one of the craziest fucking things that we could have read in the last segment, because this right here effectively commands you as a Christian to care for the hungry, the thirsty, the stranger, the naked, the sick, those in prison. And I don't think there's a single gosh darn thing that you can point to in MAGA that does not cloak itself in the righteousness of religion and ignores this like fundamental commandment. Like, as a matter of fact, I would just take this. Matthew, the final judgment, every single MAGA self-righteous Christian douchebag, you should just post this in their replies over and over and over again. Literally just take this part. Lord, when did you see me hungry? And there you go. Boom. Literally this like last 2 sentences. Take that and just spam it at self-righteous, hypocritical piece of shit Christians. Okay, so hold on. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. What is this one? Sword. Maybe this isn't it either, but I'll read it. Do not think I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have come to bring not peace, but a sword. For I have come to set a man against his father, and a daughter against his mother, and a daughter-in-law against a mother-in-law. And a person's enemies will be those of his own household. Whoever loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and whoever loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And whoever does not take his cross and follow me is not worthy of me. Whoever finds his life will lose it, and whoever loses his life for my sake will find it. It's not this one. It's not this one. But that's okay. We'll move on. The whole point is we found some good scripture. There we go.
National supervision. There's also a buyback and reintegration program, which sounds like maybe it's paying militants to turn in their weapons. That can be good and bad. On one hand, it's a good way of getting rid of weapons, right? You give me your gun, I give you cash. On the other, once children figure out that there will be money for turning in weapons and munitions, they will become bomb disposal experts. I guarantee you that you will see kids getting blown up trying to disarm bombs so they can take them to whoever's in charge and they can get a few shekels. So we need to figure out a way to prevent that. Number 14, regional guarantees. Neighboring Arab states will guarantee Hamas compliance. Realistically, this means Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, maybe the United Arab Emirates. There is an accountability clause. If Hamas rearms, those guaranteers are expected to step in. I just don't know what stepping
Thank you, Dominic Galletta. Appreciate you.
in looks like, because in reality, none of those militaries, with maybe the exception of Egypt, have the capability to perform expeditionary operations. So the security services could certainly kill dissenters in their own country, and their banks could cut off funding. But I think it would be physically difficult for Arab states to physically go in and go to war with a resurgent Hamas. Number 15, International Stabilization Force, ISF. This is the military.
Ooh, we had the ISAF. We had a similar thing in Iraq. That's interesting.
Backbone of the plan. The ISF, with American, Arab, and international participation, would secure Gaza, train Palestinian police, manage border security.
L. Messer for 20 DKK says humans and dogs are evolutionary allies. I agree. Eating them is fucked up.
Israel and Egypt would coordinate border control, while maybe Jordan provides training expertise. I mean, you can kind of think of it like some sort of NATO peacekeeping force, but with Arab involvement. Of all the militaries in that particular region, at least the immediate region, Egypt and Jordan are probably the best well-led and competent. The only issue here is expeditionary operations. The United States may have to help with the logistics of moving people and then feeding those.
Yeah, dude. If I became an Iron Warrior and I was a member of the Iron Empire, people mentioned his name was Hansu, and I remember that. And he's like a chimeric Imperial Fist Iron Warrior gene seed. So they treated him as a half-breed. So to make up for the fact that he was a half-breed, he just did like the most fucked up shit possible. I would go out of my way to hunt down and kill Hansu. 100%. I would, even as an Iron Warrior, I would make it my life's mission to kill Hansu.
People once they're there. This is more so with Jordan than Egypt, because Egypt is right next to Gaza, but there is a logistical tail to this. Yeah, just neither country really has a lot of expertise in operating outside.
Barabbas Dantioch, my favorite Iron Warrior, for $5 says Trump Gaza is supposed to be the Riviera, the Middle East. The Riviera is a casino and a hotel. How much do you want to bet he banks Trump Gaza? Not if they actually follow this plan. Not if they actually follow this plan.
Side of their own borders at scale. Number 16, IDF withdrawal. The IDF withdraws gradually as the ISF establishes stability. The key here is that withdrawal isn't time-based, it's conditions-based. If Gaza demilitarizes and the International Stabilization Force holds, Israeli forces, they're going to step back. Now, if not, Israeli forces stay inside a security perimeter until threats subside. That's designed to prevent what happened after Israel's 2005 disengagement, where Hamas just kind of went in and filled the power vacuum. 17, if Hamas refuses, the plan continues anyway without them. Basically, we're doing this anyway. If Hamas...
Based. This is based. including the scaled up aid operation, will proceed in the terror-free areas handed over from the IDF to the ISF. I'm perfectly fine with that. If IDF turns over sections of Gaza to the ISF and effectively the ISF is responsible for security, and if Hamas operatives attack the ISF goes door to door and kicks the shit out of them, that is awesome.
Rejects the plan, reconstruction, aid proceed in terror-free zones, and Hamas doesn't get to benefit. So Israel keeps control of these cleared areas. The ISF takes over governance there, essentially a phased peace, with or without Hamas cooperation. 18 is interfaith dialogue. And this kind of sounds like window dressing, but it's actually kind of important. The plan calls for religious and civic leaders to promote tolerance and reconciliation. It's basically information.
Sorry, Rob with a B. Again, this isn't related. So far, the good news, though, is that I think this plan is based. So Rob says, when it comes to souls, the most interesting thing to me is we don't necessarily have knowledge of a soul continuity. What could we appeal to say our soul is the same today as it was yesterday? Rob, that's actually what's terrifying about being a conscious being, is that not only is your biological structure different than it was yesterday, the biomechanical electricity that occupies your body is different than it was yesterday. So the continuity of self, while I experience it, because I experience the past, present, and future, and I'm capable of remembering the past and projecting into the future, and I feel like I have personality traits that have been consistent throughout my life, those are products of my biomechanical structure. But then I use my electricity through biomechanical electricity in order to guide my biological body in order to shape my personality and shape my body. So then it becomes this really complex interplay between temporary energies, where what can be permanent isn't really known. And I think that's why atheists are so atheistic, is because they look at how like complex biology is, and there's no fucking way that religion is real if we're just a bunch of fucking monkeys with self-awareness.
Warfare against radicalization, because in conflicts like this, ideas outlive missiles. Number 19 is the pathway to Palestinian statehood. This is the first time statehood is mentioned, and it's tied explicitly to the Palestinian Authority reform and the success of the Gaza transition. In other words, Gaza first, and then we're going to talk about Palestinian state later. I see no problem with this. The Palestinians deserve their own state. Gaza would be a freaking paradise.
Emmanuel Randon says, I love the infinite cycle of death and rebirth.
Palestinians just put down the damn gun. Finally, number 20 is a U.S.-led dialogue for coexistence. This is a diplomatic endpoint. The U.S. would broker new talks between Israel and the Palestinians, potentially reviving this whole two-state framework thing, but only after Gaza proves to be stable. So what does this all mean? If you strip away the branding, this kind of looks less like a traditional peace deal and more like a post-conflict occupation framework. But
damn, why you throwing Cylons under the bus, bro? What the fuck does Cylons do to you, man? We couldn't have gone with the Marshall Plan? What the fuck?
But it mixes military stability, international governments, and economic development. I see no way something like this can work without some sort of occupation. The security situation just isn't there. The upside is it creates a path to rebuild Gaza and dismantle Hamas. Like I said, that place could be a freaking paradise. Downside, it effectively places Gaza under U.S. and Allied oversight, maybe indefinitely. And that raises questions. Would Palestinians see the United States and the ISF as liberators? Or just foreign control under a different...
People are saying they released the hostages. Yeah, I'm still not going to be surprised if it falls apart. I want to be proven wrong, by the way. I want to be proven wrong.
Brand, right?
I think Ryan...
Here's my honest assessment with this thing. Number one, there are also going to be some concerns with UXO, or unexploded ordnance. There has to be thousands of pieces of UXO littering Gaza. Thousands. We're not just talking about Israeli bombs and shells that failed to explode. We're talking about IEDs, or improvised explosive devices, that Hamas put in 70% of all the houses in Gaza. Nobody is talking about this. But all of that ordinance it needs to be found and rendered harmless. We could train Palestinians to do this. I've often said nothing stops a bullet like a job, and this is a skill that is in demand. I mean, maybe by the time the Palestinians have finished demining their own country,
No, I'm Death Lily. I'm quite aware of the Gaza Riviera idea, but I still think okay. So when we hear the Gaza Riviera, you think Atlantic City, right? That's what you think of. Want to join my StreamYard or screenshotted it? I'm just gonna send him my fucking StreamYard and see if he joins. So but with the Riviera or Atlantic City, there's some like indication of like Western morality or sexual promiscuity or strip clubs or gambling. Whereas I think what the UAE, and while UAE, Qatar, all those places, Dubai, they're all kind of known for, through economic largesse, inviting in Western degeneracy that they randomly punish. I still think that you could have like a financial zone or a tech zone or a manufacturing zone or a this zone or that zone. I think there's like a billion economic activities that you could take part in Gaza. And as long as you were intentional, you would be able to like hire the population. If it's entertainment, if it's retail restaurant or whatever, as long as it's like luxury and high-end restaurants, people could still make good livings off of that.
maybe the war in Ukraine will be over and the Palestinians can head over there and help with that project, because the project of demining Ukraine is going to be like a 50-year job. The people are going to be demining Ukraine long after I'm.
You just said Jewish morality is better than Islamic morality. Islamic morality starts with the Quran. Jewish morality starts with the Old Testament. The Old Testament is obviously much worse. Doobie, I would have to genuinely just pull up the second half of the Quran and just let it run.
Dead.
All right. Anyways, Ryan's here, so let me go ahead and wrap the segment real quick with a little bit of a conclusion. So we heard the 20 points of the Gaza plan. If it's executed like the Marshall Plan and they actually secure and rebuild Gaza, I will be ecstatic. I will be effectively waiting for it to all fall apart, where Hamas doesn't follow through on their end or Israel doesn't follow through on their end and they go back to killing each other. However, if they actually do stabilize it, create an international security force, if they secure Gaza and then they rebuild it into an economic and investment zone where the militants can fuck off and leave and the civilians who want a good life can stay and work, then I would be ecstatic if we stabilized Gaza and the West Bank and economically developed them so people can live in dignity, happiness, and security. Whether or not that'll happen, I'm skeptical, but we'll leave it there for now. Ryan Mulally is here, so we are going to have another beautiful struggle session with Ryan Mulally.
I'm the king of struggle sessions these days.
Yeah, how are you, bud? How are you?
I'm good. How you been?
Oh, life's good. Life's good. So everybody's been super kind and generous today. So we also got in through some good content. We watched Destiny debating some religious MAGA types, and then we just got done checking out Ryan Mcbeth covering the Gaza rebuild plan. So that's the content that I've gotten through today. But just in case people don't know who you are or what you're about, can you introduce yourself? Can you tell them what you're about? And can you tell them some of the hubbub that you've been involved in recently that we'll probably be discussing a bit today?
Yeah, happy to do so. Just one second. Can you guys on my channel hear me? And can you hear Connor? Just double checking. Okay. So I'm Riley. I'm a lawyer and a philosophy student and a former teacher. I hear a crazy echo. Is that
that's me. This happened last time as well. Let me run into a different room real quick. I'm gonna mute myself and I'm gonna grab a pair of headphones.
Yeah. You need to rejoin. I'll link again so clear on my end.
Okay. Let me send you in chat. I'm sorry. I need some water and to use the restroom and to grab headphones. So you're just gonna have to call each other slurs in chat for a minute. So, all right. I sent you the StreamYard link again. I am gonna run out and grab some headphones. I'll be right back. Okay, my apologies, chat, and also I can't find the headphones that I normally do, and my wife took them or left them or doesn't want to help me find them or whatever. So, can you try talking now and see if there's an echo, and then worst case scenario, we can move over to Discord?
Is this better?
Is it better for you? Because I don't have an echo.
I think it's a little bit better. I hear. I don't know. It sounds weird to me, but I'm not coming through to you.
Okay, and then chat, does he have an echo or no on your guys' end? Because we hear the echo. Fuck. All right. Can I call you on Discord instead? And then hopefully we can do it that way.
Yeah, that should work. Let me back out of this.
All right. All right. Let me call. It's my fault, guys. It really is. I should be more professional, and I should have a headset, but I only have one pair of headphones. They are wired headphones, and I use them all the time, and I lose them all the time. So hold on. Let me get. I got the call separated out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let me get
Perfect.
StreamYard fixed. Let me add to stage. Okay, guys, can you hear Ryan? And do you have an echo?
Can you hear me? Do I have an echo? Have we fixed tech issues?
Happens. People need to send him more super chats. True. Can I hear him? Yeah, you can hear him, but does he have a terrible echo? No echo. Okay. Just want to confirm this before we keep going because I don't want to be interrupted by tech issues. No echo, no echo, no echo. Okay, cool. All right, beautiful. Then we'll get into the content. So just redoing the introduction. So hi, guys. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. I'm here with Ryan Mulally. Ryan Mulally, can you tell the folks at home who you are, what you're about, and the shenanigans that you've been up to in the past couple of weeks?
Hey, yeah. So I'm Ryan Mulally. I'm a philosophy student, former teacher, current lawyer, and I got involved in Twitch politics and speaking online fairly recently. And I've been advocating for what I think is a return to foundational American values and principles. Connor and I think, agree on that, though we disagree on some practical applications of that, which is, I think, more than fair. And then recently, I think the kerfuffle was that I went to have a conversation with Erudite, which turned into a massive struggle session, which ended up being kind of internet news. So that's recently what I've been talking about quite a lot. But I think hopefully we can, in this conversation, clear up maybe what our differences of opinion are. I saw you talking a little bit about that post your debate with Gibbs with North and kind of get to the bottom of where we agree and where we disagree.
Yeah. So, and we kind of created a little group chat at the encouragement of North, which was like real Republicans, right? And what that means to me anyways, is that I think that in order to be a Republican, you should have to care about the Republic, right? You should probably care about the Constitution of the United States. You should probably care about the founding of the country. You should probably care about balance of power. You should probably care about constitutional limits to power. And so I find that with MAGA, oftentimes the ends justify the means, where as long as we mass deport all the illegal immigrants, as long as we can blow up people who are bringing fentanyl into the country, as long as we can kill who needs killing in the Middle East and North Africa, as long as we reduce the crime rate, then effectively we can do anything, regardless of whether or not it actually violates the Constitution of the United States or whether or not it spiritually violates the Constitution of the United States. And so I think that's where I get frustrated, at least with MAGA. So how do you feel about my characterization of them as a movement or Trump as a person?
Well, I think that where we're going to agree is that you're going to point, there's a lot of things that you could point to about Donald Trump or about MAGA that they do that I will disagree with. And then I'm happy to call out, I'm happy to debate. Like, I mean, shit, I've gone on Wick Show to take the anti-MAGA position a whole bunch of times, right? And make the argument. So I have no issue with that. I think where you and I differ, if I was going to hazard a guess, is that we might have different views on the threat of progressivism to the constitutional republic. And what I mean by that is, if you look at like what the American proposition is, it's not liberty for liberty's sake, it's ordered liberty. And ordered liberty requires a citizenry that has unifying moral virtues. And the progressive project has been to replace those virtues with other virtues through institutional control over time. And between 2020 and 2024, my read was they got damn close. They got damn close to shutting the door on a lot of those projects in that time period. So, you know, where I think we disagree is that, like, I think we'll agree on many of the excesses of MAGA that I don't like. What I think I value about Trump that maybe you don't is that he's a populist bulldozer, and he is blundering in many ways, but aiming at some of these problems that need to be resolved. So while I will criticize the way he's going about it, oftentimes he is targeting things that I think need targeting. And I would have preferred it was someone else. I didn't vote for him. I would have voted.
No,
would have voted for a different Republican. But that's the game in town.
No, that's the crux of it. So I guess what we need to get into then is so with the Trump stuff, then it sounds like maybe I believe it's more of a threat, or I'm worried more about the institutional guardrails not being able to keep them in. Maybe you have more faith that they'll be able to keep them in. But then you think that this bulldozing was necessary because the left wing, I think you said, was like close to succeeding, is close to succeeding in some of these like generational projects or whatever. So I guess my question is, we might align on this history and my chat won't, but that's okay. So give me 1 minute to lay out the narrative, I suppose. In the late 19th, early 20th century, socialism and communism might have some dirty connotations now, but they did not have the dirty connotations that they do now back then. A lot of people viewed capitalism as a failed project, that the world's poor and masses and destitute, they needed something more. And so as a result, I would say that the economic and social extremes of the early 20th century, late 19th century led to people choosing between mixed economy capitalism, socialism, or fascism. And that's just kind of what happened in the early 20th century. And Gramsci was a guy who in the early to mid 20th century analyzed why didn't socialist and communist revolutions happen in capitalist societies. And so he came to the conclusion that American social institutions, the culture, the economy, military, law enforcement, political class, and all that kind of stuff, they acted as a counterweight to socialist revolution. And so what he advocated for was something called like the long march through the institutions, which is effectively where leftists, people who are sympathetic to left-wing ideology, they get into academia, they get into politics, they get into the arts, and then they spread their influence through these ideas. That way socialism and communism are more palatable to the broader masses. And so the argument is that Gramsci inspired Marcuse. Marcuse inspired a generation of professors that came out in the 60s and 70s, including the Weather Underground, which are the people who inspired Barack Obama. And then basically, it's like we have a crypto-socialist leftist bend in the left wing of America who don't seek to improve the American project. They wish to overthrow it. But then my question to you is, for a lot of people, they view Biden as kind of like a tepid corporate Democrat. So what did the Democrats almost achieve in 20 or 24 that was revolutionary?
So before I answer that, just to back up and add a little bit of color to the history you gave, I would add to that the work of people like FDR, John Dewey, and Woodrow Wilson, who envisioned the American experiment fundamentally differently. Like, I think the threat that I'm pointing out is that America is a propositional nation. The proposition is a philosophical one. It's that there are these objective truths. There are natural rights. There is natural law. And we instituted the government to protect those rights. That view is not shared by the progressives. They view human nature as perfectible. they view the state as a means of perfecting human nature. And they view liberty not as ordered liberty, but as the ability to express yourself and have experiences in the way granted to you by the state. So it's a fundamentally different view of what America is. And the threat there is not necessarily the Democratic politicians per se.
Oh,
it's the
sorry, 1 second. I clicked a button and I think we lost you real quick. Let me add you back to screen.
you're good on my end.
Yeah, it's I accidentally clicked the lock button and then that kicked you off of the screen. So my apologies. Let me get you back on here. So hold on. So just to summarize what you were saying and kind of wrapping up with, and I'll let you continue, is effectively that America is a propositional nation. That proposition involves ordered liberty. A lot of lefties do not view that as the way that human society should be. They think that they can implement a perfect society through, I guess, like social engineering.
Well, I mean, and this is not a purely philosophical debate. Like if you talk to someone like Destiny, he doesn't believe in objective morality. He's very clear about what his moral system is. If you don't believe in objective morality, you don't believe in natural rights. And natural rights are the foundation of the American proposition. So when you teach people to think this way, when you teach people to reject the philosophy that we are based on as a country, we're not an ethno-state, we're not a theocracy. We have nothing else to fall back on. The American identity is a set of philosophic propositions. So when those are attacked, it is an attack on what it means to be American. And you end up in the situation where we find ourselves now, which is if you have a citizenry that doesn't agree on what ordered liberty is, if you don't agree on, like for the founders, liberty was not freedom to do whatever you wanted. It was freedom to do what's right. And if you don't agree on what right is, you need more restrictive laws. You can't have the type of liberty that we were founded on without some kind of common moral ground. And when that moral ground is attacked, that's a threat to who we are as a country, at least in terms of the foundational moral order. So, I mean, with that background, I agree with what you said, but I think this is a kind of a long-lasting project. So you wanted me to like lay into Biden and why I was so concerned in that time period?
Yeah, so I guess the reason why I'm asking that is because a lot of people view the Biden administration as kind of a normie, corporate, center-left Democratic project. And so to hear it spoken about in these like revolutionary terms where it's like, oh, you know, we were this close to the brink and then this was what was going to happen if we allowed them to continue. What was the brink? What was the thing that was going to actually, you know, hurt the social fabric of the United States such that it would be irreparable?
I mean, first of all, they're talking out of both sides of their mouth, because if you get someone like Josiah or Pisco and you get them in a moment of honesty, because I've heard them say it before, they'll say Biden was the most progressive president of their lifetime. So, you know, like the idea that he governed moderately is like belied by his entire record.
Well, hold on. So when they talk about progressive, though, what oftentimes I hear when they cite his progressive record is they say, oh, you know, he was chill with the gays and he was chill with the transes and he was chill with the Hispanics and he was chill with the blacks and he supported the unions and he bailed out the unions and you know, during the during COVID or whatever, he was willing to help out with what was necessary for COVID relief, and he funded infrastructure projects and this, that, the other. So yeah, they kind of have this thing, which, by the way, I haven't really seen reflected substantively in the day-to-day life. It just seems like he passed a few bills and then he was chill with minorities. So what do you're saying they're talking out of both sides of their mouths, but like, what do you view that's like giga progressive about Biden?
So when I launch into my laundry list, the things that I was very, very concerned about during the Biden administration was the idea, I'm going to try to put like a meta layer on it, and then we can drill down into examples, was the idea that institutions should be trying to make the world a better place rather than doing what their original telos was, which is the progressive ideology. It's the idea that all the institutions should be focused on making the world better rather than doing what they were supposed to do. And during that time period, you see things like universities no longer talking about, their telos being truth and teaching truth to students, but make the world a better place by. You started seeing corporations taking this position. We're going to make the world a better place by doing X, Y, and Z. And what that leads to is a world in which, yeah, you can be fired for being vaguely conservative because conservatives aren't on board with the project to make the world a better place. Yeah, you could be ousted from a university because that's appropriate. Yeah, it makes sense for the Biden administration to use Title IX to chill freedom of speech on campus about trans issues because it would be better if trans people were being respected. Yeah, it makes sense to get rid of, use Title IX again to get rid of due process for people on campuses accused of, SA and other issues like that, because wouldn't the world be a better place if we were stricter about those things? It makes sense to back affirmative action and say you can be racist as long as you're being anti-racist because you're making the world a better place. It makes sense to back NASDAQ when they were putting quotas on gender and race for board membership for the whole country. It makes sense to impose healthcare decisions for most of the country by the stroke of a pen. These things all make sense because they're delivered with a smile and they're delivered with empathy and they want to make the world a better place. But I think, Connor, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but I feel like you drank the Kool-Aid a little bit there, because just because someone says we want to make the world a better place doesn't mean it's a good idea. And just because they phrase it with empathy and high-mindedness doesn't mean that they're not eroding the American project, where these things aren't supposed to be left to us and not for institutions to decide. So the thumb on the scale was that it was the sanctioning of this creeping progressive ideology to infiltrate our society on most levels, and it was very close to succeeding. And we saw this across the board in academic institutions, corporate institutions, the government, and quite frankly, local government, if you were in a blue state like I was.
Yeah. So, sorry, do you mind sharing what state you're in?
I'm in the tri-state area. I work in New York, but I don't live there.
So, okay. So I do see this differently. I genuinely see this differently. So, I've had conversations ad nauseum about Edmund Burke and how Edmund Burke effectively is the father of conservatism. And Burkean conceptions are articulated through his observations of the French Revolution. And so what Burke said is that the traditionalists of French society, the monarchy, the nobles, the entrenched economic class, they were so allergic to any kind of reform that they radicalized the revolutionaries, the Jacobins, the left-wingers inside the French parliament. And then as a result, that's what created the massive violence of the French Revolution, was the fact that conservatives weren't willing to, your default position should be conserve institutions. Institutions, from Burke's perspective, are centuries, if not millennia, of wisdom accumulated within an institution. And so you should start with the de facto. However, you shouldn't become so brittle that you don't incorporate anything new at all whatsoever. And so the way that you do that is you needle and you criticize progressives, leftists, liberals who are trying to reform society, but then you incorporate the ideas that are good and then you reject the ideas that are bad. And so as an example, like this presumption, this presumption that we can't engineer society. I think there are tons of Republicans who have tried to engineer society over the past 200 years. I think that there are tons of politicians who have tried to engineer society. I think that the abolishment of slavery would be an example of, rather than letting the people, decide what they wanted through the electoral process or forming their own states, that was social engineering on behalf of the federal government. But we look back at Lincoln and we look back at the abolition of slavery as one of our, great national achievements. So why be so dogmatic about any change, especially if some of these changes are moral or correct? And I'm not saying in 20 to 24 there's particularly like, you know, strong moral shit that I care about. But I'm just saying, like, why are you reflexively hostile to all of this?
I'm not. The criticism, if you're going to ground it in the philosophy, is that, again, our founders viewed our society as premised on natural law, meaning an objective, discoverable moral system. We have, you know, God wrote on our hearts the ability to perceive what is good and bad. Now, that doesn't mean we always do. So, like when Lincoln was debating Douglas about slavery, he invoked natural law. He said it was against natural law to have slavery. And if you read the first draft of the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson made the same arguments about British slavery. And it got taken out because there wasn't consensus. But like, it's not like this is a new idea. This is slavery being bad was in many ways an old idea, but it's also the difference I'm getting at, Connor, is that if you believe in objective morality, you believe that it's out there to be discovered and we can discover it, but it's not changing. We're learning, right? The progressives don't believe in that. They believe that the morality comes from the state. It comes from the consensus. So as long as
I'm not
create the consensus, then they are in fact moral. And the stronger the state becomes, the more moral it is because it has more force to enforce its consensus.
But I don't think
that's
like
not the same thing.
I don't think the liberals in my chat or the progressives in my chat are like postmodern anti-realists. Now there might be like a cringe one or two of them that'll play with those ideas or articulate those ideas in my chat. But a lot of them are going to be, they're not going to say that objective morality doesn't exist because they're trying to be like edgy and cool and piss off mom and dad. They're going to say that objectivity doesn't exist because humans are imperfect. And what we believe to be objective is actually the pooling of subjective experience. So when you do like scientific research or whatever, and you verify some scientific fact, well, the truth is that we're not really all understanding. I think that there's a material reality that we can verify through observation. But what we're really doing, because every single human is flawed, is we're pooling our subjective experience in order to verify what we think is happening in reality. And so that's kind of like the steel man of subjectivity, I suppose. Now, I think that some leftists, some like post-modern anti-realists, which I've heard Vosh articulate ideas like this all the time, which is so frustrating, is that they effectively take that anti-realist perspective all the way to language, where the utterances that they make do not have to correlate with what's happening in reality, as long as what happens is reality is improved through their utterances. But I don't think that's everybody. I don't even think that's most people. I think most people...
I totally disagree. Have you ever heard Destiny talk about ethics? And I think Destiny's more center than Vosh, for example. Like when he...
Well, tell me why, though, because I think Stephen has used rhetoric in order to reinforce like his reality through debate, I suppose, without necessarily having it like so for instance, like the fact that the shooter isn't left wing for Charlie Kirk, to me that's absurd. Like we could go with probabilistic reality that it's a left wing shooter, and the fact that he's willing to die on that hill, I feel is like a rhetorical flourish that's not interested in objective reality. It's interested in forcing the opponents to come up with complicated evidence to support a tenuous claim. But
no, I mean, go back.
You go ahead. You go ahead. You tell me what your objection is.
Watch his arc when he was doing the abortion arc a while back. And what you'll see is that in his argumentation, he reveals that he believes the moral question is for us to define. Like, what is a person? That's a hard question. It's a hard philosophical question. When does a fetus acquire moral dignity such that you cannot kill it? I mean, people have never agreed on this. This is one of the hardest moral questions. But when you look at how he approaches the question, he believes it's up to us to give a definition. And once we give a definition, that's what the moral outcome is, because we've defined it. Whereas someone who believes in objective morality thinks there is an answer. I might not know it. I might struggle to reach for it, but there's right and wrong. And if I'm wrong about it, I'm doing something terrible, right? Like, and even if everyone agreed with me, it would still be terrible. And that's what's lacking from his worldview. And I don't think that's uncommon on the left. And the reason it's not uncommon on the left is that they're taught to think that way. And if you look at the work of John Haidt and other people who look at moral frameworks, it is something that you lose specifically in undergrad. The institutions in our country are designed to strip people of certain parts of like what I would call the American moral framework. And it's unsurprising that they succeed because you're being taught by people you respect and love and admire to think this way. And as a result, you think this way unless you have very strong other ideas. On the right, there's lots of problems with the right. And I don't want to belabor them. I mean, I don't want to gloss them because we can talk about them too. They're buttressed by the fact that they're more religious. And religious people intrinsically think that there's objective morality. It's just they don't need the philosophy because they just know it to be true. On the left, it gets replaced with a radical subjective worldview, but they don't even see it. Because it's been stripped from them so slowly over time. And then we get in these conversations about what the American moral proposition is, and we're not even speaking the same language.
Sorry if it seems like we're taking turns with the talking stick, but the basically I have to mute you on Discord and mute you on StreamYard. That way we don't get the echo. But I appreciate being able to go back and forth. So so I agree that we are swimming in a cultural postmodern soup. Okay. So if I look at mass media, if I look at the most popular media of the past decade or two, they're almost all deconstructions. Like Game of Thrones is a deconstruction of the medieval era. If we look at Breaking Bad, it's an anti-hero narrative about like a family man who becomes powerful by becoming more evil over time. If we look at, there's another show that's crazy, Ozark, where effectively you're watching bad people, like it's a family who becomes increasingly integrated into like drug cartel stuff. But what you're taught to do throughout the series of the show is you're taught to find like almost like overlapping virtue mixed with horrific vice to the point that these characters are ultimately redeemable, even though they're like borderline self-deluding into doing some of the most evil shit you've ever seen in your life. And so I agree that we're in like a postmodern morass where we're taught to no longer think of like good is good and bad is bad. I totally understand that. And we're taught not to trust our instincts about good and evil and right and wrong and all that kind of stuff. However, what I would say is that reality is a bitch. And I feel like reality has come up and bit us in the ass, particularly in the past decade, where if there's a qualitative issue with somebody who's performing at work, even if they were put in there through some kind of like preferential DEI affirmative action program, typically they end up getting fucked in the long run. When it comes to like competence, meritocracy, when it comes to logistics, when it comes to capitalism, what happens is people have gone along with this, call it the siren song of like postmodern, anti-realistic, egalitarian, socialistic bullshit. And I think eventually people got fucking sick of it. And so they've punished it, and they've punished it severely. So for me, what I'm trying to recover from the cultural mess that we're in is that for me, the American project is a ultimately liberal or libertarian project. It is about human freedom. And I think that for all of the sins of our society, all of the confusion, all of the spiritual confusion, maximum human freedom seems to be better than any of the alternatives. And that's where I get frustrated with MAGA, because they don't seem interested in maximum human freedom. They seem interested in borderline Trump neo-monarchic dictatorial worship. And they seem interested in like post-constitutional, illiberal Christian nationalism bordering Christian theocracy. And so that seems more of an authoritarian threat than the left, I suppose.
Well, you said something interesting. You said that like people rejected it. And the question I'd ask, and I think it's a rhetorical one, is how? How did they reject it? They rejected by elected Donald Trump. That's how they rejected it.
And the culture war and YouTube and Twitter and Elon Musk and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, all these things. But if you
couldn't
look at
that be an
what
overcorrection to some degree, though?
Oh, of course it's an overcorrection. But like that's what what I tell people all the time is that populism doesn't build things. Populism's a bulldozer, right? Like populism burns shit down. And Trump was elected as a populist. We could debate whether that's true or not, but that was the sentiment that got him elected. And the sentiment was that these things had to be bulldozed. And what you've seen, for example, like is there overcorrection? Oh my God, yes, there's overcorrection. If we can get into that, and I will be critical of him. I don't shy away from that at all. But for example, in the corporate sphere, there used to be no risk of being too far left with your HR policies, right? You could fuck over conservatives, that was risk-free. But if you did something that was going to get you a disparate impact suit or get you an HR suit, that was very bad. So corporations were leaning hard left in the way they messaged, in the way that they did their corporate governance, because there was no risk. Now there's risk on both sides. If you go too far left, it's viewed as a risk. So they're tacking back towards the center. That's a very good thing. And it's not a thing that happened by accident. It happened because progressivism, the excesses of progressivism were rejected in the election of Donald Trump. So, like, I think one of the differences, like I'll probably join you in a wide variety of criticisms of him and his movement, but I'm very grateful for things like that, which I think halted a dangerous trend that was risking ossifying and becoming a permanent feature of our culture.
Yeah, so Paul says, where does this massive HR against conservative stuff come from? So listen, the what I'll say from personal experience, okay, within the military, I was in 2006 to 2010. It got like a little woke, and by a little woke, I just mean they were like, "Hey, stop being so fucking racist," right? And then also, there's this time that I remember I was asked to lead a exercises one time, and I'd been told for 4 years that the exercise was named Hello Dollies, which is where you lay flat on your back and then you lift your legs 6 inches off the deck and then you spread your legs like this. And it's a core workout. And I had this fucking dickhead sergeant who I hated because he was a fucking HR loser. And he walks up to me and he's like, "Hey, just so you know, there were a bunch of officers there, and the correct term is not hello dollies. We have female Marines here." And I was like, "Okay, go fuck yourself." Right. So there was like little shit like that like started chipping away. And then same thing with like, I worked for a Fortune 100 company. I worked for Liberty Mutual for a bit. And they had like the veterans group, they had the Hispanic group, they had the Asians group, they had the gay group, they had this, that, the other. And they would have effectively like a representative from each marginalized identity come in and do like a PowerPoint presentation about how not to be passive aggressive to their marginalized identity. However, that was kind of like the limits of my experience. And then the rest of it was online, realistically. So I guess my question is like, while I can think back to Trigglypuff or Humongous or the Battle of Berkeley with Milo Yiannopoulos and Lauren Southern, or I can go back to thinking about, Joe Biden saying like, poor kids should have as many opportunities as white kids. Like I can think back for all that shit. Like, was that ever, in your opinion, like an existential threat to our social fabric?
I think it was, we were getting close to having it be built in. And I think people have memory hold what that time period was really like. So just to give,
it was pretty bad. I couldn't even say the F slur or N word on Twitter. It was very frustrating.
Yeah. Don't get my channel's like fucking 5 minutes old. Don't get me nuked from orbit. I already copyright struck myself the other day. But anyway, so like just to give a few examples, and it's important to give these examples because there was a lot of them, but you can only give them one at a time. So, on a local level in New York, I don't know if you followed New York politics. At one point during the mask mandate era, there were people who wanted to protest the mask mandate. They said, we think this is unconstitutional, whatever. They wanted to protest. They were denied a permit to protest because of the danger of the pandemic. Then BLM riots happen, and they're granted a permit to protest in much higher numbers because they're protesting systemic racism, and medical authorities within New York deemed systemic racism a health threat that justified an exception from the pandemic rule. What you're seeing is a medical association adopting social justice as its telos rather than the pursuit of medicine. That's a scary thing. And when people say, "Oh, how could people support Robert Kennedy these days?" It's because they saw the medical association as a vehicle for politics and tyranny, and they just want it to be. They want the establishment burned down. That's what that vote is. Similarly, at the kind of like more national politics level, in the Trump years, Trump lawyers went to court and said that what Harvard was doing with affirmative action was a de facto racial quota. Like they went to court to say this must end, right? And keep in mind, this is the Ibram X. Kendi era. If you worked at any company in the country, you got handed Ibram X. Kendi's work, and he got the MacArthur Genius Grant, and you were told you're either a racist or an anti-racist. Those are the only two choices. When affirmative action goes to the Supreme Court, Biden lawyers show up to argue the practice should be allowed to continue. So there's a change in the way that these different administrations perceive the law and perceive these issues. And the Biden administration was quietly working to put these things into law. Just to give a third example, NASDAQ was working to do something similar to affirmative action, where they were going to require that companies who were listed on NASDAQ have a quota of DEI or minority board membership. Otherwise, they'd have some kind of
no. I remember this. I forget what they called it, but it was like some kind of like social credit score, like it was. That was for companies.
Yeah, and that was also ESG was doing something similar. But the NASDAQ one's an interesting example because it was being litigated. I think it was in the Fifth Circuit. I haven't looked at it in a while, so if my memory fails me, I'm sorry. And it was going to be appealed, but the second that Trump won the election, they dropped the appeal. Why? Because they're going to fucking lose. They're going to lose because the U.S. government lawyers aren't going to show up and back them. So they know this is now dead, and they just quietly let it go. So I think that what we saw was there was a wide area where the government and the broader left were orienting around these very bad ideas, and I do think they were about to be instituted into law.
So what I hear though is I think a lot of people hear prescription, whereas I'm hearing description. Okay. So I think you're saying like, well, we were yanking super far left and now we're yanking super far right, and that's good. Like I think a lot of people kind of infer that. Whereas what I kind of heard is, well, we were yanking super far left, and if we had just stayed there, we would have been fucked. But descriptively, we yanked super far right. And so as a result, all of these bad things that I didn't like in culture, in society, those things have taken a huge black eye, and I'm happy for those things taking a huge black eye. Now,
it's a good thing.
Yeah, but my not beef, I guess, but my issue is that, like, as a center right guy, I would really like to stop rocking super far left and then super far right. I would like to stabilize somewhere in the middle. And with Trump specifically, like, I get pretty fucking upset because there's the way that you probably feel, because I think you said that you even voted Democrat through 2020, was that the way that you probably feel that the left has abandoned a lot of the things that you were raised with to believe. Like maybe you were like a liberal and you were raised to believe freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. Maybe your dad was blue collar or something, so you're raised to believe that Democrats were the representative of the union bros and that they represented the working class man. I don't know why you had an allegiance to the Democratic Party. But the way that you might feel betrayed by the Democratic Party in reference to them abandoning those issues is the way that I feel about the Republican Party abandoning its principles in order to yank super far right. So when I see the Jimmy Kimmel situation, when I see the deportations without due process, when I see Andre Hernandez Romero or Kilmar Abrego Garcia, or I see the abandonment of capitalism in reference to like Intel, Or I see, the abandonment of our role on the world stage, which again, I'm not trying to be too much of a fainting wussy about it, but the USAID and PEPFAR cuts are projected to kill. They've already probably killed a few 100,000 super vulnerable people, and they're projected to kill millions over the next 5 years. So that's kind of where, for me, it's like, yeah, great. I'm happy we had a cultural backlash where the far left and the progressives took a massive black eye. But this cultural war victory is being purchased with the deaths of hundreds of thousands or millions of people.
Well, I mean, first of all, just because I think I have to address it because you put up those deaths. There is a vast difference between killing someone and failing to save someone morally. So I'll just leave that out there. We don't have to zoom on.
I agree, but Phil, so shooting someone in the head is not the same as not giving them medication, right? But if you give them medication for 20 years and then you abruptly stop giving them medication, that's still like foreseeably going to cause bad shit, right?
Yeah, and the counter issue on USAID isn't whether the policy was good or bad. Like, given my druthers, I like soft power. I'm actually, one of the ways that I have no connection with either political party right now is I'm very hawkish. I like, the natural extension of actually believing that natural law is real and actually believing that America was instituted to protect it, is that I'm not a cultural relativist. I think that our values are better and that they should be exported and that we should, so I have all kinds of values that have no home on either party right now. So I would agree with you there. But the issue with USAID and all that stuff, I think, ties back to what you said earlier, which is, in a world where we have extreme polarization and we're being yanked from left to right, and I would agree with you that there's threats to the American order and the American proposition on both sides. The only solution is the solution our founders gave us, which is limited government. Because limited government protects us from a situation where we take turns having the 51% majority beating the 49% minority with sticks. And that's a shitty plan. The problem is, I spent a year and a half talking to every leftist I could find and pitching this idea. There is no home for this idea on the political left. They don't like it. They don't give a fuck. They hate the idea. It's shitty. It's anathema to them. On the right, there's lots of people who want to talk to me about this, who love this idea. So if I have to pitch my tent and say, Jesus, where am I going to be able to form a coalition that's willing to do the things necessary to save the republic from an endless pendulum swing? It's not the left. They're not interested in the solution. The right is. So that's where the sales pitch has to be made.
Sorry, just bear in mind I have to unmute myself when we're talking, and then I do kind of have a hard out at 2:30. But my problem. Actually, yeah, sure, fuck it. My problem is that these systems are so big and are so difficult to control that a lot of people thought that Donald Trump was going to be able to command the American economy and the American governments like a speedboat. But it's become so large over the past 200 to 300 years. It's basically an oil tanker. That's the way that it can be driven. So even with Donald Trump yanking the wheel as hard as he can, he's going to be able to move the oil tanker like a few feet, which, by the way, a few feet is still going to kill a few 100,000 people, right? But the problem that I have with like the limited governance is that you're going to be, in my opinion, you're going to be able to appeal to libertarians, conservatarians, and small government conservatives. And those people do exist. Of course they exist. The problem, though, is that with a $6 trillion annual budget, with the largest fiscal conservative movement of the past probably decades, right? Decades. It's been decades since we've looked at cuts this way. Doge promised or tried to cut $2 trillion. They recommended $150 billion, which is, again, almost nothing, and they got 10. So it seems like we're fucked. That's what it seems like for the let's reduce the size and scope of the federal government. That way, whoever wields power isn't capable of fucking over their countrymen. It feels like we're just fighting over the wheel of the country. That's what it really feels like.
No, but that's the fight that's worth fighting. Like, my issue with Doge isn't that they tried. My issue with Doge is that they failed, right? And why did they fail? Because Elon was super focused on the one thing that couldn't be achieved by Doge, which was like fixing the deficit. Because if you look at the deficit numbers, our entitlement programs and just like Social Security, Medicare, and interest payments alone basically gets us to be in the red. And then if you add any spending on top of that, you're in a lot of trouble. So it's not possible to solve the deficit through discretionary cuts. What Ramaswamy was talking about earlier, which was, I thought, a great idea, was for those of you who follow the courts, there used to be something called Chevron deference, which made it almost impossible to challenge a federal agency's interpretation of its own law. That's now overturned. So Ramaswamy's idea was you direct the heads of your agencies to say that in light of that decision, the following regulations are now unconstitutional. And you drastically reduce the scale of the federal government with the stroke of a few pens. Moves like that could have actually massively deregulated, and in so doing, reduced the functional size of the federal government in terms of its power. That would have been a much better idea. Unfortunately, Ramaswamy and Musk had a falling out, and it didn't happen. But like, to your point, like when I look at things like the attempt to drastically reimagine the Department of Education / eliminate it, that's the direction we need to be going if we're going to solve any of these problems. If it's just going to be an increasingly bloated national government with no limit on what it can do, then we are going to just be in this taking turns posture. There's no solution to that. You're just going to be fighting until one side wins.
So this is what's interesting to me, though. So, for instance, you mentioned them taking a blowtorch to DOE and that being a good thing. And by the way, like I hate American public education for like a million different reasons, half of which I do not think will be solved by the blowtorching of DOE. But you're looking at a fiscal issue, and I kind of want to bear down on that because I don't know if we see money the same way. Okay,
it's not DOE is not a fiscal issue. It's scope of the federal government issue.
But if you're what I'm saying is by blowtorching, because if you say these wide aspects of the government are no longer constitutional, therefore we don't need to do them anymore, you will be necessarily cutting back federal services and programs that end up saving the treasury money. So I guess my question is,
I was just saying that because I don't think the quantum that's spent on some of these programs is going to make a huge difference compared to like Social Security or like we're still in discretionary spending land. So even if you cut all of it, it wouldn't clear the deficit.
And that's the interesting thing too is for those of you who have never looked at a federal budget, like a third of it is Social Security, a third of it is Medicare and Medicaid, a third of it is quote unquote discretionary spending, but $1 trillion of the discretionary is the military. It's like 800 billion to 1 trillion or whatever. And so as a result, like once you get outside of the military, Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, you're down to like, I don't know, 10%, 15% of the federal budget or something. It might even be less than that. But when you say billions sounds like a lot, even though it's a very small piece of the pie. So I guess my point is though, let me highlight my fiscal perspective though real quick. So I think that even as recently as 50 years ago, we had a completely different conception of money. And so money was, with the gold standard, it was the money was tied to a commodity because people needed to have faith that the currency was worth something and backed by something. When we moved to a fiat currency, effectively what ended up happening was the entire economy ended up being what backs the American dollar. And so we're kind of like Wile E. Coyote running out over the ledge in reference to debt, where we're always sprinting out further and further away from the ledge. But the truth is that if we don't look down, the question is whether or not we're going to fall. There could be a time in which we look at the debt and we're like, oh, damn, we really need to pay this shit down. We look down in the Wile E. Coyote metaphorical sense, and then we fall and we collapse the entire country. However, as long as people have faith within the system and they remain economically and socially productive, then I don't know if the debt I don't know if the debt is as big of a problem. The reason why I say that is because debt is loaned out at like an average of 3% for the federal debt, which is like an insanely low. It's borderline free money. I hate to say it that way, but it kind of is. And then not only that, but like we're kind of in a debt to GDP ratio that's very common with other developed countries. Japan has almost a 200% debt to GDP ratio. And I don't hear anybody talking about, oh, Japan's on the verge of collapse, Japanese society, everybody's going to kill themselves, like all this kind of shit. If anything, I hear that in reference to Japanese demographics, but not in reference to Japanese sovereign debt. And so my question is the debt to GDP ratio, is having a fiat currency that big of a concern that we're worried it's going to collapse the republic?
Yes, but also, the small government point and the debt point seem related, but they're only tangentially so. Like the reasons to make the government smaller are moral and philosophical and to enhance the functioning of a republic, not necessarily because it saves money. So I would want a smaller government even if it costs money. It is the answer there. But to answer your questions about fiscal issues are a really big deal. And what you're saying is true, that we used to issue debt at very good rates. Our credit rating has gone down, and it will continue to go down, and the rate that we issue debt at will change, and that we're able to buy debt at will change. And another reason it might drastically change is the same reason that we so far managed to avoid the kind of inflation that other countries have suffered, which is that the petrodollar is still real. And for those of you who don't know what that is, we, through our American power, have basically forced every country in the world that wants to buy and sell oil to do so in dollars. And because they have to do so in dollars, let's say they sell a bunch of oil, they have a bunch of money, they're going to want to buy oil down the road. They have to park. They don't want to take an exchange rate because that costs you so much money. So they park those dollars in U.S. treasuries. Because they park those dollars in U.S. treasuries, we get to acquire debt at a cheaper rate. The problem is the era of American dominance in this area is ending. China is making a lot of inroads in Africa, in the Middle East, and increasingly we're going to see other countries buy and sell oil using other currencies, at which point we are not going to be immune to our debt in the way that we have been up to now. So I would agree with you that it hasn't been as bad as it could have been up to this point, but the signs in terms of our credit rating, the interest rates involved, and global politics are trending in a worrisome direction. And I don't think it's going to be stable in the way that it has been long term.
No, I'm okay with this assessment. My frustration with this, though, is that I feel like Trump worsens our position. And what I mean by that is that while the American police, America world police, dominating the seas, having a technological advantage over our rivals and enemies, being involved in European security, being involved in Asian security, being involved in Middle Eastern and North African security. Those are the kinds of things that kind of like keep our fingers on the pulse. Whereas if you look at I would say a pseudo-isolationist withdrawal to America first, to America only in some circumstances, I think that's something that undermines our position where they see us retreating, they're going to be more likely to say, oh, well, we can't trust America anymore. We have to look out after ourselves. I would cite Ukraine as an example on that. So, but I will accept the fact, while I think Trump makes this problem worse, not better, I will accept the fact that Trump is a mixed bag, right? That's part of the reason why you didn't vote for him. So the reason why you didn't vote for him is because you thought the worst shit was going to outweigh the good shit. I might be putting words in your mouth, but therefore you didn't want to be morally culpable for the worst shit than Trump's good shit. So from a descriptive perspective, I see what you're saying. The question then becomes, so hold on. You said something that was important though. it's a moral question, not necessarily a fiscal one, where you would still prefer a small federal government over a large federal government, even if it ended up costing money. So for me, what's interesting is I do think that human beings can be social engineered to a degree, because I was socially engineered. I was put through public school. I was put through private school. I was put through the church. My parents raised me with their morals. So if we know that we have vast swaths of the American population that are socially and fiscally unproductive, why wouldn't it be the government's job in order to make sure that those people are fiscally and socially productive through education?
I think that what you've bought into is the progressive framework, to be totally candid. I think that when you look at what education should be from like a classical American liberal perspective, education was there to provide, core skills, reading, writing, arithmetic. It was there to provide core American philosophic values. What is our republic? What is the philosophy we were founded on? What is this? And then from there, people could choose their own adventure, right? What happened in the Dewey Woodrow Wilson era is that they reimagined education as a tool to almost like a loop, right? We want this sort of thing to happen, so we will create citizens that believe and can do that thing, which creates the next progressive cycle. And that was the vision for American education that was that kind of promulgated at that point. And that vision does take the decisions about how you want to raise your children out of the hands of parents, out of the hands of communities, because there are children now. There are children to raise as the next generation of citizens, which is the progressive project. And you've heard that echoed with the Our Children language. It takes a village language from the left for years. It's not like a subtle part of their project. And the problem with that is that it is teaching kids specifically to reject the core values that underpin the American experiment, the American moral proposition. And if we don't have that, I don't know what we have left. We can't fall back on anything. We don't have a race,
but that's where
there's nothing left to fall back on.
So what's funny is I had a conversation with a dissident right-wing guy, kind of an asshole, truth be told. And he told me, I think he's called a distributist. He said that, oh, you're Irish, or like you're ethnically Irish. Oh, you're a fucking mutt. You're not even a real American. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean? And he's like, oh, America's an Anglo project. And so he limited it to like an ethno-religious thing. And I was like, why the fuck would you do that? Like, I was born in the United States. I was raised in the United States. I believe in the propositions of the United States. Like, I'm a fucking American. And he was like, oh, well, that was a propositional educational effort in the late 19th and early 20th century to brainwash the huddled masses of, poor Europeans into thinking themselves as Americans before thinking themselves as anything else. And I was like, wait, hold on. That's base though. And so what I would, so when my problem with what you're suggesting is that, like, so we default to it's a choose your own adventure story within the American project, where we might raise you with like some vague understanding of like American civics, and we might raise you with some vague understanding of American history, and realistically we'll give you the basics so you can survive in the economy, but ultimately after that it's up to you. And I think in like a fundamentally libertarian society that would be the ideal. But the problem is that fuckloads of people are not libertarians, like shitloads, like 99%, 95% of the population are not libertarians. I think philosophical libertarianism was possible during the age of like colonization, where realistically you could just go out into the Wild West, find some property, homestead it, chop up your own lumber, build your own house, find your wife, ride horses, shoot guns. Like, that was possible during the age of colonization. But now in the modern era, with American society so complex, you can't really choose your own adventure. And I would argue in the 19th century, while we have this romantic notion of the cowboy frontiersman, there were infinitely more people stuck in like industrial shitholes in the Northeast. there were infinitely more people stuck in like agricultural shitholes in the South. And so this whole like saying like fundamentally rejecting the possibility of like social engineering, I just think it's borderline like ahistorical. And also when you cede the educational ground, you basically hand it to your enemies.
Well, Connor, I don't know if you realize this, but you almost word for word made the argument that Woodrow Wilson made for progressivizing the education system.
Well, I mean, you keep using progressive as a slur, but if my options were letting my citizens be brainwashed into being socialists, letting my citizens be brainwashed into being fascists, or forcing my citizens to be brainwashed to be Americans, then I'm going to brainwash my citizens into being Americans.
But that's not what they're doing. The system is designed to do the opposite of that. It actually
that's what they should be doing, right?
of American values. So and that's not unintentional, Connor, because the thing about American values is that they're supposed to be enduring. This is the same debate we have in every walk of American life right now. Like, why was Woodrow Wilson so opposed to what's now known as originalism? Because he wanted the Constitution to be a flexible living document that could be updated with the cultural mores of the time. Why were they so opposed to core American philosophy? Because they want to be able to modify it and reject it so that they can make it update to the changing eras of the time. It's the exact same argument you just made. The problem with it is, amongst others, it's just wrong, but I don't think we can do the whole philosophy in this conversation. It leaves you unmoored as a country. There's nothing left to agree on. If somebody comes in and they say, I'm a Christian nationalist, I reject the American proposition, I think we should be a theocracy because that's based. You have to be able to then say, no, there is an American proposition that's worth defending, but there's no proposition left because it's being gutted on both sides. And what I'm saying is that we need to be full-throated in our defense of that proposition. We cannot let it be eroded by people just because they have a smile on their face and say it's for the greater good.
Well, okay, but here's the question. So you're I guess realistically, analogistically, it's probably the Ring of Power, right? That's like the Lord of the Rings thing. You're saying that we should destroy the Ring of Power, and I'm saying that we should wield it for our own ends. That's actually what's going on right now. And so here's the thing, though, is I want to wield the Ring of Power specifically for Americanism, for patriotism, for freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, up to and including against a tyrannical government, limited government in that it has to follow its own rules in order in civil and criminal procedure, prohibitions against cruel and unusual punishment, equal treatment before the law. These are things that are like legalistic within the Constitution of the United States, but they're also cultural because they're things that you need to believe in. And so since they're cultural, they need to be taught from generation to generation. And so you say that these principles are enduring. I'm saying the way that we make these endure is that if we have immigrants who don't understand or don't have the capacity to communicate these values to the next generation, well, the perfect place to do that is through the public education system. And so for me, I understand what you're saying is like, oh, well, philosophically, like the American founders, large swaths of them wanted to destroy the Ring of Power or not have it exist. But this is actually like a fundamental argument between Hamilton and Jefferson. And Hamilton won, by the way, historically. Jefferson argued that we need to diffuse power as much as possible. And ultimately, the American people should be a self-sufficient, yeomanry farmers. They should work on their own plots of land. They should educate their own kids. They should take care of their own people. That was Jefferson's vision for the country. Hamilton said, power abhors a vacuum. We need a strong federal government in order to be able to secure the liberty of the people. And that this dream of yeomanry farming is going to die to the industrialization of the real world. And so for me, like just within this conversation, I don't know if I'm taking it too far, but it sounds like you're a Jeffersonian and I'm a Hamiltonian. And I feel like Hamiltonians have been vindicated through the past 200 years of history.
But let's take that to the next extreme, right? If I were to wield the Ring of Power, what would I want done? I might want, for example, the government
American patriots, mixed economy capitalism, guns.
To start attacking the universities that are creating a lot of this bad ideology. I don't like the way he's been doing it, but that's what Trump's been doing. Right?
Okay,
You know,
but
so
why?
like,
Because they're anti-free speech and
my
anti-freedom of
tolerance-
conscience?
My tolerance for some of the things that Trump does that I think differs from you is that he's often, in my mind, targeting the right thing. Like, why do we need immigration control at this moment? It's because we're in a moment where multiculturalism is ascendant, and we're not actually assimilating people. We're not actually teaching people American values on any scale that would make sense. As a result, it's harder to bring in new people. It's harder to send your kids to university if you think they're going to unlearn your values while they're there. So, in a sense, he's bludgeoning in the right direction. And again, if we want to talk about criticisms of him, some of the big brother shit with universities, I abhor. There's the First Amendment violations galore that I'll go on Wick Show and I'll fucking argue are unconstitutional. So, I mean, I'm not going to be uncritical of the way he goes about doing that. But if I were to pick up the ring of power, it's not unclear which side I would be on. My argument is that you shouldn't pick up the ring of power, because what we should be arguing for is actually the American system, not some bastardized version of it where we're bludgeoning around breaking things.
Yeah, so I guess I guess maybe I'm a dupe of the post World War II consensus. So effectively, like, not only do I think these traits are these virtues are teachable, because I think all virtues and vices are ultimately taught. We of course have our human nature, but nature also correlates with the culture that you're exposed to and the environment that you're raised in. So for me, like, this is part of the reason why I fight atheists and anti-theists in my chat so much. I don't care whether or not you believe in God. I don't care whether or not you believe in Jesus Christ as the Messiah. What I care about is whether or not you pursue virtue and abhor vice. Do you believe in truth? Do you believe in taking care of yourself, taking care of your family, taking care of your community? That's, and I see the American stuff the same way, where I don't need you to specifically be like a perfect 19th century libertarian founding father model. I just need you to believe in freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, and government limited by its own constitution. And we can fight about the details. You're saying that you're saying that Coolidge or whoever you mentioned was re-envisioning the Constitution as a living document that could be altered over time. I mean, that's part of the founding mythos as well, is that the whole reason why that they left the amendment process is, yeah, sure, they want these rules to be difficult to change because they think that these rules are enduring. But the whole reason why the amendment process exists in the first place is they knew that over time things would change and we would need to add more rules. So otherwise they wouldn't have included an amendment process. We would have just been like monarchists. We would have been,
but they're not amending
it
for the amendment process. They're amending it by convincing judges to reinvent the Constitution into something that it never said.
Well, sure. I disagree with progressive judges. I disagree. I'm not like an originalist, but I do think that like laws should be interpreted based off of the context of the time in which they were written. And then the law should be either followed or it should be repealed by the legislature. There's a reason why we have the processes that we have. But that's where, like, I guess what I'm saying is, like, in your process, if your process was to slash the DOE and then quote unquote get the government out of education, I think the people who are going to fill the void are going to be Christian theocrats, Muslim theocrats, atheists, anti-theists, socialists, and communists. I don't think it's going to be well-intended, giga-intelligent homeschooler Christian conservatives. I think they're the people most vulnerable.
I think that this is the fight that has to be had, because what you need in a system that's as polarized as we are is you need to have places be very different. Like you live in California, your kids are going to be raised communist because that's what that state is. You know, maybe if you don't want to live that way,
Okay, I don't know if you're being
Florida.
hyperbolic. So
I
hold
am
on.
being hyperbolic.
Okay. I was just gonna say, like California's plenty woke and plenty progressive, but I don't think that they're raising their kids to believe in a moneyless, stateless, classless society yet.
But Connor, if we took the federal government largely out of education and left it to state communities, I was being tongue in cheek, but what I'm saying is those differences will grow more extreme over time. You'll have communities that are very different because the people there are very different and they have very different values. But as long as we can focus on, well, there's the minimum is the skill set and the core American philosophy. And that's our sticking point. Beyond that, we're going to let communities have control. That's the way we get out of this pendulum swing. Because the problem right now is we're in an existential fight over everything because everything is national, right? You can't cede an inch in the culture war because if you lose, then the 51% is going to cram down their belief system on you anywhere you live, anywhere in the country. If you localize it, the stakes are a lot lower. Right? I can vote for somebody across party lines because maybe they're a better guy and the stuff they do isn't going to be able to cram down on me in the same way. But right now, with everything national, the culture war is going to be this wedge issue and that there's going to be massive pendulum swings and it's a shitty way to run a country and not the way our country was supposed to be run.
Okay. So I think that the criticism of federalism, and federalism, by the way, is actually like it's the opposite of the way that people use it, and I use it the opposite way as well. Federalism, actually originally defined, is supposed to mean that like we have a group of subordinate governments that then kick up some responsibilities to a central power, but realistically, like a majority of the power is, distributed. Whereas when we talk about the federal government, ironically, we actually talk about concentrated power, which is one of the ironies of the word. But I will agree that the more power that is concentrated at the federal level, the more existential everything becomes. I agree with that. However, I also think that we can look at the 19th century when power was a lot more diffused, and we can understand it's the quote from The Patriot. What a great quote it was. It was, why would I trade a single tyrant 3,000 miles away for 500 tyrants, 3 miles away? And so the thing is, like, there are injustices in our world that are not the fulfillment of our, American ideals. And, I think in the 19th century, the obvious example is slavery. I think in the 20th century, it could be to some degree like racialism, segregation, civil rights, all that kind of stuff, which the federal government accumulated power in order to enforce equal treatment under the law. And then I think that in the modern era, it is probably gay rights and in the fights over trans shit. But all of that being said, kicking it down to the local level, like, you understand that as much as you can point to the precariousness of federal power, I can also point to the tyrannies of localities. So for instance, like if a locality, perfect example, there's a Muslim community in Texas where they are making it some kind of like local ordinance or law that you have to agree to some stupid shit. I think it's like you have to sign on for having the call to prayer or something. Like there's a speakerphone in your neighborhood with the call to prayer. Well, what's going to happen is 99% of the people who live in that community are going to be Muslim. And then what's going to happen is that they're going to, rather than being integrated into the American social fabric, they're not going to integrate at all. And so when you dissolve the kind of the authority with which to raise those people in public school, they can go to private school. They can go to madrasas. They can decide what their kids are taught. And for all you know, those kids are being taught fucking jihadism is based, and that Islam is amazing, and Hamas is amazing, and terrorism is cool, and fuck America. As an American, I reserve the right to say, no, you can't teach your kids that shit. Fuck that. It's antithetical to the overall project. How would you do that?
I think, Connor, the issue that you're flagging is that when you localize things, things are going to be imperfect. And you're right, of course. There's going to be all kinds of shit that won't work. Like, for example, Florida wants to, get rid of a lot of the vaccine schedule. That might be a very bad idea. Now, that said, Europe has way less vaccines than us. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. But what happens when you have a local experiment is that people try it and we see what happens. If you don't like it, you can leave and you can raise your family somewhere else. There are all kinds of pressure valves and escape hatches. You can run in local politics. You can move to another place. You can try something out. And I think the ultimate issue here, to just explain why I think you're flagging a problem, but it's just inherent to the solution, is abortion. Like, we've had all of human recorded history to come to moral agreement about abortion, and we have failed. We've been arguing about this since the dawn of fucking time. Nobody agrees on it. The idea that we suddenly would agree on it and have a rule that is the uniform coast to coast without people fighting about that rule till the end of fucking time is crazy. It's obviously ahistoric and untrue. So at a certain point, you have to say, you know what? We're going to let the states figure it out. And as a result, some bad things will happen. There will be states that have crazy draconic rules. There'll be states that have crazy permissive rules, and bad things that you don't like will happen in those communities. But the only alternative is cram down, and the cram down is worse. So what are we going to do? We have to return it to the people, because if we don't, then there's no way out of the swing that you're talking about. And if we're in a Lord of the Rings scenario where we're just fighting for control between two factions, you're going to get what we get now, like the most extreme version of both ideologies just bashing heads against each other until the end of time. And I don't think that works.
So I actually have to leave in a few minutes, so I'll respond, and then I think we should do outros. But I think my frustration with what you've just said, specifically with abortion as well, is that I think that Roe v. Wade was done incorrectly, which it was done, relatively speaking, by, as far as I understand, judicial fiat, where somebody just decided, oh, you have a right to privacy. And technically, the right to privacy means that you can have an abortion up until this time, because we don't consider a fetus a person until this reasonable stake in the pregnancy. That's a cursory understanding of Roe v. Wade, as I understand it. The repeal of Roe v. Wade, though, you would argue that is like the tyranny of some unelected bureaucrat somewhere else appointing law, and then therefore localities have to tolerate what they view as evil. But then what's happened since the repeal of Roe v. Wade, I would argue, is in some cases worse, because what's happened is not only do we have the dogmatic Christian theocratic tyrannies where we have 6-week abortion bans, and we also have like the threat to the life of the mother being interpreted to like septic shock to the point that people have died. But we also have the progressive swing in the opposite direction, which is you can have elective abortion up to the 9th month of pregnancy and nobody can say shit about it. I view both of those as evil on either end. Now, the solution would be a sane legislature passing sane legislation. But like you said, we've argued for a few thousand years about infanticide and haven't come to a consensus. So yeah, this is obviously the failures of republicanism and democracy. But what I would say is, philosophically, the reason why I'm kind of like rejecting some of what you're saying, weirdly enough, I think you're pretty libertarian. You might be a statist, but I think you're pretty libertarian. I was raised with republicanism as a philosophy. And what I was told republicanism was a body of laws that we agree to in a constitution. But then we elect representatives who are our best. They convene, and then they pass legislation that is designed in order to promote the national health. And so I actually still think that Republican representatives can come to common sense about what is moral and what is correct, what should be legislated and what shouldn't. Whereas it seems like you don't necessarily trust them to. You think it's too much power.
No, I trust them to do it. I just think that the areas that they should do it in are less, and that our system was designed specifically to make the federal government very difficult to wield, such that, in fact, it's the hardest democracy in the world to use. And the reason it's designed that way is that to justify cram down, you shouldn't have just a bare majority. You should have to go through this onerous process that demands bicameralism and presentment and the filibuster and all these things that make it impossible to use our democracy. The gridlock I view as a good thing. Gridlock is our system defending itself against a slim majority, trying to weaponize it against a minority, which we should not allow. And Roe v. Wade is a great example. If they had had the will in the legislature to pass an abortion law nationally, they would have had no need to convince the court to make it a constitutional right. But they didn't have that, Connor. They didn't have the will to even pass a law, let alone a constitutional amendment. So what I'm arguing for, if I was going to, since we're doing outros, just to like sum it up, is I'm actually not a libertarian. I'm the closest you'll find to somebody who is trying to hew to founding philosophy and the way that America actually ought to work. And what that means, first and foremost, to me is you can't love liberty unless you know what it is. You have to learn what liberty is to love it. And my meta criticism of the left is that they have forgotten what liberty is. So when they move towards it, they move in the wrong direction. Trump has all kinds of other problems. And as a result, I'm forced to criticize him constantly. But I'm unwilling to join the left's political project because I fundamentally do not trust them to safeguard our liberty because I don't think they understand it.
Well, so one of the things that is kind of resonating within my skull throughout this conversation is that freedom is the freedom to do the right thing, but it's also the freedom to do the wrong thing, and it's the freedom to be wrong. And I think that's what's uncomfortable about freedom and about liberty. So correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the way that I understand it. So freedom, the way that people use it or should use it, is the capacity to do, right? You are able to do things. You're able to choose a wide spectrum of things with which to do. Liberty is freedom from. So it's like a negative freedom where the government or an outside exterior cannot enforce their will upon you. So we use freedom and liberty synonymously, but ultimately with liberty, the whole concept of liberty is that like ultimately no one's gonna impugn. They're not gonna impose upon you unnecessarily, and that's the American project. And I think we have. Number one, I fight with my chat about this all the time. What is ordered liberty? You know, what is an ordered liberty or an ordered freedom? Because that's important to have a society that coheres and self-perpetuates. But then also what is like, what's an appropriate liberty, right? Because so for instance, like infanticide, I don't think that you should be free to commit infanticide. Right. I think the government has a moral duty with which to impose a limit on your liberty to prevent you from committing a heinous crime. But then we argue about what is necessary and what is ordered. But yeah, do you disagree with anything that I said in reference to liberty versus freedom?
No, I agree with you. I think ordered liberty is what our founders meant by the word liberty. They didn't mean liberty in the libertarian sense. And what I would say about that is, you can only have liberty in direct proportion to virtue in your society. If people are not virtuous, you have to control them so that they stop doing terrible things. What that means is, as our country separates from each other and we no longer have a shared moral foundation of what virtue is, you will continue to see one side cram down on the other increasingly because they want the bad things to stop, as you expressed a few times today. And the fight is a philosophic one. We have to actually teach people to value the American moral system because that's the only thing we have. We can't just say, no, the progressive system is good enough, we'll jump on that, or no, the Christian nationalism is good enough on that, because that's the end of America. Like, this is non-optional. It is a non-optional moral proposition, and the fight is to reassert it. right? And
No,
unfortunately, I have found no home on the left for this. On the right, there's a margin. There's a lot of people who disagree with me, but on the right, there's a space to carve this out. And I have just had it been categorically rejected by the left. So, in terms of my political project, it's not unclear to me what I need to do. I need to set up something so that people who occupy this reasonable, liberty-loving space on the right have a voice and a movement and can go forward. And I think that that's a right-leaning project inherently.
Yeah, no, maybe libertarian was a misnomer. I would almost say conservatarian. And the reason why I would use that term is because you're trying to conserve the founding principles of the United States of America. But I think that philosophically, they're libertarian. I know that libertarian has taken on like an ugly association in the past decade, where effectively it's associated with like a narco-capitalism, and it's associated with like degeneracy and age of consent and drug consumption and all that kind of stuff. But I think that mature libertarians are people who want the state to be as limited as possible, but they want it to be limited as possible, not so they can like shoot heroin and bang 14-year-olds and shoot assault weapons into the air. They want it because they want to live like a virtuous life without interference from the state. So regardless of whether or not people agree with me with the labels or whatever, I think that's relatively speaking what it is. But I do have to run. I'm actually getting lunch with Nevin Gusick. So I'm going to say goodbye to my chat real quick, and then I'm going to dip out. But Ryan, it was fun. What I think is interesting is that we probably both agree that freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, and limited government are great things. But then I think that I am infinitely more comfortable wielding the proverbial ring of power to create more versions of me in the world, whereas you want to let people be themselves. You want to let people be free. So that's it's an interesting dichotomy.
Yeah, so I'm Ryan Mullally. You can find me at Natural Law with Ryan Mullally on YouTube, or follow me on X. This is the political project I'm engaged in. I think Connor and I are interesting in this way because Connor's a lifelong Republican voter who then veered left, and I'm a lifelong Democrat voter who veered right. So we kind of find ourselves crossing in the middle, as it were. And I think that short term, Connor and I are going to have a lot of disagreements that we're probably going to fight about. I think long term, and what I mean by like the post-Trump world, there's going to be space that opens up for the reasonable right to assert American values, and that's what I'm aiming at. So if you're interested in that, drop by my stream. We are a baby channel, but we're growing, and I'd be happy to have you there. Thanks for having me on, Kyle.
All right, appreciate you, brother. You have a great day.
You too, buddy.
Bye. You guys are so fucking mean. Listen. Do I agree with him? No. Do I think that there's space for him? 100%. And do I think he's better compared to Maga? Absolutely. I'm going to check in with Rob F. My issue is Ryan's acting like AOC is the entire left. The Democratic Party is not just the Progressive Party. But I think the conservatarian values, so basically focusing in on what liberty means in a classical American sense, I think that's what he's focused in on, and I think it's correct because even I don't agree with him, right? We both consider ourselves reasonable right, people who care about the founding principles of the United States of America, people who want the republic to perpetuate, but even he and I don't agree on how much federal power should be used or how much state power should be used. It's interesting. That's actually super interesting to me because sometimes I feel like I get to the libertarian side where I'm like, listen, I don't want to. I'll defend to the death your. May hate what you say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. Sometimes I feel like, oh, I'm a giga libertarian. Oh, I'm like a giga liberal. Oh, I love freedom. And then I talk to somebody like that, and I'm like, maybe I'm an authoritarian douchebag. Oh, okay. Rob says, I'll take the world of gays can live peacefully among us if it includes things like children will be taught basic life skills across the board. Yeah, sorry. I'm okay with public compulsory education that instills positive pro-social values in the next generation. I just am. And I don't want to parochialize it. I don't want to localize it because I feel like plenty of malicious douchebags will fill up the power vacuum. Patriarch says, how does a conservative get libertarianism more than most libertarians? Because most libertarians are ANCAP 14-year-old dipsticks on the internet. Connor, I super chatted you a Bible verse you need to read on the stream. Well, God, I'm sorry. I'm like borderline out of time. Let me find Gen X. Look at Leviticus 19:27 since they love Leviticus. Okay, let's look at 19:27. Google Leviticus 19:27. Let's back out. Oh, okay. Do not cut the hair at the sides of your head or clip the edges off of your beard. Yeah, I disobeyed that one. I disobeyed that one recently. Nice. Thanks, JetX. Thank you for the super chat. Natural law is what sovereign citizens say. Well, I mean, I agree, but we're not mean. People like him need to hear how fucked up they are. No. I think that reducing federal power is a instinctively mechanically correct intuition if you want to stop the seesaw of our modern politics. Because if you jump on the seesaw, like if the seesaw is super huge and the fulcrum is super huge, then we seesaw super hard, right? Whereas if the seesaw is very small and the fulcrum is very low to the ground, you can only bounce a little bit. So instinctively, mechanically, I think he's correct. I just think that there's moral questions that must be answered by government. Gen X says, you shall not round off the hair of your temples, nor the edges of your beard. You shall not make any cuts of your body for the dead or tattoo yourselves. I am the Lord. Whoops. Missed out on the tattoo shit. My bad. Christian Valera says he needs to cut the former Dem shtick. The way he views progressive education is suspect. Yeah. He did use, and by the way, if he's listening, I'm not trying to say anything like super negative or whatever. But he did, in my opinion, he used progressive as an invective, like it's a swear word, like necessarily wanting society to progress is bad. I think he does that because within the frame. Woo! I was wondering. Oh my God. I almost got killed. All of a sudden it became very bright and I wondered if I had a stroke, but no, it was my lamp falling on my head. Newmanax for $5 says, why did Ryan do with the left that resulted in acknowledging he couldn't work with them? The right is also sick with grifters and pearl clutching. I think it's just reaching out to liberals and seeing if they would be okay with limiting the government, and they weren't because they're all statists. Rob says, Thomas Jefferson in the land of ordinance of 1785 reserved land for public schools. He believed a government commitment to education and literacy was important. Founders also knew we needed education. Well, I don't think Ryan is against education. I just think that he thinks that it should be parochialized and controlled by local communities. Mantis says, do not be fooled by Ryan's initial appearance when pushed. He became a loyal Trump supporter and fascist enabler. I don't even know if that's true, but you could argue it with evidence. Ryan is arguing for a slightly different authoritarianism from MAGA, but it's still authoritarianism. I don't agree. I think he's arguing. I know that people are going to take issue with me saying libertarianism, but I swear to God, it's a libertarian instinct to reduce the size of the federal government. And as long as you're attacking the right people, that serves your purpose. It's the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. Damn, imagine how gay it would be for that to be the last sound Connor ever made. Woo! Progress is good, especially the kind where we'll be able to get cybernetic implants. True, Patriarch, true. Transhumanism for the win. Key code for 5. Thank you. Take this for the road. May the true God bless you and yours. Thank you, Key code. I appreciate you. Rob says local control with no minimum standards, the legalization of non-education. I mean, that's how I think it would play out, but maybe I'm too much of a statist. I don't know. Rob F says education is controlled mostly at the local and state level. What the DOE does is he takes such issue with probably implementing federal standards. That would be federal standards that involve woke, trans, gay propaganda, I assume would be the issue. Now, I'm going to go ahead and thank you guys before I run out because I do need to get with Nevin, but I got to go. But Key code, Newmanax, Malevolent Vet, Gen X, ET. Damn, did I not read? I don't think I read a half dozen of these, so I need to read your guys' super chats before I go. ET for 5 says, Saul of Tarsus did more to corrupt the original teachings of Christ than anyone after. My ex had taken seminary and figured that was the first Antichrist. Well, ET, believe it or not, I actually agree with you. I think Saul wrote a lot of crazy shit that is not biblically supported, but because he's the founder of the church, people don't care. Look at Leviticus 19:27. I did. Gen X. 11:12 says, Connor, you just said it. Death, decay, and renewal is the only truth. The universal grandfather Nurgle is the only way. Accept his gifts and be glad. Jesus. Newman X for 10 says, am I right to think that Ryan fundamentally believes we can't generate the necessary politicians that find central concessions, thus wants to hand it off to people in the hope they find the center? Yeah, kind of. He wants to localize authority, but if you look at the founding fathers, that's something that they were interested in as well, as localizing as much power as possible. Newman X for 5 says, what did Ryan do with the left that resulted in acknowledging he couldn't work with them? I think he's just talking to liberals about limiting federal power. Key code for 5, take this for the road. Thank you. So key code, Numenax, Malevolent Vet, Gen X, ET, Barabbas Dentioc, L. Messer, Key Code, Grassroots, It's Just Avi, Malevolent Vet again, It's Just Avi again, Fashion 40, Malevolent Vet again, Fashion 40, Grassroots Hegemon, Sacred Snow, Numenax with the insane donation earlier, Patriarch with 10 gifted subs, Gen X with $20, Just Carpet 563, gifting a membership, Grassroots Hegemon with 30 gifted memberships. You guys are absolute fucking kings. Thank you to the 150 people who hung out with me roughly all stream. Thank you for your financial support. Thank you for your viewership. I parasocially love you guys. I hope you have a beautiful day. I will see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Bye for now.